Hey, no, bro.
Welcome to the Win Daily live stream. This is the NFL draft. That is Iggy Rodriguez's dog
Hi,
being
guys.
rude and introducing himself before Iggy gets a
Oh,
chance to, which is,
hello.
oh, wow, look at that guy.
Bye.
He's adorable.
He is a brand new little foster puppy. I've had him for about a week now. He's a sweetie pie, but he's probably going to bark because I'm not paying attention to him.
All good, all good. Well, if I have to pull the mute button on you, I will do it. No problem.
You might do it anyway, just because of the bullshit I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly. I actually got to learn the controls here. Everyone, welcome to the live stream. I'm watching the NFL draft. It's over my left shoulder right now. Me and Iggy are going to talk. We're going to bring on a ton of guests. We got a guest coming on in a couple minutes, actually, and then we're going to have Andrew Erickson from Pro Football Focus. We're going to have David Bierman from ESPN. We're going to have David Meltzer from, you don't even need the corp name there. That's David Meltzer, Brandon Steiner, Mike North. We got a lot of guests coming on. It's going to be a really fun show. It's going to be a really funny show. Yeah. So I'm actually really looking forward to it. Casey, thanks for saying what's up. So Iggy, what's going on with you? Before we bring on Lawrence Jackson, tell me about yourself. How's everything going, man?
Things are good, man. I think there's a natural depression when the football season ends, and it feels like all of a sudden it's like, oh my God, the draft is here. I get to look forward to something. I've said this multiple times on multiple different shows with you guys. I'm a huge Baltimore Ravens fan. I love what Eric DeCosta is doing. I believe it's his first full year as like the official general manager. I'm sure Ozzie Newsome has his influence, but it's Eric DeCosta's show this year. So if I can be a Ravens fan for a minute, we've got, I believe, the 27th pick and now the 32nd pick. Traded our stud right tackle.
Orlando Brown. Yep.
Orlando Brown Jr., right? Which I don't love, but the guy didn't want to play in Baltimore, so he's got to go somewhere. Mm-hmm. I've got to assume that we're going to try and add some offensive firepower to the Baltimore Ravens offense. Defense lost a couple pieces, but they always seem to find guys that just fit the scheme and play well. So I'm top of the draft, obviously gets the highlights. I personally am more invested in the second half of the first round. So
it's totally. You know, I think there's, and I want to ask Lawrence Jackson this when we bring him on. I think there's this debate about Lamar Jackson and whether or not it's just a lack of receivers or maybe it's just a talent gap with Lamar Jackson in terms of his arm. Where do you fall on that side of the issue? Because I mean, we keep making the argument. Granted, he doesn't have a lot of good receivers, but we keep making the argument that it's definitely the receivers' fault. Where do you land on that?
I think it's a combination. And look, I am an armchair quarterback, right? Just like the rest of us. And, you know, I think I can be an offensive coordinator because I'm good at Madden. So, you know what I mean? I don't want to disparage the professionals, but I think there are a number of offensive players who have left the Ravens offense. I'm pretty sure Des Bryant included, who were like, hey, this isn't Lamar's fault. Like, he's in a system that is it's relatively predictable. And when you get into these big games, and when you get in these teams like every single year for the last 3 years, Lamar has been at the helm. They've gotten to the playoffs and they have just laid an egg. And everyone says, hey, it's Lamar. But the whole offense has just been scrapped. Like, it sucks. And I don't think that's all to do with Lamar. I think he's an incredibly talented player, clearly athletically. He can throw the football. Does he miss every now and then? Sure. But is he like for his 3-year tenure, like a 100 QBR rated quarterback? Yeah, dude, he's very talented. He can play. He's never had a number one. Same conversation with Joe Flacco, right? Totally different skill set. Is Joe Flacco elite? Is he good enough to win a Super Bowl? They brought in Anquan Bolden, a true number one receiver. With that defense, they won a Super Bowl, right? Like, he needs a guy. Everyone needs a guy. He's never had.
That's fair. All right, so I'm going to bring on Lawrence Jackson, but before I do, a couple guys in the chat. Sorry I'm late. I had trouble choosing between my Baker Mayfield jersey and my Myles Garrett Jurassic Park t-shirt. Thank you, Casey, for tuning in. We got another gentleman here. Can't wait. Love the guests coming on. I'm locked in at Win Daily. Go Bengals. Real quick, I'm going to go down the guest list. We got Lawrence Jackson coming on in a second. We got us too, which that's pretty cool. Iggy, by the way, from Bachelorette fame.
The Bachelor Nation, that's right.
I have a funny story about that, but I'll tell it later in the telecast. Right. Obviously, Jason Mizrahi, David Meltzer, Mike North, John Jansen, Nick Bretwish, DFS Stobie, Brandon Steiner, Andrew Erickson, Tony Cotillo from Fox Sports Philly, Keith Kavanaugh, Brandon Gabor, Joel Schreck, and of course, David Bierman. Lastly, Josh Cirker. Doesn't matter who Baltimore gets. Lamar is an RG3. Interesting. I take that as a compliment, sir. Ivan Andres, can't wait for the actual draft to start with the 3rd pick. That's an interesting comment. All right. So we are going to bring on Lawrence Jackson, famed Atlanta Falcons fan. And I got to tell you, Lawrence, every time I think of Atlanta, and you're gonna hate me for bringing this up right off the bat, I think of up 28-3 and lost the Super Bowl and it hadn't been good since. And I hate to start it there. Is that what the? I mean, you live in Atlanta, correct?
No, I currently I live in Jersey, but grew up in Atlanta. Yeah.
Is that the sentiment from Atlanta fans? They just haven't like shaken that off yet, or have they completely moved on?
So me personally, I moved on, but Atlanta Falcon fans, no sir, no. And
you sure sing a little bit when he brings it up.
No. It's because I was a fan of the game first before I'm a fan of a particular team. It just is what it is. Like they blew it. That's pretty, like ain't nothing. The Falcons don't pay my bills. I root for them, and that's about as far as it go, man.
So I want to ask you, Lawrence, about what you think Atlanta's going to do with the 4th pick or with this entire draft, however you want to approach it. But I do want to ask you the Lamar Jackson question because, Lawrence, if we're being candid, like we don't go way back, right? So, I mean, I've been a recent follower of your work. I think the stuff you put out on it's at Lord Don't Lose, as you guys can see on the live stream. I think the stuff you put out is elite stuff. I think from a production standpoint and from a content standpoint, I genuinely think it's elite stuff. So with that said, I know you had a Lamar Jackson take like 2 weeks ago or so. Yeah. Set up to me, you can talk about the take if you want, but where are you at with Lamar Jackson as an elite quarterback, an average quarterback, above average, below average? Where do you land?
Well, he's definitely an elite quarterback, unanimous MVP, 2nd year in the league. Iggy, I don't know you, but we gonna be real cool. and like he said, I'm probably the biggest Lamar Jackson hype fan. And realistically, yes, Lamar Jackson can get better. That's what's scary about him. You know what I'm saying? That's what he can be better. But pinning these playoff losses solely on him is just ridiculous. Kurt Warner did a film breakdown of the playoff game they won versus the Tennessee Titans, and it's basically showing their simple passing schemes where they have receivers running right into each other. And Kurt Warner saying like, well, where do you want him to throw the ball? When he was at Louisville, he ran a spread pro style offense. He's in a run-oriented offense right now. And like Iggy said, he's never had a number one. And Iggy also brought up a great point that I've never even brought up, was the fact that he, a few years back, Joe Flacco taking the Ravens to the Super Bowl. Well, they brought in Anquan Bolden. And there you go. Boom. That's like, well, you could say Steve Smith was the last true number one they had. But when they were winning, they had Anquan Bolden. And the 5 years before Lamar Jackson came there, they hadn't got 10 wins. You get Lamar Jackson as a rookie, they're 4-5 before he comes in and starts. And this is the year before they put the offense in for him. They 4-5, they end up in the playoffs. Lamar Jackson don't even know what it's like to not be in the playoffs. Yeah, man, he's he'll be fine. I expect and I hope that the offense and that passing scheme can evolve in 2021.
That's awesome, man. So before I get to my next question about the Atlanta Falcons, I just wanted to kind of note some of the people that are watching. We got a Broncos fan here, but speaking of fans, I mean, first of all, you're obviously a fan of Iggy. I need to say something that you started
on here watching.
There we go. So this is one of your fans. And by the way, for those of you watching, there's a tweet that just went out on @WinDailySports. If you retweet it, and if you are already, if you like subscribe to Win Daily like on Twitter, you're going to be in a drawing to actually win a free month membership at Win Daily Sports. So that includes like everything WinDailySports.com has to offer. So look out for that. A bunch of us have retweeted it. Just retweet it yourself, and you'll be like in the drawing. We're actually going to draw names while this telecast is going, while the first round is going. Let me ask you real quick. Actually, not real quick. the Atlanta Falcons, what are they doing it for? And then Iggy, I want to get your take on that too.
Yeah.
Well, right now, man, it looked like they about to take Kyle Pitts. Up until this point, there was a lot of things that they could do. They could have traded back. It seems like they're like trying. There was a tweet that came out. Somebody from ESPN made a tweet that said the Falcons are still listening, but they haven't found anything they like. So I feel like they want to trade out, but they're going to prepare to take Kyle Pitts, and they're letting teams know like, hey, we're going to take Kyle Pitts. Somebody come get like they'll do it, but that's not their first choice. But they'll be plenty good, even though they need like every position on defense. You get better with, in my opinion, the best overall player in the draft. And right now he's at minus 390 to go fourth. So that's got to be Atlanta. I don't see anyone else trading up to 4 to get the tight end.
Iggy, where are you at on Atlanta?
I mean, I'm a huge Kyle Pitts fan. If they take him, great. I think he has like the longest recorded wingspan in like combine history. The dude's an absolute freak show. Mm-hmm. This is gonna be a little weird. After watching Ohio State make that playoff run, it's really hard for me not to be a Fields fan, and I kind of see him dropping a little bit in sort of his stock. And this is gonna sound weird, and I'm sure we'll talk about Aaron Rodgers here in a little bit, but. 17, 18, 19 years ago, however long Aaron Rodgers has been in the league, when they drafted Aaron Rodgers, Brett Favre was still 3, 4, 5 really good years left in him. I don't know if there's something to be said about drafting a really talented quarterback and not having to start him day one. It's worked before. It's sort of a classical system. I think contemporary football, it's like you draft the number 1 guy at quarterback, he's in there and he's playing. But if you look at the Jets and the Browns historically, like you throw the number 1 in there and they get absolutely ravaged, and they might not have as successful of a career if they got to actually learn behind a quality tier 1 quarterback. I mean, it's tough for me to take a look at the quarterback situation in Atlanta and not think about the future being relatively imminent.
Yeah. Lawrence, what do you think about that?
Yeah. So well, you mentioned Justin Fields. I said actually a few days ago, if Atlanta comes out of this with a quarterback, it better be Justin Fields.
Oh, yeah.
First off, he from Georgia boy. I love my Georgia boys, man. Shout out to Cam Newton, who's still trucking along in New England. If they have to go that route, this is my thing with that. After the season, being a Falcons fan, being from Atlanta, I'm talking to fellow Falcons fans. I'm like, hey, it's time to rebuild. It's time to blow it up. Like Julio, one of my top 3 favorite players of all time, but I'm willing to let that go. But then they restructure Matt Ryan, right? So he's there for this year and probably next year. So my thinking is, okay, if you're gonna do that, why you want to if you're going to keep Matt Ryan, you better keep Julio because he needs Julio. So, but what you said about drafting a quarterback and having them sit a few years and whatnot, I think it could still work. I just don't think they do it anymore. They got these guys. Yeah, they got these guys playing right away. The last time we seen it even a little bit was Patrick Mahomes, and that's because the Chiefs were still able to win with Alex Smith. But other than that, recently, you don't really see it too much. These rookies is getting out there. Some of them are being successful. Some of them are Josh Rosen out here. So, man, it all depends on the situation. But for Fields to be in that situation, I wouldn't be mad at that at all, just because it's him.
You know what's interesting though? Sorry, Iggy. I just wanted to say, like, if you're Matt Ryan, though, I mean, if you're a coaching staff that wants to give Matt Ryan a chance for the next year or two that he's actually going to be under contract, I feel like Kyle Pitts is the play. And believe me, I'm not the guy that says go get the skill position player. I'm the guy that says get the interior, whether it's the offensive line or defensive line, and then spread it out from there with your draft picks. Build out as opposed to building in. But with that said, I feel like if you give Matt Ryan, Julio Jones, Calvin Ridley, and Kyle Pitts, I mean, Kyle Pitts, this guy is 6'6", 245 pounds. He runs a 4.44 40. And by the way, you're right, Iggy. He has a wingspan that He has the largest wingspan of any NFL player over the last 20 years.
No.
I mean, so imagine that size and that speed and that wingspan. And, Matt Ryan's not really going to have to do much with those three weapons, assuming they get like a decent running back somewhere in the draft. So I feel like for Matt Ryan, they might go Kyle Pitts.
Yeah, it'll be you mentioned the running back. That's something else they have to get. And then it's nice to have that. It's also hard to think about like everything they need on defense. That's why I feel like they really want to trade back so they could have something like a first round pick and 2 second round picks as opposed to the first, the second, the third, because then it's more pressure to hit on those young guys right away. It could be done, but it's not done frequently with these teams in the drafts. But the way it looks on the betting line, it looked like it's going to be Kyle Pitts. So I'm going to roll with that. Should it be Justin Fields, I'll be happy with that as well. Now, if something crazy happened and they end up with like Zach Wilson.
No, I would hate that. I'm
tossing my laptop back to Atlanta.
Well, you don't like Zach Wilson?
No. I'd rather Justin Fields.
Well, I mean, Zach's going number 2 regardless.
I'd rather wait to the second or third round and take like Kellen Mond or something like that.
Yeah.
Whoa. I don't know about Kellen Mond. I didn't see it in college.
So Zach Wilson's gonna be a Jet. Like that's that poor kid, man. He's gonna have to go back to making them Disney movies, man.
Oh, man.
That poor little guy, man. But
yeah, that's not gonna be a fun situation for that man. I feel for him too.
Hey, Lawrence, before we let you go, and you might come back with us. We're going the whole night. We're going all round one. So we'll play it by ear with you, Lawrence. But Iggy, I actually wanted to ask you this, and then Lawrence, I want to get your take on it too. Who's going number 3? We're talking about quarterbacks. We know a quarterback's going at 3 to San Francisco, but we don't. I mean, Trey Lance is obviously in play. That looks like where the lines are shifting towards. Obviously, Mac Jones was a guy that was in all conversations the last few weeks. Iggy, what's your take here? I mean, it's about to happen. We're cozying up to the start of the draft.
It's away here. No, I know that Lance's stock has been rising quite a bit after the pro day, and I think it's sort of like him and Justin Fields are almost like kind of flip flopping in that spot a little bit, kind of 3, 4, 5 spot. I think I read earlier that the 49ers hold higher stock in their quarterback than other teams do, and they're not going to get what they'd like for him. Like Jimmy G I think he's been a successful quarterback, but once you leave that system in New England, and we've seen it historically, even with skill position players, like once you leave that system, unless you're Tom Brady, which is a completely different story, you're just not quite the same guy. And although Jimmy G's been successful, I think other teams see him and go, not worth my first, second round pick, although I'm willing to give up some stuff for him. They're not going to get what they think he's worth. So I don't know if they go with a long-term solution at quarterback, given the number 3 pick. If I'm them and I really believe in JG, or I don't want to give up what they're willing to, or what other teams want to give up for JG, I try and trade back. I try and drop down. I don't know if they've got a good opportunity there.
Interesting. Lawrence, what's your take before we let you go? What are we doing at number 3? What's the big surprise?
My money's on Trey Lance. I actually went in on that later that night. Ian Rappaport came out and said it was between Mac Jones and Trey Lance. I was like, yes. So then, like the day after that, his odds fell drastically, and it didn't look like. But then today, it went back to him being like the heavy favorite to be number 3. But then
something that we don't know.
Yeah, right. So what I was gonna say is like these bookies and whatever, they're not agents, GMs, scouts. They ain't in the building, so it's really gonna be dramatic with whatever they do it with whoever they go with. But if I had to pick, it would be Trey Lance. But hell, I could see him with any 3 of those guys. Kyle Shanahan has had different type of quarterbacks: Cousins, RG3, Matt Ryan, Jimmy G. So you don't ever really know where he could go with it. So it'll be interesting.
So speaking of RG3, that's RG3's signed helmet behind me from Baylor, and he's been on the Win Daily Sports Show with us before. I actually invited him to come here tonight. He's actually doing something with Bleacher Report for the draft, so he was nice enough to get back to me, but he won't be attending. But I'm a big fan of that RG3, as the Win Daily Nation knows. But you're right, he's done it with everybody. Cousins, RG3, he made Matt Ryan into a much better quarterback than he was. So. We'll see. I think Kyle Shanahan thinks he can do pretty much everything, and he's mostly right. So we'll see what happens. But Lawrence, thanks for joining us. We'll be in touch throughout this draft. We're going for a few hours here. So, give me your reaction once Atlanta picks, and then maybe we'll touch base.
Be back on here crying.
Yeah.
Crying tears of joy.
There you go. Well, either way, man, thank you for jumping on with us. And we'll see you soon. And everybody if you haven't already, everybody who's listening, we got a lot of guys in the chat right now. Casey, John Jansen's in the chat. We got Ivan in the chat. Definitely add Lord Don't Lose on Twitter. Anywhere else we can find you, by the way. I don't know if you're on Instagram or anything.
Yeah, I got Instagram, same name. Lord Don't Lose. So just hit me up on there. I'm always on the line, and I thank y'all for having me, man. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. We'll see you soon, buddy. Well, that was awesome.
He was great.
So he's awesome, man. The thing is, like, when you go on Twitter and you have people who have these opinions, whether it's about football or baseball or whatever sport, golf, some people they're almost like kind of annoying, what they're touting. And like Win Daily Sports, we do the tout thing. So we're inherently annoying to some degree too. But, Lawrence Jackson, he's just a different guy. And the production value on the videos he produces are really, really good. They're kind of short 1-2 minute snippets. And it's just a real honest, good take every time. And so every time he puts something out,
even home team, it's like, I can see why this would be happening. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. It's just all very well thought out. And I feel like on social media, you don't get whether it's sports or outside of sports, you don't get a lot of well thought out takes. So when I see somebody that's doing that, I'm like, oh, please come over here. That's pretty cool. So
you get a lot of well thought out takes by just people in general. So
you're right. No, you're actually
very refreshing. Especially very few things. It's like relationship in sports where guys are the most emotional human beings in the entire world. It's like we can't think outside. It's so hard for me to think really critically about the Ravens because I am such a big fan, and it's nice to hear his take on what he actually thinks is happening and what's best for the organization. And I was going to mention this, we were talking about the pick at 3. The truth is that no one has any idea except for the guys inside the war room. Can you imagine being in the war room and how absolutely stressful that must be, having that pick and having any possible scenario roll through, whether it's a quarterback, whether you trade back, whether you trade your player, there's infinite scenarios. It's got to be the most. I wish I could be a fly on the wall and just feel how it feels like to be in a war room.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think it's super interesting. The whole thing about a war room, what voices get heard and what voices don't get heard. I mean, you might have this amazing opinion, maybe a team called you and they offered you something, and it's really the head coach and GM that are only allowed to talk, and you're like, oh no, guys, if you just thought of it from this perspective,
hey man, yeah, it's gotta be.
Probably doesn't go well for that guy when he or she tries to speak up. I got some comments here. Let's see. Casey, this is the prevailing thought about Mac Jones. And I think part of it is, Mac Jones doesn't have elite arm strength. He's not a mobile quarterback. And if you don't have elite arm strength and you're not a mobile quarterback in today's NFL, I mean, the presumption is you're kind of a sitting duck back there. I think the wisdom on Mac Jones, if that's what it is that he's really good pre-snap. So he's not going to need to have a lot of the bells and whistles attached to him. He's just going to go through his reads. He's going to hit his target. And in let's say a Kyle Shanahan offense, for example, you got 2 good receivers. You got an elite tight end. I mean, if you just want to pitch and catch with a guy, he's probably the guy to do it. I don't know. Iggy, what are your thoughts?
Can you give me the last really good professional quarterback out of Alabama? Really?
No, I can't.
They're the best team in the country for a reason. They have as men playing college football. You've got some of the best. You've got some of the best wide receivers in the country. You've got some of the best offensive linemen in the country. You have some of the best players in the country every single year. Mac Jones, look again, D3 football, right? I no discredit to Mac Jones being an incredible Division I Alabama quarterback, but you're playing with elite level dudes. there's more margin for error. And there's a couple yards of separation that maybe other guys that are not playing with that level of talent get, that might be better suited at the NFL level because they've had to make their other players better. Mac Jones doesn't need to make the Slim Reaper any better. He's as good as he's going to get. The guy won a Heisman. Like, when you have those guys on your team, you don't need to make them better. If he's getting drafted in the top 5, he has to make the guys around him better. I don't know of an Alabama quarterback in recent history that's like, damn, that's a really good professional quarterback.
So just to interrupt your point there, and by the way, I think that's true for Alabama running backs too, in particular. Like, we've seen a lot of Alabama running backs kind of crash and burn, and it makes sense, right? The offensive lines are elite, and they're just they're creating so much space for you. You're not even seeing contact until 3-4 yards down the field. Right. And so when you're making a cut 4 or 5 yards down the field in space, you're going to look like really good doing it because you're already like close to a first down. It's one of those things that you have to look at, like the actual film, and see what were these guys actually contending with when they were, piling up all of these yards, whether it's a quarterback or a running back. With that said, listen, I have what I think is breaking news, but it's certainly not confirmed. I'm hearing that the Broncos have put together a package for Aaron Rodgers.
No
I'm
way.
not going to believe that until I see it, but I'm hearing it from a source that I trust. So it's not that I'm saying this actually happened already, but it just seems like there might be some momentum for that. And I think the guy who is breaking this is going to come onto the show later tonight. But it's what would you think if Aaron Rodgers went to the Broncos?
I can't imagine a world that exists where the Green Bay Packers let Aaron Rodgers walk out of the door. So strange to me. Like, I get Tom Brady. I get it. Dude's 100 years old. He's won 1 million Super Bowls. Like they were kind of blowing up that team a little bit anyway. Like, the Packers are still good. Like, they still have talent all over the field, and their defense is better than it was a couple years ago too. Like, they're going to compete, certainly in the division, but they're going to make the playoffs. They're going to make a run. Like, I can't imagine letting a guy like that go unless the package is absurd. What's the Denver's pick at 9?
Yeah,
I mean, you think a number 1 top tier quarterback's going to be there at 9?
I mean, it would be, the package would be probably a lot bigger than just that. But here's the argument on the other side.
As big as you want. It's Aaron Rodgers.
Well, the other side of the argument is if he's this disgruntled, then you probably only have him for another year, which is going to be the length of the rest of his contract. So it's like, I know he's leaving next year anyway. Do I get everything I can right now? And I don't know. LaFleur might be so arrogant to think that Jordan Love is actually a good quarterback, which I don't think he is. That maybe he's like, let me peddle this guy out and show everybody how smart I am and inherit a bunch of draft picks at the same time. But I don't know. I'm not reporting that that's what happened, but it looks like it's at least got some momentum. So we'll have to kind of wait and see. But Iggy, we have, listen, at 8:30, we have David Meltzer coming on. Iggy, I know you're very familiar with David Meltzer.
Yeah, what a beast.
For those of you guys that are listening right now, first of all, before I bring Jason Mizrahi on, because he's here with us as the draft starts. Okay, this is really important for everybody that's listening. Brian Marks, I see in there in the chat. Retweet the Win Daily Sports tweet that went out and get people to definitely start tuning in, like right about now, because Jason Mizrahi is coming on, but right after him is David Meltzer. For those of you not familiar with who David Meltzer is, he's a former agent. He runs a company with actually Warren Moon, former great quarterback. This guy, I mean, if you look at him on Instagram, Twitter, this guy has like 500,000 followers. He's a motivational speaker, an influencer. He's honestly amazing. And right after that, we have Mike North, we have David Bierman, we have from ESPN, we have Andrew Erickson later from Pro Football Focus. There's so many good guests. Like, now would be the time to get your friends kind of aware of what's going on here, because this is going to be a different show than what you're watching on NFL Network or ESPN. No disrespect to them, but you're going to get the same thing you've always gotten from them. So maybe just get some people. Let's carve out some momentum to get some people redirected here. But let's also bring on Jason Mizrahi. I want to get his comments. He might have some information on what was reported to me regarding, hey, Jason, is Aaron Rodgers getting traded? Do you have any inside info here?
No inside info yet, but I think it's real, man. I don't know if you guys follow the NBA. As soon as these high-profile players say they want out, they usually get what they want. And there's enough time. The season hasn't started. you saw what the Packers did in the draft the last couple of years, going out there, grabbing a quarterback, not really addressing the wide receiver position. And Aaron Rodgers went out there and somewhat failed, failed the team. The team failed him, however you want to look at it. And he wants out, man. When a primetime player like that in this day and age, 2021, wants out, he usually gets what he wants. So if they're going to make a move and if he definitely wants out, I wouldn't be shocked to hear that it happens now while, the team can readjust in the draft live and make some moves, because what better time to make a trade and get rid of him? You're not going to get as much leverage, a couple weeks out. You've seen in the NBA with Andre Drummond or other players, as time goes on and more news comes out and the rumors become true, then the leverage to the team goes down and down and down and down, and the value with Aaron Rodgers, it'll stay high. Don't get me wrong. He's a all-pro Hall of Fame quarterback, so they'll get their value out of him. But I think it's real, man. Once he comes out, it's not like you're joking around saying something and with your friends like, hey, I'm not coming out tonight, and then you show up. If you say on media and you report to Adam Schefter, these are like solid reporters. It's not like he's just hanging out. He got drunk one night and he's saying, yeah, I don't want to play in Green Bay no more. he published it out to the right people. It's out now. And you can't really come back from that. So I think it's real. I don't know where he lands. Denver, John Elway, he's already played in the cold. Maybe he feels like there's an advantage to stay in the cold. That division, it's a little bit tough. At times it could be tough. So I don't know. I don't know if it's Denver, but if he's out, I think he is out.
Well, Denver, go ahead, Iggy.
Like a Ricky Williams type trade, your whole future or the organization type trade. Like, do you think Aaron Rodgers commands that? Because for me, if I'm the Packers and I know how valuable that guy is, not just the talent on the field, but what he means to the Green Bay Packers as an entity, trading that guy is a monster move. And if you're not getting that type of package, I don't see it happening.
So here's my take, though. I think Denver can afford to maybe mortgage. They can't afford it, but I could see them mortgaging their future a little bit because, A, it's John Elway, and he hasn't had an elite quarterback since Peyton Manning, and he's kind of struck out and missed on a lot of guys. So now you get a guy that's definitely going to play at least 3 more years. You have KJ Hamler, you have Jerry Jeudy, you have Noah Fant, you've got decent running backs. If there was a time to strike for Denver, it's not a couple of years from now. It's when those contracts begin to be up, and then you're going to have to restructure certain things. I think now is probably the time. And as dominant as we think Kansas City is, I think that whole division outside of maybe the Vegas Raiders, I think both the LA Chargers and the Denver Broncos are going to be good regardless. You add Aaron Rodgers to that mix. And by the way, it makes sense for the Packers to ship him to an AFC team. You certainly don't want to ship him to the Niners and have to face him potentially in the NFC Championship, which of course the Packers wouldn't make with Jordan Love. Let's be real, but they might not know that. So I think it all kind of makes sense if Aaron Rodgers has made it very clear that he's not re-signing with them after this year is out. If he has made that abundantly clear, then I think if you're the Packers, you at least have to consider a huge kind of Ricky Williams type package for you.
Yeah, you send everything out. I said it the other day, quarterbacks, how many franchises have been missing a real quarterback for years, decades, and they just constantly struggle, constantly hit and miss in the draft, constantly not moving the ball down the field. You can't win without a quarterback in this league. So if one becomes available, that's a guarantee lock, not one of these draft picks, which, 9 out of 10 are going to go bust. This is Aaron Rodgers. So I think you give up whatever you have to give up. And I'm sure Sticks picks, Nick Bretwish, is going to be upset at you, see it, because he didn't mention his favorite wide receiver out of Denver, Courtland Sutton.
I know.
He forgot about that guy.
Well, so Seth is in the chat. Seth, big fan of Wendell. Actually, Seth is in one of my fantasy leagues, full disclosure there. Seth is actually super bright, and he's a big Courtland Sutton fan. And the fact that I forgot him is just so deplorable. I'm so ashamed of myself. So
he also said the trade request was his fiance's fault, which I think is hilarious.
Is that true? Is there something that his fiance did? I don't know if you remember, like Colin Kaepernick's girlfriend or fiance, when he was about to sign with your Ravens, Iggy, she said something super inflammatory about Ravens management, and Colin didn't even really call her on it. He just kind of let it go, and that really unraveled because the Ravens were actually going to sign him as a backup quarterback. But anyway, I mean, fiancés can definitely they can get involved. But Seth, thank you for that, and I don't have a name here, but thanks for retweeting. Appreciate that. And let's let's just get Brian Mark's comment in here. This is a lot of words here, but what he's really saying is he thinks Mac Jones is going to have a chip on his shoulder because of all this chatter about him, and that he's going to be a great quarterback. I'm not so sure he has a chip on his shoulder, but I think Mac Jones is Chad Pennington. I think he's a good quarterback. I think he's like, okay, if that has to be your starter, that's fine. But it's not going to be a guy that you're going to count on to win an AFC championship or a Super Bowl.
Yeah, we got to see, man. Really got to see. Do you guys have any bets going on for the draft? Did you take anything to or no? Because I got in late. I got a tip. I went in and got Kyle Pitts under 5.5. I got it at -160. And since I took it about a week ago, it's up to 250, 300, somewhere in that range. So I'm kind of happy about that. I'm going to look at this more seriously next year because the movement of these lines, 2 weeks out or even a week out from the draft have moved so drastically that I'm not saying it's a lock at this point, but there's some good value if we looked at this thing 2 weeks out or a week and a half out compared to where the lines are. Because Vegas, I think this is the one time that Vegas kind of takes a bath as far as the sharp bettors coming in and doing their homework and their due diligence to figure out where these guys are going to draft, where the chatter's around, where the rumors are around, and they attack it. And luckily, I got Pitts. I got a long shot, which I know it's not going to come through, but I heard rumors there is a slight chance, maybe 50-50, maybe 20%, maybe 5%. Maybe I can laugh at right now, but Kyle Pitts at number 3. There's some rumors that he might go there, so I got to have plus 5,000. It's kind of like your golf, first round leader bets. But if it pays out, I'll be happy tonight.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody trades up in that spot, I think it's likely. They'd have to they'd have to give a lot for that. But it's funny. I was on John Jansen, of course. He's with Win Daily Sports, also with Fox Sports Philly. I was on the radio with him last night, and he asked me, is there any value in taking Trey Lance plus 300 versus Mac Jones at the 3 pick, which was like minus, I can't remember what it was, minus like 180 or something. And I said, yeah, I mean, I wasn't like, you have to hammer it, but I was like, yeah, I think there's value there. This morning, he went from plus 300, Trey Lance, as the 3rd pick. He went from plus 300 to like minus 160. So talk about your line shifts. If you can catch a play like that before all the books adjust to it, because sometimes it's kind of like dominoes, like one book does it, then another book does it. And there's usually a window of a few minutes with a lot of these online books where you can actually catch them before they change, before they realize what has actually happened. I wasn't able to do that, but it's an interesting point you bring up, because whether it's the NFL draft or really anything else, like injuries, for example, or withdrawal from a golf tournament, a lot of times you can catch the book asleep. They have so many sports to manage, particularly right now with all the sports sort of happening at the same time. There's only so much manpower. It's not like a computer controlling everything. So I don't know. It's an astute comment. I want to show you guys this, though. How do we feel about that?
That's on you, man. You're the quarterback whisperer right now. I don't know enough about these guys to really give a hard stance on either or at this point. I'm going to go with your gut here.
Iggy, did you watch Kyle Trask at Florida this year?
Very little. I might lean on you too for this one. I don't have enough education or I haven't seen enough tape on Kyle to actually have an opinion.
So just to remind you guys, Kyle Trask was the Heisman basically front runner until about 3 or 4 weeks left in the season, when he lost a couple games and a couple of other guys emerged. But I absolutely think Kyle Trask is better than Mac Jones. Kyle Trask is 6'6". He's kind of like a Drew Bledsoe type in the sense that he's got like cement feet, like he's not going anywhere, but he's a good thrower. His mechanics are actually really good. And if you give him some time, just like a Tom Brady, Tom Brady's not exactly fleet of foot. If you give Tom Brady some time, he's going to be able to march the ball, matriculate the ball down the field. I think whoever gets Kyle Trask, which will probably be the 2nd or 3rd round, so we're talking tomorrow, not tonight, probably more likely early 3rd round, late 2nd, I think they're getting a gift. I genuinely think Kyle Trask is a starter in the NFL. And it's not a popular opinion I'm giving. I think that's the case.
So here's why I'm going to agree with you, but for completely non-football related reasons. And I think that's part of what's fun about having this conversation
I love it.
On this particular channel. Mac Jones is just kind of a frumpy looking dude.
Yes.
He's got some love handle. What is he, 21? He looks like he's 35, like in the middle. Like, it just like, I don't know if I want to trust the future of my organization with a dude that's built the way that he's built. I mean, like other quarterbacks that have been like that sort of look kind of frumpy historically have not really panned out particularly well in the NFL. And that is completely anecdotal and just my
No, it's not completely anecdotal. Okay, first of all, if you're Mac Jones or Mac Jones agent, you know that optics matter. Optics matter. Like, it's an obvious thing. Perception is reality. So he should know.
See, are we talking an Andrew Luck frumpy or Eli Manning frumpy?
Worse.
Or worse than both of them.
It's worse than Eli Manning.
This up. You guys said the Jake Paul fight?
I seen one of them.
I didn't watch it. No.
The most recent one, he knocked out the UFC guy. If you didn't watch it, then you won't get the reference. He looked like that guy. It looked like he was like it looked like he was photoshopped in the middle. Like, it's not good, you know? Like, for an athlete, it doesn't look great. I don't love it.
Yeah, I mean, the point I'm making though is, wouldn't you think that Mac Jones would maybe just try to get in shape in the offseason? I mean, wouldn't you think there would be some sort of program that he would adhere to, so that, like, if there were pictures from his past, like a year ago, where he's like looking frumpy or whatever it is, that he can kind of just show out like he's on some random field in a park somewhere and he's looking kind of cut up, like, even if it's just for a sliver of time. So maybe I'm reading into it too much, but Iggy, I don't think it's anecdotal. I think there's something to be said for a guy that's not like working his way into shape when it matters potentially the most.
I agree. And this is I think it's an unfair comparison, but the body type, and they're totally different human beings. But Jamarcus Russell had like a same like really like large middle. It didn't pan out. Again, so that part is very anecdotal, but it doesn't look great, and I don't love it if they don't take care of themselves to a certain degree before the optics matter.
Yeah, I hear you. So listen, we have a special guest coming on. We're going to go 4 wide because it looks like we have Mr. Is it Mac Jones?
Not Mac Jones.
Amazing. Good call, Mac Jones. Tony Cotillo from Fox Sports Philly. Tony, please introduce yourself to people who don't know you.
Tony J. Salcatillo, Fox Sports, a gambler, Heat Ratio Sports, fantasy guy, local guy, national guy, do a little bit of everything.
Yeah, well, man cave there too.
What's that? Thank you.
I need to learn how to talk with that flow. I was like, he's just like kind of talking, and I was like so engaged. I didn't even listen to the words that were coming out of his mouth. That's awesome stuff. Tony, so I don't know if you caught the back end of what we were just talking about, but basically talking about Mac Jones and what we think is going to happen with the number 3 pick. You might have seen, I know you're tied in with like the betting circles quite a bit, especially with Fox Sports Philly. So with that in mind, is Mac Jones going 3, or is it Trey Lance, or is it neither?
I don't know how you don't take Fields. I keep saying this. I don't get it. I think if anybody were to ask me, would I rather have Fields or Mac Jones, it would definitely be Fields. And especially with Kyle Shanahan, he's already had guys like Matt Ryan and Jimmy Garoppolo. Why would he want a more mobile guy for that offense and Justin Fields? So that I'm shocked with all the Mac Jones talk. I just don't know if it's a smoke screen or not, but it sure seems like that's who they're going to pick. But if it were me, I would absolutely go Fields.
Yeah.
My question to everybody here, what do you think about this curse about Ohio State quarterbacks, USC quarterbacks, all these big school quarterbacks, and why they don't pan out? And if you know the just basically the history that top end quarterbacks just tend to fail, the Aaron Rodgers, the Marinos, the Bradys who go late usually do better. And then you got some other skill position talents that usually pan out at the top. And we're not talking about them. We're only talking about these quarterbacks, which I would have to say, based on numbers and based on prior history, your fail rate on a top 5 pick of a quarterback is probably like 75%. Where at other positions, like whether it's a running back, tight end, or a defensive lineman, offensive lineman, the numbers don't lie. Like if you get a guy who runs a certain 40, can work out in the combine, they're just going to be good on the field. If they're a good person, you can just kind of rate them on that rate. So why is everybody so hyped on these quarterbacks when they're just failing 70% of the time, 80% of the time?
Well, Iggy had a thought as to why they were failing earlier in the show. Iggy, talk to us about that.
Yeah, and not to belabor the point, but they look at the talent around these top-tier quarterbacks who put up these gaudy numbers at Alabama and Georgia and Ohio State, these perennial, college football championship type programs. They have the ability to miss every now and then, right? To maybe not be quite as accurate, to not have the pressure on them, like you have a defensive lineman hanging over their back all day. Like I think there is And when you're drafting these guys, you take a look at what they can do in that particular frame of reference, right? That college football career. And they're incredibly talented. They're the best athlete. They're the best passer. That's great. But again, there is something to be said about having to get through that level of adversity and making other guys around you better. I think that's the one point that I'm going to stick with, is that they don't need to make the guys around them any better. They're already the best at what they do. And if I'm a skill guy, I just got to beat one dude. I just got to be faster than you, or I've got to be bigger than you, or I've got to catch the ball better than you. I got one dude to beat if I'm a wide receiver. If I'm a quarterback, I run the show and I run the entire offense. And again, it's my responsibility to lead my team. It's hard to lead a team when you haven't really had that level of adversity and you've got the most talented players around you all day, every day.
So, Tony, I want to get your thoughts here, but I want to add to that too, because if you're getting drafted in the top 3 or the top 5 or the top 10 or 11, you're sort of forced into action way before you deserve to be forced into action. I mean, if we're really thinking about this, even Herbert wasn't supposed to come on. It was because of an incident that happened with Tyrod is why Herbert came on. Tua should have never played with his hip injury and the fact that Ryan Fitzpatrick was in front of him. These guys get forced in because GMs and coaches want to be right so badly that they just pedal the guy out. They're like, I know this guy's legit. That's why I picked him this high. Let me throw him in there. If you get drafted 27th overall, where Aaron Rodgers was drafted, if you get drafted where Tom Brady was, or somewhere like where Kirk Cousins was, for example, you get to sit there and learn the game like the NFL draftees have been doing for decades upon decades upon decades. But now, because because management wants to prove themselves, prove their worth, and maybe hold on to their jobs, they throw these guys out to the wolves, and it's completely unfair. And the quarterbacks themselves, these young quarterbacks aren't going to say no. They're not going to say, hey, coach, I'm not really ready yet. I think I need a few more practice reps, a few more games to hold the clipboard. That's just not going to happen. So you're going to get coaches and GMs making poor decisions. Tony, any thoughts on this, though?
Yeah, I think one of the other reasons that they get thrown into action is the money value. I think a lot of people forget about that, right? Because at the end of the day, now we're in an NFL mindset where people are getting paid crazy money, right? So you need that quarterback. If he's going to be able, for his rookie deal at $1 million, be able to lead your team before you have to give him that $200-300 million deal, it's a completely different scenario than it was about 10-15 years ago. So I think that's the mindset. It's like, okay, pay everybody, like Patrick Mahomes before he signed a big money deal. He was the rookie, right? Under the rookie deal. Russell Wilson, same way. Lamar, I mean, the list goes on. So I think that's one of the reasons why they get forced into action as well.
Yeah, and I totally agree with that. Go ahead, Icky.
Comment and talk about like the business side of football, right? They want to sell jerseys. They want their fans to be excited. They want to come to games. Like, they want to be relevant in the media because that stuff helps them sell. And me as a business professional, I've worked with professional sports teams who I'm trying to spend sponsorship dollars with. It's a much different conversation if I'm talking to a team with Tom Brady versus a team with literally anybody else, right? Like, there is a revenue driving perspective that I think the business leaders inside of an organization also take to want to get that guy on the field, no doubt.
So here's what I'll say, because I think you can accommodate both things. Because if you're drafting a quarterback in the first round, it's a 5-year deal. You're going to exercise that fifth year option if he's a good quarterback. So you can at least sit him for most of year one, or maybe like in the Mahomes situation where he sat behind Alex Smith but came in really late in the season to kind of get his feet wet, if you will. So I think there's sort of like a common ground here where you don't have to start him week 1. You don't have to start him year 1, but if you do, maybe late in the season, and you're still going to get 4 good years under that rookie deal. And frankly, if you're playing the long game, I think that's better for the quarterback anyway. I don't think it's good for him to come in week 5 and get mauled because he's not understanding how the defenses are set up against him. So I appreciate all 3 of your points on that. I just think even with those dollars in mind, like, let them wait a little bit longer, because long term, I think it's going to pay off for you.
See, is there any question mark right now? This clock has been running on Jacksonville, and typically, like, the number 1 pick should be like set in stone. Is there any potential question mark here that they're going to back off of Trevor Lawrence here? Because it usually is a thing where it's like, let's get this show on the road, and why are they extending this clock so long at this point? I'm not listening to it live. I see it, but it's coming in now. All right, let's see what happens here.
I mean, this is ESPN and NFL Network and all the broadcast networks saying we're going to maximize our advertised dollars. Let's make this as long as possible.
Right? They want a couple extra commercials in here.
Absolutely. They also, this is a live event too, so they want people buying beers and drinks as well as long as they can.
If this isn't Trevor Lawrence, I
would laugh.
I think we'd have to end the show.
Also,
I wouldn't like say it's the wrong pick if they don't go Lawrence. I'm not like super impressed with Lawrence, but yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Also, I don't know how they do this on like ESPN, but I'm hungry, so I'll move.
All good, man.
I'm sure Booger or ESPN sneaks in a snack here and there. Don't worry.
Got to, bro. They're there for like 5 hours.
Yeah, that's right. Can you glide? Love how the clock still dwindles like the whole world doesn't know who Jacksonville is picking. Very astute comment. I mean, Jason, Tony, I want to ask you this. Jason and I were on SiriusXM Radio. We were on with David Meltzer, who's going to come on this show really soon. And I think I don't know if Jason really had an opinion on this one, but me and David Meltzer kind of thought, it's not that we think Trevor Lawrence isn't a great quarterback, but we do think he's overrated. I mean, I personally think he has some accuracy issues that his receivers bailed him out with. And just like other quarterbacks, I mean, he did play with elite players. I'm not so sure he's going to be this generational guy that a lot of people, I know we say that every draft because people want to use that word. I don't think he's there. I don't think he's that guy. What's your thought?
I don't think he has to be. Right. I think if you look at the track record for Jacksonville Jaguar quarterbacks, it's not like he has to set the world on fire to be like, we're not talking about, I don't think he's going to be that franchise turning quarterback, but I think he'll be enough. He has enough talent to be able to get them to where they want to be. Do I think he's going to be a Super Bowl winner one day? Probably not. But I think that the Urban Meyer crossover with Trevor Lawrence is going to be a pretty exciting thing in Jacksonville. Very young team, good defense. You got the James Robinson story, obviously, which was tremendous last year. So, yeah, I think he has enough tools to at least get them to the playoffs, which is obviously where they want to be.
Well, gentlemen and ladies and everybody listening, the pick is in. Trevor Lawrence is a Jacksonville Jaguar. Iggy, did you see that? Can you comment on his suit? It was like this olive kind of
going to. I was going to.
What do you think?
I don't know if are any of you guys wrestling fans, because he reminds me of Matt Riddle. He looks like Matt Riddle, which is a wrestler right now. He looks exactly like him in that suit.
So here's what I'll say that I like about Trevor Lawrence that I don't like about Mac Jones, that he just passes the eyeball test to me. You know what I mean? Like, he's an athlete. He's an athletic body. He's got he's got a great frame. I think he passes that just the optics test for me, and he always has. I don't love the suit. I don't. It doesn't look great on him. The flow is as good as it's ever been. I don't think you can argue about the flow. But,
it's that he's got that Zach Morris haircut, man.
Nice reference. Okay, speaking of flowing and his flowing hair, you know who else passed the optic test who had flowing hair like Trevor Lawrence? None other than Blaine Gabbert. I'm just saying. I'm not. You can read into that however you want. I'm just saying that they kind of look alike. They have the same hair and they passed the optics test, and they're going to bad teams. I'm just saying.
Oh, poor Sam Darnold. The headlines, like, dude, people are brutal, man. Again, like, I know it's a more modern reference, but like, the internet just doesn't lose, man. It's immediate. If something happens to you, man, it's just, you're fucked. It's immediate, dude.
Yep.
It is immediate. Tony, we got the second pick coming up. I think we all know it's Zach Wilson. Do you have any thoughts there? Is Zach Wilson going to translate to the NFL?
I don't know, man. I think out of all the quarterbacks, it's the one guy who's driven to be a bust in my potential. So, I mean, out of all the arms and all the quarterbacks, I think he's the one question mark to me. Obviously, we can rate them on a rating scale. If they're going to be great, they're going to be average. But if you're talking about number 2 overall pick, you have to be sure the Jets can't screw this up, man.
Yes, they can.
I'm saying they can't afford to screw this up, right?
I know what you meant, yeah.
So, Zach Wilson, I'm iffy, man. I don't know. I
agree with that. I mean, so I watched Zach Wilson later in the year, but didn't really watch like enough football to know whether his team was really. Is it him? Is it the offense? Is it the competition? Like, what made him so good?
Well, a lot of it is the competition, but he's really good at buying time, breaking the pocket. His arm strength is pretty good too. So, I mean, honestly, to me, he kind of seems like a reincarnation of Sam Darnold. But the slight difference is I think Zach Wilson's a much better decision maker, particularly in the pocket, than Sam Darnold. So I actually think that translates really well at the NFL level. Like they're both going to make mistakes, but I think Zach Wilson's going to be a little closer to the vest. I think I kind of compare him to like Brett Favre-ish. Not that he's like going to be that good, but that's sort of the style that he plays. I don't know. It could work. I mean, honestly, in that system, I'm with that head coach. I'm not so sure any quarterback can succeed, but that's just.
I mean, that's my thing, right? It's like, I mean, what else do they have? I can't name you like 3 Jets on offense. I don't think.
Yeah,
the Jets will screw this up, man. Whoever they end up taking, they'll screw this up. I can guarantee you that.
Hey, Tony, are you around later in the night? Are you watching this all night? What's your
Absolutely.
story?
I'll be around all night, man.
Can we bring you back later on?
Sure, absolutely.
Awesome. Okay,
Yes.
we'll get your comments on all of this stuff later on. Thanks for joining us now, and I'm excited to talk to you later on, buddy.
Sounds good, man. See you, fellas.
All righty, see you. All right, so we have a very, very, very special guest. Everybody, you guys are going to know this guy, hopefully. So his name is David Meltzer. He may or may not be on mute when I bring him on, so we'll see. I'm going to bring him on right now. He is at David Meltzer. Iggy, you're friends with him. Jason, you're friends with him. I'm lucky enough to be friends with him. And this is one of the best guys in the business, outside of the business, just in general. And his name is David Meltzer. And it looks like you're at the draft.
I'm at the draft.
Live at the draft.
I gave up my second row seat. Miles is down there with Jakey Bakey, and I came up here to talk to you guys.
Wow. Well, thanks for the time. First of all, tell us about the draft. What's going on?
You know what? It's cold, it's rainy, it's Cleveland, but there's a lot of excitement in the air. I think we're gonna have some really, from what I hear now that I'm here, some upset picks. You know, this is a Buckeye town, so they're talking Justin Fields surprise, just like I was earlier in the week. We'll see what happens. The Aaron Rodgers news is big. I guess it's almost a lock he's gonna sign with Denver.
Oh, wow.
So tell us what you're hearing, because we heard some scuttlebutt about that as well. Any sources that you can lean on that, not, you don't have to say them, but that actually kind of verified that?
Michael Irvin was one I saw earlier who was pretty darn sure that was going to happen. And then a couple other guys kind of shook their head like they knew what was going on. And the deal was pretty much done, which is funny because they have now Teddy and Aaron. I don't think there's any surprises on the first 2 picks here, but they, you know, like I said, the only other thing they're talking about is Justin Fields here, but who knows? Oh, also, who's going to drop? I can't even remember. Sorry.
Trey Lance, maybe Mac Jones.
Trey Lance, Mac Jones, Kyle Pitts, hopefully not.
Who's it? Hold on, I got my agent here. Who's dropping in the draft?
There he is.
What's up, Dave?
He said Jalen Waddle.
Oh, he's dropping. Oh, interesting. So we might have had some breaking news from David Meltzer himself, former agent, partner with Warren Moon. David Meltzer is telling us it looks like from his sources that Aaron Rodgers may be headed to Denver, like we reported earlier, courtesy of John Jansen, and that Waddle might be dropping a little bit further than people expected. David, what else is going on over there?
You know, it's just a lot of excitement. I think this football season is going to be remarkable. I've been to a lot of drafts. You know, with COVID even, this is one of the most exciting drafts where the energy is so high. People are so excited. People are here from all over the country, which I found surprising as well. They're in the stadium. They're in the theater. They're out on the pad here. It's just packed, and it's freezing. It's rainy. So leave it to Cleveland to pull it off.
David, football stuff aside, number one, it's great to see you. You look fantastic. Football stuff aside, how does it feel to be like in a stadium with people, like being around football again? Just like give us like the human experience right now.
You know, I've been around football my whole life, and there's like people in tears. It's so much fun to you know, have the NFL experience back, to be outside. The stadium has tons of people in it. The theaters have tons of people. You just know that this season's going to be incredible, especially the AFC West, it looks like.
Well, I was going to follow up with you there. If Aaron Rodgers goes to Denver, I mean, I think the Chargers are an emerging team. I think with the right pieces, they could really kind of contend. But, I mean, they're in trouble if Aaron Rodgers heads to Denver. You'd agree, right?
I totally agree. I think those teams are all in trouble because Kansas City, Denver, Raiders, and Chargers are going to beat each other up. And, if everybody splits, everybody gets 4 extra losses or 3 extra losses, it can really change your playoff chances. So I do think whoever comes out of the West is going to be tough to beat.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you think?
Got their guy here. David, what's up with pick number 3? What do you think happens here at pick 3?
What happens? I'm trying to get a better reception. What happens to who?
Pick number
3.
Oh man, I knew this would happen. There's too many people on their cell phones.
Well, Cleveland doesn't have any cell phone
everyone
towers.
a view though.
David, we were saying,
No.
what do you think is going to happen at pick number 3? Is it going to be Trey Lance, Mac Jones? Who's it going to be the next pick?
Trey, I think it's going to be Mac Jones actually, and the Niners are laughing. So we'll see.
Interesting. All right.
Yeah.
That's great, David. Okay, so tell us what are you doing the rest of the draft? Like, are you going to be in there like until the whole all 32 picks?
No, I'm working with Female Quotient. We're over at Progressive Field. We have interviews for the playbook right on the field. It's going to be incredible. We have panels for unprivileged kids, for equity, social justice. So I have full packed schedules tomorrow and on Saturday, utilizing Progressive Field for a bunch of content. And we've been packed over there working with the Female Quotient. Some incredible people are coming over there. And, you know me, I'm all about the content.
David, do you mind dropping the link for the Female Quotient somewhere? Maybe on the tweet that's going around for this actual show. Do you mind maybe in the comments just dropping the link so we can kind of learn a little bit more about that?
Yeah, we'd love to do that. We'll drop the link for Female Quotient. We'll tweet it as well. I really appreciate you guys having me on. I know the technology side of it is a little bit difficult, but I wanted to give everybody a feel for what's going on here. As you can see, this is outside. Look how many people are just outside.
Yeah.
When I walked outside, it is, jam-packed every inside opportunity that you have.
David, we really appreciate you coming on, stepping outside to show everybody kind of what's going on with the NFL Draft 2021. We'll see you really soon. Appreciate everything, man.
All right,
Thanks,
Justin
buddy.
Fields. Justin
Have a good
Fields,
weekend, man.
Still my pick.
Later, man.
See ya.
See you guys later. Thank you.
What a fucking nice guy, man. What a stud.
He's the best. I mean,
people.
He really, everybody who knows David knows he's, and you guys know him better than I do. He's busy 100% of the time. And the fact that he steps out to do this for us, and the fact that every single Saturday night he steps away from whatever he's doing, whether it's family related or business related, and comes onto the Win Daily Show on SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio and gives us 20, 25 minutes of his time every single Saturday. I mean, it's really amazing. And Jason, that's because of the bond you have forged with him over the years. And he's such a class act. I don't know what else to say about him. He's a class act, period.
Yeah, really good dude, man. Always helping out. And he's out there with his son. So he left his son out there at the draft to come out and hang out with us. And looks like the Jets probably messed up their pick. We're just going to safely assume that Zach Wilson is not going to be a good quarterback in the NFL.
Right, can I give you my non-football related reason why I don't like this guy? And part of it might just be spiteful.
You don't like
What
his
is
time.
He's too pretty, man.
Oh.
Yeah.
What adversity has this guy gone through? He's guy in the draft. He's got a great football team around him. Dude, I don't like it. I hate it.
Iggy, you saying someone is too pretty is a little rich.
Look at the guy, dude. He's like a little Kindle. There's no this guy has not had a stitch of difficulty in his very privileged life. I don't like it. It doesn't make for good quarterback.
All right. Well, he's not. If that's the case, he's not going to like the New York media. So he'll be driven out of town.
For sure.
He'll be driven out of town faster than Darnold.
Yeah, that was just me. I don't like it.
What's my chances right now? What are you giving me?
Well, so I know you have the Pitts pick, but that's not going to happen if that's what you're asking about. But I think
no shot.
No
At
shot.
Plus 5,000, no shot.
I respect the bet, but no, I don't think you have any shot. There's a reason it was plus 5,000. But I will say that I do think he's getting drafted. I think you're going to win that under 5.5 bet. I think he's going 4, and if he doesn't go 4, I would suspect maybe somebody trades up with Cincy and grabs him at 5 and just gives Cincy, a 3rd round pick and they swap picks. Like Cincy falls like maybe 1 or 2 spots and gets Penei Sewell or something like that. So I'm really curious to see if Atlanta takes Pitts. But Iggy, what's your call here? Is it Mac Jones or Trey Lance?
Again, you know why I don't like Mac Jones. I think it's Trey Lance here. And again, from a football perspective, his stock has risen so much in the last 24 hours. I don't know what they're looking at. I don't know if it was I'm watching ESPN. They're paying it.
Sick move. Yeah, sick move by Mac Jones.
Yeah, they're paying it to Justin Fields. And I mean, if I'm San Francisco, I'm not taking Mac Jones. I don't like it. I'd rather go with Lance and Jones at this pick. I'd rather go with Fields than either one of them at this pick. But it's not Mac Jones for me.
Yeah, Jason, what do you think? Mac Jones, Trey Lance, or someone else?
I think it's Kyle Pitts, man. I'm going to root for myself. I want to make some money right now. Forget about Mac Jones. Let's go off the beaten path, man. Let's go with the best guy available. These 2 quarterbacks.
I like that.
I don't. This is the one thing I don't understand, right? I'm not an analyst. I'm not out there scouting players, but like, how do you change your mind 24 hours before the draft when there's been like 4 years of tape on this guy? There's 5 years. You watch him in high school. You watch him through his whole college career. And then like 24 hours before you decide you're going to make a switch and this guy is the best guy, whether it's number 3, number 5.
Two things.
Or maybe they're just playing games, as cat and mouse games, and they're just saying they like this guy and they go a totally different direction to throw the other teams off, which possibly is the reason.
2 things. I think it's Trey Lance. And the other thing I wanted to say is it's that back end reason you were talking about. 99% of the time, especially when it comes to the quarterback, they know who they're going to pick. And it's just all kinds of smoke screens and stuff like that. Now, I'll give you this. There was really no incentive for San Francisco to create a smoke screen because we knew Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson were going first 1 and 2. But you never know, man. I actually think Kyle Shanahan is always a couple steps ahead of everybody else. Maybe he got wind that somebody else might want to trade up and pick a Mac Jones. So he's going to say, hey, I love Mac Jones. And so somebody, gives him an extra 2nd round pick to trade up with him 1 spot or something like that. So I think this one's Trey Lance. It looks like the pick is in. It's coming in. This is going to these next 2 picks sort of shape the rest of the draft.
Let's go.
Roger Goodell steps to the stage. I'm assuming they're booing him every time, but I have it on mute.
Most likely, yeah. Gotta be.
And the pick is
Trey Lance. Damn.
Yeah.
Here we go. All right. I said it yesterday that plus 300 was there was some value there, and it looks like that actually came to fruition. By the way, for those of you listening, I'm sort of head of the Win Daily Sports PGA team. And if you watch the PGA live stream on Tuesday night, I always give out 5 first-round leaders and 5 outright picks. Keegan Bradley at 80-1 was one of my first-round leader picks. Again, this was broadcast on Tuesday night. And a bunch of people cashed in, including other Win Daily Sports people that are on different shows that had the same pick, which was Nick Bretwish and Spencer Aguiar. They had that pick without even listening to our show. So, guys, jump on windailysports.com. It's a fun family over there. So make it happen. Oh, and the outfit here. Okay, Iggy, we need some. Have you seen this suit? It's actually kind of fly. I like it.
This is the guy who's got some confidence here walking into a huddle, all right?
Yes.
I like this. Another guy that passed the eyeball test for me. I like it. Mac Jones is wearing like a Men's Warehouse ill fit. I know he is. It's gonna be gross.
It's gonna be bad. It's like, yeah, the shirt's not gonna fit. It's gonna be like too big, and the sleeves are gonna be weird.
Yeah, they told him that he was gonna like the way he was gonna look, and they guaranteed it.
So we have 6.5 minutes before the next pick. I think we have. Who do we have coming on at 9? Oh, Mike North is going to come on.
He's a big dude, huh?
Who? Oh, yeah, he's a big dude.
He's a big man walking down here. Jesus.
6'3", 224.
He's a big man. What are these linebacker quarterbacks, dude? It doesn't make any sense to me.
Wait, say it again. What's what?
These linebackers that play. I mean, like Cam Newton's an absolute freak.
Josh Allen,
monster. Like these guys are massive.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of them don't pan out. I mean, these are pretty balls he's throwing. I'm going to go on record and just say I'm not in love with Trey Lance, and I don't think he's going to be a starting level quarterback in this league. That doesn't mean he's never going to start. I'm just saying he won't be a consistent starter in this league because I don't think he's going to be able to put the entire game together. But
you think they took him this year to play this upcoming season?
line, yes, dude, for sure. Jimmy
Trey
G.
Lance is starting.
Yeah, he's not going to
Starting
start.
this year.
Jimmy G's. Wait. You think Trey Lance starting or Jimmy G starting?
Jimmy
I'm
G.
asking you. I don't know who is starting.
No, I agree. I think it's Jimmy G for this year, and then it's going to be Trey.
All right.
One thing I'll say, so my buddy that I train with here in LA, who's my trainer, also trains Chase Young. And for people who like watch football on TV, these guys are obviously amazing athletes. There is something to be said about these grown as men when you stand next to them that is insane. If there are people who are watching who have not like stood next to a guy that's like 6'4", 260, that's like made of bricks, it makes you feel so inadequate. It's unbelievable, dude. So like seeing this guy on TV, he looks like a big guy. In person, he is an absolute freak show. They are absolute monsters. It doesn't make any sense. And for these guys to be running around at like 4.3, 4.4 speed and hitting people, it's
Scary.
I actually have a question for you. Why we have a little downtime before Atlanta picks, and so here's Josh Circa. He doesn't think any of these quarterbacks are going to be anything. Which honestly, I don't think that's I don't think that's a super hot take. I think that's perfectly reasonable. I mean, I don't know about they won't do anything, and then here's Casey. I think he's telling David Meltzer, hit up Slimans while you're in Cleveland. Casey is a big time Cleveland fan, as you can see by the picture there. Hey Iggy, can I ask you something?
Hit me.
Totally unrelated to football.
Oh.
Because you were talking about how like you're standing next to some guy and it's like just kind of weird. Forget about the inadequate comment, but like, okay, you're on The Bachelorette, right?
Here we go. It's coming.
And you know how like you get into the house. I mean, I guess the way it goes is you meet the person, like the woman, and then you walk into the house. And there's just a bunch of dudes in the house. Like eventually they all come into the house and there's like 30 people in the house or 25 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
What's that like when you're like, everybody's sizing each other up and it's a bunch of dudes that like, are, probably like attractive dudes, confident dudes, some cocky, some not cocky, whatever it is. What is that feeling like when you're kind of standing in that room and kind of like looking around?
It's a really good question. If I had 100% of my memory, I wish I could like relay it back to you. You are hammered by the time it's surprising to me that more guys don't stumble out of that goddamn limousine. Because I'm so nervous, dude. Like I'm not an actor. Like all of a sudden there are 50 people running around. There's like mics all over the place. There's these massive bright lights. Like you're on set for a real massive production. You have no idea what's going on. So you start downing booze immediately just to like get through the evening. It ends up kind of being kind of a fun time because you're just hammered with some dudes that you're meeting for the first time. And the girl, to be dead honest with you, it kind of goes out the window. You're just like trying to just exist in this weird bubble that you've been put in. So it's not as nerve-wracking as you think because you've had enough alcohol to just kind of numb the nerves away.
So did you sort of like pick out a couple guys or just like start talking to a couple guys and they sort of became your friends initially because of that first night you happened to be just like kind of BSing with them?
I don't like people as like a rule. So there were a couple other guys that were like, yeah, I don't really like people either. And those are my guys. No, I think just like any other scenario, you just like, I can have a 2-minute conversation and be like, I'm not going to love this guy. You know what I mean? Like that's not my guy. And it happens very quickly, like the same as at a party or whatever else. You're like, all right, cool. This guy's all right. Like I'll actually engage in conversation. But real quick, the other like 29 guys, you're just like, I'm good. You could, yeah, I'm all right.
That is super, super interesting. So it looks like, and by the way, that probably won't be my last Bachelorette question. I think probably Bachelorette Nation is probably watching. They want to know some of this stuff. It truth is, I kind of want to know all of this stuff. So I think it's super interesting. So the Atlanta Falcons pick is in, and as soon as this comes in, we're going to bring Joel. Go ahead.
I said, shit, this is interesting. This is an interesting one. Like the draft is interesting here.
100%. I totally agree. Once this pick is made, we're going to comment on it real quick. We're going to bring in Joel Schreck. He's going to come on before Mike North comes on, and Mike North should be here in about 10 minutes. So looking forward to that. So who do you guys think it is? Kyle Pitts?
Pitts, right? Yeah, this has to be Pitts, right? He's the best player in the draft right now.
Yeah, it's a tight end at the end of the day, though, so they could go in a different direction. I doubt they take Mac Jones and, the successor to Matt Ryan.
If they take Matt Jones, that would be an absolute nightmare for them.
Yeah, and there's not a defensive player that's good enough to take right here. You could take a tackle. You could take an offensive lineman, but I don't think that would be my second guess, like a Penei Sewell.
Yeah, I think Kyle Pitts is the best player available. I think they take Kyle Pitts.
I agree with you. And Jason, I know you're rooting for this.
They better do that.
Jason has money on this, so.
All right, well, we're rooting for it. Who was that other guy in Atlanta that played tight end that was real good?
Gonzalez. Tony.
Oh,
Yeah, they got Pitts. There you go.
Yeah, there you go. Okay,
you're going to be talking about this suit, too, because this thing is the ugliest suit. It looks like a Mighty Ducks uniform that he's rocking right now, man. This is terrible.
So I think I found on it for people who are watching live. What's this guy sitting on the couch thing that they're doing? What's happening?
Oh yeah, whoever's watching the draft, if there's any good or funny commentary or interesting commentary, throw it in the chat. Let us know because we're watching this thing on mute.
Very strange.
Okay, just to reiterate, Kyle Pitts, tight end from Florida. He was a junior last year, 6'6", 245 pounds, runs a 4.4440, has the wingspan of. It's actually a bigger wingspan than Calvin Johnson. And by the way, Calvin Johnson's 40 time was a 4.4 flat. So he runs 0.04 seconds slower than Calvin Johnson. And he's a little bit bigger than him. And he's he's a tight end. I mean, he's not even a receiver. I mean, this guy is going to be incredible. And now it's going to be on the Bengals. Screw up there, but go ahead.
So here's why I like this quite a bit. Again, athletically, the best guy in the draft right now.
Sure.
If you look at really successful teams, right, they've got a number of pieces in place. Sure, Travis Kelce, the offense runs through him primarily. I mean, again, you've got a quarterback back there, but the offense runs through that guy. And I think historically, if you've got a beast matchup at tight end, it really does a lot for the rest of your offense because you've got to put a linebacker on him. Maybe you bring a safety down on him. Maybe you're double teaming this guy, and all of a sudden your mediocre to good wide receivers now have one-on-one matchups they can win on the outside. Like, let's not discredit the impact a stud athlete can have at any position. I think this pick. I think.
And what they're showing on TV right now too, like these tight ends these days, like a Darren Waller type, they can go out there into the slot, or they can go out there and line up as a wide receiver.
Yep. And
they have a extreme mismatch now. If you put a linebacker out there and this guy runs a post pattern, he just burns them down the field. So that's what I was saying. Like, why take a quarterback who is most likely going to be a bum in the number 3 pick and not take some guy at a tight end position that's most likely a lock guarantee to be a really good player?
Well, because
to your point, they're showing on ESPN right now that a third of his snaps were in the wideout spot, another third in the slot, and then, slightly more than a third, but at tight end, at the traditional, hand down tight end position. So to your point, he's all over the field.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be like cliche about this, but tight ends improve franchises, but quarterbacks literally change franchises. So if you think you have a change franchise quarterback, then you kind of have to take him. No matter the fact that you're right, Kyle Pitts is other than injury, it's kind of a guaranteed mismatch. And by the way, a mismatch with Julio Jones on one side and Ridley on the other side. I mean, I don't understand. Like, a defensive coordinator has got to be like, when they see Atlanta Falcons on the schedule, like, there's not much they're going to be able to do. I want to get Joel's thoughts on this. We're going to bring him in before Mike North. Mike North is probably going to be here in about 5 minutes. Let's add Joel Schreck from WinDailySports.com. Probably our biggest money winner over the last year. I shouldn't even say probably. I mean, Nick Bretwish has won a ton. We've all won a ton, right? But this guy is just insane. Joel, he's in a cave. Tell me, what do you think?
Are you in Cleveland? Where you at, bro?
What's up, fellas? I'm on a rooftop right now, but I couldn't miss this show. I'm too excited to get on. I'm with you. Listen, Kyle Pitts looks like he's going to be really good at football, but I mean, I'm thinking about this. First of all, I'm laughing at how they're showing like Madden ratings when they give each player the athleticism 99 production. I was like, this is a new thing. We're getting that on the screen, but actually, let's look at the NFL right now, right? Let's look at all the best tight ends. Kittle was not a first-round pick. Hooper was not a first-round pick. TJ Hawkinson was a top 10 pick. Would you want him again? Probably not, right? So I'm just looking at tight end position, and I'm just thinking about it's a lot of similarities to running back, right? You can find guys here or there. Some of these guys end up panning out at the 4th overall pick. I probably would have wanted someone at a more premium position than tight end.
Well, I think, but Kyle Pitts is so different though, because Hawkinson is a tight end, period. Kyle Pitts is like a tight end wide receiver hybrid, and you don't really get a lot of that. So I think, and when you're talking about the Falcons, it's almost like an embarrassment of riches now. And honestly, and we were talking about this with Lawrence Jackson before the draft started, it's like you can't cover these guys now. Like, you have given Matt Ryan license to like really kind of make it now because you can't cover those three guys. You just can't do it.
I mean, yeah, their offense does. I mean, they're going to be scary. That's a lot of weapons on one team. That's going to be a tough team to stop. Listen, if they go up 28-3, maybe they'll be able to keep the lead.
Oh, ouch. Oh, man. That's the second time that's gotten brought up on the show today, believe it or not. Yeah, that's amazing.
I don't know, like physically, not his hands. He has great hands. Physically, kind of reminds me of Martellus Bennett. You remember him? Big. This is big, like hulking.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like physically reminds me of Martell Bennett. Obviously, his hands they look much better, but just he's such a physical presence.
Yeah, Martellus Bennett was really good. I mean, he kind of.
He was.
I don't think he really kind of succeeded like he probably wanted to. I mean, he had, I think, a lot greater potential than he actually lived out. But yeah, I mean, I actually think that's a pretty good comp. Obviously, Kyle Pitts is more athletic, but Martellus Bennett was very athletic. So not taking anything away from him there. Joel, we have the Cincinnati Bengals on the clock, which every time they pick, I'm always like, okay, here we go. Because they always sort of like make the wrong pick. I think Penei Sewell is the pick here because they need to beef up that offensive line and not get their star quarterback killed. With that said, Jamar Chase, who played with Joe Burrow, is on the board. They just drafted T. Higgins early second round last year. They have other receivers, even though A.J. Green left, they have other receivers that are there. Tyler Boyd, Auden Tate, I believe, is still there. What do you think they do?
I think they're going to take Chase, unfortunately. I'm with you. I think they should be taking Sewell. Listen, you have a guy that looks like you hit on at quarterback, which isn't easy to do, who has an injury. You need to protect him.
ACL, though, yeah, that's right.
You know, and if this is like a franchise guy and he keeps getting taken hits like he did last year, that's just not going to work. So, and I like they have receivers. It's not like they don't have any guys to throw to. They got some guys already in Boyd. They got the guy from Clemson last year too. They got some guys they can throw to. So if it were me, I think I would go with Sewell here, but I do think it's going to be Chase.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and so I have this comment here. I mean, I just. And first of all, Jimmy Wagner, thank you for watching. I can't disagree with this comment anymore. I mean, I just can't because you can't just say, oh, there's going to be a decent offensive lineman in the second round. There's like 3 or 4 really good offensive linemen in this draft, particularly in that tackle area. And they're all probably going to go in the first round or early second, which I guess to your point, maybe one is going to be there. But I don't think so. I mean, I think Penei Sewell is an absolute beast. And I don't think you can pass that up. You have weapons already on the outside. You have a good running back. Getting a left tackle is hard. There's only like probably 5 or 6 really, really good left tackles in the league. And when you get one, they stay your left tackle for like 10 or 11 years. So I know you want to build like a fantasy football team, but I'm telling you, that's not how you build a franchise. And it's why teams like the Washington football team, for example, who I'm a big fan of, they're drafting interior line, whether it's the defensive line or the offensive line. And now they're starting to become a good team because they've built that up.
I mean, we talked about it right when it came on, right? Ravens Chiefs trade. They got one of the best 5 tackles in the game, probably in Orlando Brown Jr. They traded a first round pick.
Right. Yeah, I agree. Orlando Brown, he's 33. What do you think of that trade, Iggy? Were you happy about that trade? What did you think with the Ravens move there? Okay.
I mean, you're giving away Orlando. I mean, he didn't want to play. He wanted left tackle money, which I get it. It's a business. Go make your money, dude.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look at that division, I think the Ravens are, depending on how they draft and how the defense kind of pans out, but they'll be in the hunt, right? They'll be in the playoff chase. Do I want to see the Chiefs with a better O-lineman? Absolutely not. I don't want to see the Chiefs with any other offensive weapon, whether it be an O-lineman or the fucking water boy that runs. I don't care. I don't want them to have anything extra. And the fact that it came from me, it just hurts different. I don't like it.
Yeah.
Unless we get a home run with pick 32, then I might change for some reason, but I don't even know what we're looking at.
No, Iggy, I'm with you. They should have traded him just to another team, a team that they're not directly competing with, right? Like anyone else, it would have been fine. But yeah,
literally anyone. Steelers, I don't care. Go ahead. Just not the fucking Chiefs, man. I can't do it. It hurts.
They took Chase, just to let you guys know. In New York, we get a quicker pick, and they go ahead and take Chase, man.
Wow.
Which they really don't need, man. They had wide receivers for days. Pretty shocking, man.
In fact, I don't even think they should have taken T. Higgins in the early second round. I think T. Higgins is great, but I don't think that was a need for them. I just think Cincinnati is so interested in the flash, and they don't know how to build a team. If the Miami Dolphins don't run and just go ahead and take Penei Sewell, they're absolutely crazy. That is 100% the pick right now.
Yeah, that's a great pick.
With that said, Joel, I think I'm going to let you go. We're going to bring on Mike North. If you want to come back on later in the show, let us know, man, and we'll bring you back on. Remind me, is it who do you root for again? Who's your team, Joel?
The New York Football Giants.
Oh, gross. I'm wearing New York blue. I have no idea why. All right,
the level of formality of it was awesome.
Well, we may bring you back after that pick. I know Keith Kavanaugh, I believe he's a Giants fan too. He's coming on later on the show as well. So we'll talk to you soon, though, Joel. Thanks for joining us.
Awesome, fellas. Have a good one.
Thanks, man.
Later, man.
Unrelated to football, dude's got some swag. He looks great. I love him.
He's definitely amazing. And, he's sort of been out of our consciousness a little bit because he sat out the year. He decided he didn't want to play, which was an extremely smart decision, which, by the way, that reminds me, Travis Etienne could have left last year from Clemson. For those of you that don't know, he's probably one of the top 3 running backs. I think most people would make the argument he's one of the top 2. I think he's probably the top guy in terms of all-around game. But with all that said, he decided to play his senior year at Clemson, kind of like Bryce Love did at Stanford. And Bryce Love tore his ACL that senior year at Stanford. And for the record, fast forward 4 years, and he just got let go by the Washington football team because, you blow out your knee and sometimes you're not the same. Am I taking crazy pills? Like, why would you ever, as a running back, play out your senior year when you're going to be one of the top 3 running backs taken in that next NFL draft? Somebody explain that to me.
I would never do it. Especially in football, maybe in basketball where you're feeling a little bit like it's not as much of a contact sport, but I think all these kids should go out. The worst one was the guy I forgot his name, but the guy from Ohio State, I think it was what was his name? The quarterback who won a national championship came out of nowhere.
Yes.
Backed him up, and then he decided he would have went top 5 in the draft that year, comes back and loses his starting job. And I think he's in the league, but never panned out to anything when he could have been a top 5 pick and got super money.
You're 100% right. His name is Cardell Jones. And honestly, he's not in the league anymore.
He's in the XFL. Yeah.
Yeah,
XFL.
I don't think he's on a roster.
Oh, no. I think I might be in the XFL.
All right, you know who is in the league, in the WinDailySports.com league? It's none other than Mr. Mike North. So now's the time, guys. Turn up the volume. This is going to get a little crazy. We have Mr. Mike North coming on the broadcast. How we doing, sir?
Can you hear me?
Oh,
Hello.
yeah.
Roger this, Roger that. Hey, what's up, Iggy? Good to talk to you, my friend. I heard you talk. Hey, what's up, Jace? What's up,
Mike?
I heard you talking about the Bachelorette. I jotted down some things.
I can't get a chat with you, pal.
Yeah, the last time I was a bachelor in 1976, a house was $43,000. Gas was 59 cents a gallon. A dozen eggs was 85 cents. Are you catching my drift? That was many, many decades ago, ladies and gentlemen.
It's a little bit of a different game now, Mike.
Oh, my God. I heard you talking about the private jets and stuff like that. And, I've been fortunate enough to do that a few times. There's nothing better. Once you travel in a private jet, then you stand in line at an airport. You're going, wait a minute, and then you realize you did it once, maybe twice. Are you going to do it again? Maybe someday, but standing in line is what you're going to end up doing anyway. What's up, fellas? What's going on?
Mike, how are you? What's going on in Chicago? Is Chicago excited about this draft? What's going on? Hey, are they excited that Aaron Rodgers might leave? And are you buying into that narrative?
I'm not really buying into it, but if he does, he wants to pull a Tom Brady type of situation. I think he won his one Super Bowl. Brady's won 6. But I think Aaron Rodgers looks at Green Bay and he sees, I did my one, just like Brett Favre. When you look at it, Aaron Rodgers is basically the 3rd greatest quarterback in their franchise's history after Bart Starr and Brett Favre. So I'm hearing Denver he might go to. I'm hearing other things. I think he wants to go somewhere else and maybe start something new. I think Brady opened those eyes last year that it's possible to do. But Brady's a different animal. You saw with Tampa Bay this year. They're the only team I can remember in the recent Super Bowl era, guys, that has not lost anybody from last year's team. They've re-signed everybody. They brought back all the coaches, the trainers. I think there were a couple wives that were going to get divorced, but they've decided to give their husbands one more chance. They're going to come back also. The whole crew's coming back. So that's strong. In Chicago, we're just ready to be abused again with a bad draft pick, because that's what people expect. But I'm hoping, since we're going for a lineman, hopefully. I like the kid Jenkins from Oklahoma State. He's about 320 pounds, 6'3", 6'4". He's a mean son of a gun. Gets a little over aggressive at time. I bet a few of their games this year. I was impressed. He's aggressive. He's not afraid. That's what the Bears need. He's also played when he was in Kansas. He was like all-American high school kid at Kansas, Topeka. He played all wrong. He's played like left tackle, right tackle. So he can play other positions if he needs to. I don't think the Bears want to get a quarterback. I think they're set with Dalton. Bottom line is, because I don't think, this could be Nagy's last year. I don't think he's going to draft a quarterback for his successor. And Nagy might remember he was, which might end up being a mistake, but he got rid of Trubisky, which he was tagged with. He took the job. I don't think he was ever enamored with Trubisky. I don't think he wanted Trubisky from the beginning. So he knows that he shouldn't leave a quarterback for somebody else. So hopefully the Bears will get some help. It's a big year for Nagy. He's a lame duck coach, I think. If they were to go 4-12, 3-13, which might change now with Aaron Rodgers out of the division, guys, then I think he'd be out. But they got a shot now to make some noise and get the job done if Rodgers was to leave. But if he comes back, you always got to make him the favorite.
So speaking of all of that and shaking up the league,
right?
Jalen Waddle just got drafted by the Miami Dolphins.
Wow.
I like it because Tua never throws the ball downfield, and he's like a short area guy. I mean, he can be at least. So I like it for Tua, but I don't like the pick in general. That's the pick.
I think what's going to happen is they listed this is the first year. I think there's been 2 other years where 3 quarterbacks have been chosen in a row. Okay. I mean, and then they named the quarterbacks: Tim Couch, Akili Smith, Jim Plunkett. And I'm hearing all these guys are going to make it. I'm here to tell everybody now, because I remember when the draft, they'd held up a piece of paper. They'd go, "This is who we got. Wait, let me get a pen." And they'd hold it up. There's going to be more busts in this draft than successes. There's going to be quarterbacks who are going to fall on their face. I know they took Trey Lance. I want to like Trey Lance. I really do. I really want to like him. I think that they see something. I'm not going to question San Francisco. They're pretty savvy when it comes to quarterbacks. I wonder why the Jets didn't take him instead of Zach Wilson, who played a very weak schedule along with Trey Lance. I guess it pays to be a quarterback in weak leagues and to put up big numbers than to play at Ohio State. And I'm not a Justin Field guy, not because of Justin, but because the most successful quarterback to ever play out of Ohio State was Mike Tomczak. And he was a backup for the Bears. Seriously.
Yeah, no, you're right.
From Haskins to everybody else. So I think one of the busts is going to be the kid from Brigham Young. I just think he's going to an organization. I know they've made some changes, but he's got a big hole to dig out of. And Sam Darnold, the love he's getting, he doesn't deserve. I bet some games with him last year. And for him to go to Carolina and all of a sudden he's going to be a superstar, okay, is beyond me. So we'll see what happens. And
Mike,
yes,
the BYU kid is too handsome. I've already said it. No adversity in this guy's life.
The guy's got no pimples. The guy don't have a tie. I mean, the guy hasn't shaved. I mean, Iggy. Come on now. I mean, here's a guy. He looks like if you tackle him, he'll break in half.
That's what I'm saying.
He looks like one of the Backstreet Boys. I mean,
I don't even know the guy, but he's great. I want to punch him in the face.
Yeah, the guy that good looking, that's a quarterback. But at Brigham Young, you receive communion, then you go home and go to sleep. Although I'm very good friends with Jim McMahon, who broke every damn rule in the book. He tells me the rule. I go, "You weren't allowed to have women in the dorm." He goes, "Who said we were at the dorm?" I mean, just stuff like that back in the day. So Brigham Young's got that tradition, but it's been a long time since Steve Young and since Jim McMahon and Robbie Bosco and Ty Detmer. Those were every other year, there'd be a new quarterback. So we'll see what happens with that. It's a fun draft. I think once you got the 3, though, guys, by everybody saying we don't know who's going to be taken, that tells you it was a too deep draft. I mean, that tells you there's 1 or 2 guys that back in the day used to know every guy that was going to be drafted. And for the most part, half of the first round would be pretty successful.
Yeah.
Going back to Jalen here, is this guy Tyreek Hill or not? Because if he's not, I hate 5'10" wide receivers.
I mean, he doesn't have
the receiver, the other guy that broke all the records on that team. He's about 140 pounds, though, right?
Devontae Smith. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
dripping wet.
That guy, the guy, you know what I mean? The guy's like, 6 and change. He's got a huge wingspan. Like this dude's 5'10" and a half. And if he's not running like 4.25s, I hate little wide receivers to me.
I'm with you.
I don't like him. I don't like him.
Julian Edelman and some of these other small receivers are all compact, for the most part. But
Yeah.
I'm with you 100% because there's a kid on the Bears, Darnell Mooney, who really came on last year. Diminutive wide receiver. He got hit last year and he missed 2 games, got knocked into yesteryear because of what he's talking about, the size of these guys. And I think that's what people are afraid with Smith. He's an injury waiting to happen. If you hit it, you can't be 175 pounds and playing today's game.
And I don't know how accurate this is, but I'm just kind of looking at him on CBS right now. 5'10", $182.
I'm just saying.
Dude's going to get destroyed.
He's going to get destroyed. This isn't – look, if it's 1956, it's a different story. I mean, a good friend of mine played for the Bears, Johnny Morris. He had 94 catches in 1964, back when the Bears, threw footballs back in the day to Ditka and Morris, and they had decent talent at quarterback. But he was a 9.2 sprinter, but he was small, and he wouldn't last in today's game. I mean, it's just a different ball game, and you're getting hit by guys now that when I went to see Dick Butkus, he was an animal. Okay, he was like a grizzly amongst little cubby bears. Now they're all grizzlies. These guys are all huge. I mean, defensive backs, there's a lot of them that are 6'1", 6'2". You get hit by a safety, and you're Devontae Smith, man, it could be all over.
Yeah, no, it's true. I mean, both of these guys are good. By the way, Jalen Waddle, Devontae Smith piled up all those yards. It was because Jalen Waddle broke his ankle like pretty early in the season while he was piling up a bunch of stats. But you're right. The only way these guys don't get injured is if they don't get caught.
Well,
like long term.
They all get injured. They got the top trainers, the top this, top that. Everybody gets hurt. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, I don't understand it. If they got paid by the game, I think a lot more guys would play, but they don't get paid by the game. They get big money. They want to protect themselves. We've seen that in all sports now. But, I mean, I like the tight end. Pitts. I think that's him, isn't it, from Florida? Who's the kid from Florida?
Yep, Kyle Pitts.
That kid is good. I mean,
Lion is in, right?
Yep, they picked Penei Sewell, the guy that the Dolphins should have picked. The Lions got.
Who got NTTM? Who got that guy?
Etienne hasn't been drafted yet.
I know he's a running back, right?
Yeah,
I like him.
He's great.
Running backs. I like running back, but running backs you get a dime a dozen. You get them in the 3rd or 4th round. Completely. You can find good running backs later on, just like you could find receivers. I mean, people lose a receiver, they have a heart attack. There's 100 guys that could run, and they can catch.
Do you guys believe in that, though? Like, I remember when I was growing up, I'm an 80s baby, grew up in the 90s, watching these kids come out. Running backs would go so early, and the running backs would come out and do their thing. They're not like, to me, a running back is almost, the closest position that you can go right in and can play, and you can evaluate them because are they fast? Are they strong? Are they durable? Can they hit the hole? Can they run north-south?
Yeah.
Why all of a sudden, just based upon injury, shorter lifespan? I don't know how running backs have a shorter lifespan now, but it's been proven, I guess, to some extent. But these running backs like Etienne, and you've seen guys like Fournette when he came out, you knew he was going to be good. You knew these guys were going to be good. Why not take running backs? Why is there such a thing? I like going against the grain. Like, why just let these guys fall because they're a running back? Like, it doesn't really make sense to me when you're going to take a shot on a quarterback that's going to flop.
I'm with you. I mean, I've always said that the way to beat a passing team is, that practices, the defensive practices against a passing team all week long is to be a running team. Run the football like Tennessee does. Okay, you can get into the playoffs running the football. There's no doubt. Now, running backs do not last. That's the problem. There's only so many Walter Paytons that go around, or guys like that, Simpson and Eric Dickerson back in the day. Look at McCaffrey. McCaffrey's a great back, and everybody's blaming, Teddy Bridgewater paid the price for Christian McCaffrey being hurt this year.
That's true. That's a good point.
There is no doubt about it. 100%. Nobody talks about this. You take away Christian McCaffrey from Teddy Bridgewater, and everybody's going to Teddy Bridgewater. What happened to Teddy Bridgewater? I'll tell you what happened to Teddy Bridgewater. He lost a back who was better than Fournette, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah.
The last couple of years should have won a Heisman Trophy, and Bridgewater lost him. Okay, now next year, their new quarterback is going to have that guy there. Okay, and Bridgewater paid the price because you lost one of the top 5 pieces in all football if he's healthy. There's no doubt about it. He's an all-purpose back that puts thousands of yards up.
And I think one of the reasons why you don't go running back, and again, historically, they don't last as long. And if you're drafting in the first round, you want as much value in production as you can possibly. That's why you take a quarterback in the first round, because you want to be there for 15 years, right? Like a wide receiver, I mean, you look at Julio Jones. And again, these guys are freak show examples. But a wide receiver can be on a team and productive. Larry Fitzgerald for 12, 13, 14 years. A running back, you got a handful maybe, and then you're out, right?
Yeah.
So from a value standpoint, and I don't love it. And then my lovely co-host has made this point a couple times. How do you make a running back really, really good? You draft better interior alignment, right? So
Exactly.
do that, let them be there for a decade, and then get a guy in the third round that you just bang through there for a couple of years.
That's
Because
exactly right.
the margins between a third round and a second round and a first round running back, they're kind of slim. So, I mean, yeah, you might be able to get a guy that's a little bit better in the first round, but if you're building that interior, or if you have the weapons outside of the quarterback, well, that running back is going to run to space. So you're like, to the extent they've lost a little bit on the speed or agility, it doesn't matter quite as much if you've built up the offensive line and the weapons around the running back.
Yeah,
I want to go contrarian on that, though. Like, I just don't understand, like, 10 years ago, what has changed? It's not like running backs get hurt more now than they did 10 years ago. And I think there's guys that are guaranteed values that people are just slipping on because it's a new wave. The new fashion is skinny jeans right now. And the new fashion is, look, I'm not going to grab a running back early because that's not the trend right now. But going contrarian and grabbing a good running back, I'm not forcing a running back early, but if I need a running back on my team and we're missing a running back, I think there is a difference between a McCaffrey or Derrick Henry or that top tier running back and that second tier running back. And the odds of you getting a quarterback wrong or a wide receiver wrong is definitely higher than getting a running back wrong in these first 2 rounds. But, to your point, though, yeah, can you pick up a running back late? Yeah, especially when every other team is letting running backs drop. There is an option to get them in the second round just because that's the new style right now, to let the running backs drop to the second round or third round. So you don't want to lose the capital, but I just find it weird that all of a sudden, like within the past 10 years, the tradition has been don't touch a running back early, and they're not getting paid. They're taking the biggest hits out of everybody out there, and they're rolling out of these leagues like they're worth nothing.
Running back,
dude. These guys are hit by mountains of human beings, right?
Yeah.
The big difference between a decade ago and now. Chase Young went in the league a decade ago, and that guy is big, but he's a normal size defensive end. You've got J.J. Watt, who's 300 pounds at 6'6". Like this, and they don't get plays off, right? Like if I'm on the outside and it's a run play on the other side, I'm letting the DB know, like, hey man, chill, right? Like we're good right now. Running back doesn't have that luxury. They're getting banged up every single snap. It sucks.
Yeah, you know what, though? It's they're also passing the ball more. Nick Saban said it last week. He says, listen, these quarterbacks, we're judging quarterbacks who have guys wide open. Nick Saban said it, defense will never win college football games again. You got to outscore the other guy. So now we're seeing offenses that are way ahead of the defenses that make the quarterbacks look better. To Jason's point, if there's a Barry Sanders in the draft, he's going in the top 5.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, if Thurman Thomas is in the draft or McCaffrey's in the draft or Fournette's in the draft, that's the issue. We don't see any of those guys there. Just like the position in basketball. Talking about 10 years ago, Jace, I remember 10 years, the center position was supposed to be dead. Now Jokic and now Embiid are up for like MVP or MVP consideration. So it's cyclical with things like that. But if you have like my buddy Walter Payton, who I can't believe still went 4th, but they never covered Jackson State on television. Believe me, folks, back in the day. And yeah, forget about it. Jackson what? And if you have guys like that, then you're going to get drafted in the first round. I mean, that's not a back that you can find in the 5th or 6th round. That's a special type of running back that I think Jason's talking about. If there's somebody good enough, like Henry, or like the kid from Tennessee.
You look at Derrick Henry and you're like, I'm drafting that guy.
I mean, come on.
That guy gets my vote.
It's not like the running back's dead. there's running backs that get their teams in the playoffs like the Tennessee Titans because Ryan Tannehill never had a guy like him.
Right.
And that's what I'm talking about with Bridgewater losing McCaffrey. If Tannehill loses Henry, he's finished.
Done.
Destroyed.
Yeah.
They won't win 4 games, period.
Who just went?
The Carolina Panthers just picked, but I didn't see who it was.
J.C. Horn.
Oh, I actually like that pick.
Yeah, cornerback.
So I was on the radio yesterday with, again, John Jansen. I actually, because the money was on Johnny Boy, exactly. The money was on Patrick Surtain to be the first cornerback. And I said, I think it's going to be J.C. Horn. He was getting a significant amount of plus money. So I'm feeling pretty good about that.
Has a guy with the body like mine been drafted yet, the quarterback from Alabama? I'm 68 years old. I'm better cut than that guy. I woke up this morning in better shape than that guy. They showed the guy with his shirt off. I go, is that my father? Well, I looked up. I mean, but then you look at Tom Brady. When he got to, but he's one of them.
Yeah, no, that was different. He was like a lanky guy. He wasn't fat. Mac Jones is a fat dude.
This guy was fat, man. I thought, wait a minute, he can't run away from anybody. And then this nonsense that he was going to go in the top 3. I almost said they had a proposition bet, but I said, first of all, how rigged is this? You can't bet on the Academy Awards, right? Because it's not. You could be fixed. But if I'm a general manager of a football team and I know who I'm taking, I'm telling little Johnny, my nephew, to put about a nickel down on who I'm picking. I mean, how do you have odds on? You know how many leaks there's got to be that we don't even know. You see the family of Trevor Lawrence, not that they didn't know he was going number 1, but all these families gather around. There's casinos in every town. Come on now. I would bet if my brother was a GM, I'd beg him to tell me he's taking them. Come on, baby. We'll put a quick $200,000 on who the Denver Broncos are taking. Boom. How did they come up with that? He went off at 15-1. I'm telling you.
I got a text, Mike, just so you know, man. I got a text from a good guy from around your area. He sent me a text and said Pitts is going under 5.5.
Ooh.
I'm like, all right, I'll lay some money on it. And I was saying to see it earlier, man.
In my area, that worries me. In my area.
NFL draft. Who's my guy? The NFL draft, they got to put out, I was speaking to people about this. They take a bath. They have to put the lines out because how can you not put a line out as a major book? The low-end books don't put it out because they know they can't. You do know
there's leaks. You do know there's people.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I got one.
Money, dude.
Come on.
When I got Pitts under 5.5 about a week ago at minus 160. By the time it went off today, it was minus 300. So obviously the news was in by the time the draft came up.
I have mock drafts where Trey Lance was like 20th 3 weeks ago. And now he moves up all the way up there. Okay. And I'm not accusing anybody of anything. You know me. I mean, I'm not that kind of guy, but I'm just telling you that Irsay kid, the owner of the Colts, the guy that
he's putting some money on
with a bag full of money. You got cocaine and everything. He's not going to tell somebody who he's taking. Are you kidding me? This guy's walking around with plastic bags of $29,000 and in a car like he's a paper boy or something. He had a country western shirt. He's in Indianapolis. Somebody's got to wake him up. But seriously, if my dream is to know a general manager and be good friends with him, and then he could tell me who he's taking the day before, so we could put some heavy money down. That's going to be. I'm telling you.
Hey, Mike.
Speaking up, who's up right now?
Mike, can I? Oh, it's Denver's pick. Mike, can I ask you something? Are you going to be up for the entire first round? When do you go to sleep?
I get up at 4 in the morning.
Oh, Lord!
I look at my picks. I wake up to the iPad and see. Like last night, I bet Colorado. I wake up, the first thing I see in the morning, 4:00 in the morning. What did Colorado do? Colorado
Mike,
lost. I'm like this.
I hope you're talking. I hope you're talking about the Rockies and not the Colorado Avalanche, because Keith Cavanaugh had the Vegas Knights last night.
The Rockies. Okay. No, I bet hockey and stuff, but I took a day off today because of this. I was going to bet that kid Joe, that quarterback from Alabama. They had over and under 3.5. I didn't buy that they were ever going to take him first, second, or third. Did you guys buy that? Any of you guys fall for that? Jace, looks like you fell for that.
No falling for that.
Well, Mike, I was going to tell you, because we got to let you go right now. I was going to say, if you can come back on at 10 o'clock, but it sounds like you're going to be asleep. 10 o'clock our time, Eastern Standard.
I need my beauty sleep. Look how good you look.
That's 9 o'clock your time. It's like in a half an hour.
Did you guys not hear the last time I was a bachelor? Okay.
Oh yeah, it was like
Last time I was a bachelor-
1976.
The last time I was a bachelor, your parents hadn't even met yet. Okay, enough. Let me get some.
Kinda
Look at
true.
how old are you, Sia? Seriously, you look.
Well,
like
I was born in 1977, so I'm 40.
Do you have any work? Any work done? Nothing.
No
goals?
work done yet. No, but
I'm
you'll
just-
get some time. I'll get there.
Hey, it's good to meet you, Iggy. Hey,
Likewise.
Jace. Hey, take
Later,
why is
Mikey.
everybody waves on Zoom now. Take care. everybody.
Hey, Mike, listen, if you can't sleep, come back on in 35 minutes and tell us a Walter Payton and Michael Jordan story
All right.
from the good old days in the mid 80s.
Jenkins is my pick for the Bears, man.
Tevin Jenkins, I like it.
Yeah, and Walter Payton. I got a million Walter Payton stories.
Well, if you can't go to sleep, I'm just
if
saying.
I can't go to sleep, I'll come back on. I'll
All
see
right.
you guys later.
All right.
Later, Mikey.
Thanks,
See
buddy.
you later, guys.
We got to bring on the man. David Bierman is going to join us. David Bierman from ESPN. I'm going to add him to this stream. David Bierman, thank you for joining us, sir. How are you?
Good, gentlemen. How are you guys? The Dolphins got a playmaker, so I'm happy. I'm good. How are you guys doing?
We're good. I wanted to ask you about that pick because, we were kind of singing the praises of Penei Sewell. And I'm always the guy that's going to defer to the boring pick, the interior line, whether it's the offensive line or defensive line. I understand the Waddle pick, especially when you consider, Tua's average depth of target. It ain't great, and Waddle's kind of the perfect guy to remedy that. Is that kind of how you look at it, or you think Tua's going to grow anyway? It doesn't matter. Just take an elite receiver.
We needed a playmaker. I watched, obviously, a huge Dolphins fan, watched that entire season last year. And the criticism of Tua was he didn't go downfield. He didn't throw to open receivers. Bottom line is the Dolphins didn't have any open receivers. If you actually look at the next-gen stats, the wide receiver that was the second worst in the league with the least amount of separation of them all was Devontae Parker, who had an all-pro season, but he didn't get any separation. Who was the worst tight end in the league with separation? Mike Gesicki. Those were their two best weapons, and they graded out horrible. You can't get a firm grasp if you're going to have a quarterback of the future unless you give him a chance. And 9 games without weapons, with no training camp, isn't a true test. So get him some weapons. But the only guy I didn't want is Sewell, only because the Dolphins drafted 3 offensive linemen last year in this draft. They're all second-year players. Give them a chance. If you're going ahead and getting Sewell, nothing wrong with Sewell. He's obviously the best lineman in this draft and probably a future Hall of Famer. Now you got to, obviously they moved Flowers last week, but you got to get those 3 linemen time to grow. They were all rookies last year. Tua was a rookie. If you want depth on the offensive line, you got more picks coming. That's why the Dolphins did what they did the last couple of years. You needed a playmaker. They need more playmakers, but you add Fuller from free agency, you get Waddle, you keep Parker. All of a sudden, Tua's got some weapons. Who knows what they do with the 18th pick? You needed a weapon. I was fine with Chase, Smith, Waddle, or Pitts. I pretty much knew that Pitts and Chase were not going to be there. I'm okay with Waddle, or Tua threw him before. He's one of the best receivers in the game. What really stuck out to me was the fact that Nick Saban said, you look at a guy who can create separation and accelerate, and he hasn't seen anybody better than Jalen Waddle.
I was going to say the main beneficiary is Gesicki. Gesicki's good, dude. He's a good tight end.
Yeah,
and
he is.
Only guy. I remember watching the game against the Chiefs, that back and forth game against the Chiefs. Gesicki was the only guy keeping him in the game. Like third down, third down conversion after third down conversion. That guy's good. If he has some more room in the middle, that offense is actually, they got some stuff going on back there.
And I still think they're going to take a running back coming up, whether at 18 or tomorrow. But you're right. You got Parker, you got Fuller, and now you got Waddle. Tua's got some weapons.
That's a good offense.
David, I hate to rehash history, and I just really want your opinion on this because you're a big Dolphins fan. You work with ESPN. You're clearly on the inside. And, obviously your opinion on this is probably going to be more valued than mine. But my opinion on bringing Tua in, while Ryan Fitzpatrick was playing well, coming off a hip injury, not getting any preseason because of COVID, barely getting any practice reps, at least relative to most quarterbacks that are going to, be rookies and come in to play football, play first string. What was that a mistake? Did that possibly sort of stunt the growth of Tua? That's sort of a separate question. The first question is, was that a mistake to bring him in as early as they did?
I'm actually just going to trust the team, the organization, the coaching staff. And I had predicted before the season started, while looking at the original, that after the first 6 games, which were really hard, and I projected the Dolphins to be 2-4 at best, maybe 1-5, they'd make a change because the team wasn't doing into have a schedule in the middle and then go from there. Well, COVID, as you know, blew the whole thing up. The Dolphins switched around. They wound up putting 4-2, which surprised a lot of people, brought in Tua. I did think it was a little bit early, especially how Ryan Fitzpatrick was doing. But, hey, when Brian Flores and Chris Greer said Tua was ready, I trust that they're the one this They're the ones watching film. I was just going to trust that them bringing him in at that time was the right move. I did think it sort of backfired at times. Struggled. No training camp, no preseason, as you said, coming off the injury. But really, right now, the fan base, and you look at social media at the end of the season, criticizing Tua, not the Dolphins, and they're evaluated at over 9 games. Can you imagine if the Dolphins waited and only for 4 games? I mean, you wouldn't have anything to evaluate them on.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, they won 10 and 1 win of the playoffs earlier than anybody expected. You go into this year, add some weapons, season at quarterback. You got to make that run at the playoffs. If you don't, then you reevaluate as well. But you got to give him more than 9 games. I thought they moved it a little early, especially since he was playing well today. You got him reps that he desperately needed.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I totally agree that the guy should have a very long leash. I mean, at least another couple of years. So I'm not in the camp of like, oh, let's see what we have and move on from him or potentially draft a successor already this year. Like, I'm not in that camp at all. I just think it was a disservice to Tua, especially when you keep in mind the injury that he was battling back from. I mean, he was not even, I don't think, 8 months removed from that injury. I mean, I got to do the math on that, but he was so, it just seemed so rushed. It just seemed like they wanted to showcase him so bad. But can I transition? Because I selfishly want to ask you about the Washington football team. You might see the Baylor helmet there. That's actually a Robert Griffin III helmet. But then you see Santana Moss, number 89. He's throwing up the 21 for Sean Taylor, of course, who of course is that Miami product. But David, my question is, Ryan Fitzpatrick being the starter for Washington, they seem to have all the tools in place at receiver and at running back, an excellent defense. I expect them to win the NFC East. I genuinely expect it. Maybe most people would think I'm overstating it because they're technically the dog to the Dallas Cowboys. But knowing that they have Ryan Fitzpatrick at the helm, how do you think that team's going to do? And what do you think Fitzpatrick's impact is going to be on that team?
I mean, Fitzy can win anywhere. He's shown that. He's a dozen teams. He's actually going to a place with a division that he can win in the division last year. So I would not be surprised to see them run it back. They're going to get more weapons. They're going to get healthier. I think Fitzy's actually fit for that team because that's really what they were missing last year. Obviously, Haskins didn't work out well. And then, you had Smith who was coming back off one of the worst injuries of all time. And you're in a division that is weak. Obviously, with Dak back, Dallas should be better, but I don't give any struggles. I do think that we can games and win that division. No repeat division winner.
That's what fell off. I don't know how good he's going to be when he comes back.
Correct.
Surprising, the Cowboys just traded their pick to the Eagles, which is kind of shocking how you would trade in division for a pick right now, too. Mm-hmm. That's kind of – we were talking about that earlier, with potentially Aaron Rodgers going to the Broncos and staying within divisions here and there. It's kind of shocking that the Cowboys would actually trade to the Eagles here. 2 bum teams, I think, either or. But I'm with you, see. I'm on the Washington football team here. I think they have the best defense, one of the best defenses in the league. And if you look back on that Tampa Bay run, that was the only team that actually was competitive with Tampa Bay last year with a not-so-great quarterback. And Fitzpatrick is definitely a better quarterback. And to speak on what you were talking about earlier, I really do think it was not really a disservice to, Tua. I think it was a disservice to that locker room in Miami. Like, I can only imagine if I was somebody on the defensive side of the ball, you see what Fitzpatrick's doing. Offensive side of the ball, you see what Fitzpatrick is doing. He was doing everything he had to do, gutting out wins, and that's the type of guy I want to play for. And to put Tua in there, a rookie in there, when you're fighting for a playoff spot or want to make a playoff run, I thought it was a big mistake just for that team in that year. But when you talk about rookie contracts and really testing Tua, they were looking more long-term than short-term. But I think Fitzpatrick is a great, great spot for Washington. And the only thing I want to see him do is kind of, calm down with the gunslinging a little bit and take a step back and go a little bit more in game management mode with that defense behind him. Not go as far as a Trent Dilfer type, Baltimore Ravens, let me just keep control of the clock and run the ball. But, really tone it down where you're not making turnovers. What happened to you?
Guy won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, the Washington football team can win one, too, if Fitzpatrick just tones it down a little bit. But I think it's a great pickup by them.
I think you do have a point about –
is Jalen Hurts for real or no?
Are you asking me or David?
I'm go for the crowd at large.
I like Jalen Hurts. I do like him. I thought the whole situation last year was mismanaged. You just talked a second ago about the whole Fitzpatrick versus Tua. Much worse over in Philadelphia, where you have a Super Bowl champion quarterback who was almost an MVP, and then you throw him to the Wolves for Hurts. I thought they panicked because they were in a division that they could have won. But hey, each locker room's its own. I think you made a good about dividing the locker room in Miami, but I think Flores thought he had a strong enough locker room to keep that team together, which they did as they went ahead and won 10 games. I'm not sure what the heck's going on in Philadelphia, quite honestly. As far as this trade is concerned, I'm not listening to it, but all I know is every draft board in the world had the Dallas Cowboys taking a corner, and two corners went off the board at 8 and 9 between Surtain and Horn. So at that point, your guys are gone. You almost have to make the trade there.
There you go.
I mean, I'm
question for you guys.
I can't hear it. I'm assuming they're going to get the receiver.
Yeah, I got a question for you guys. How long does Iggy's boy Mac Jones sit there sobbing and not get picked up after he fell that far?
Oh, dude, the landslide has begun. He looks like my banker who's going to tell me that like I have an overdraft fee. Like he doesn't look good.
At the same
He's
time,
got two phones too. He's got two phones there to kind of update him that he's not getting picked.
Yeah, both phones are telling him that he's overweight.
I don't think he's going to be too upset in 20 minutes when he gets drafted by Bill Belichick and the New England Patriots, and all of a sudden.
Is that where you think he's going?
Really?
He's going to continue to slide. The Patriots need a quarterback, right? Like that's all we've heard is them trading up for a quarterback. If Justin Fields or Mac Jones falls to them, they're sitting pretty, and they're going to get one of them.
That's a fair point. That's going to be.
David, let me ask you one last question about Aaron Rodgers. You're at ESPN? You know, Adam Schefter reported it earlier. Potentially, it's locked up to Denver. I was saying to Iggy and Sia earlier, once a superstar comes out and says he wants to get traded, we've seen in the NBA how that works out. They sit out for a little while. The timing of it, they have time to adjust right now and make a move. I think it's for real. You know, I don't think Schefter would report it if it wasn't for real. I think it's for real. Where do you think he ends up, or do you think it's not going to happen? You think he's stuck in Green Bay for another year?
I think they'll make the move. I think you made a very valid point. You know, I made a comment on Twitter earlier. And all of a sudden, the NFL is turning into the NBA, watching the superstars decide where they go, when they want to go, and trade me or not. Yeah, you can't come out there if everything that Shefty put out there is what happened. You won't see Aaron Rodgers back in Green Bay. You don't act like that and demand a trade and not want to go back and then make up and make do. And I don't know what went wrong there, whether it was the drafting of Love or the issues that prevented him from going to the Super Bowl. They did go to the NFC title game. That being said, where he winds up, I have no idea of the Denver rumors, if they're accurate or not, but you know, they'll probably trade him to somebody who needs a quarterback, and Denver is one of those. You know, even though Carolina just made a trade the other day, I'm not sold they're going with where they're going. So we'll see what happens, but it's been an interesting day, that's for sure. That was a bomb that Shefty dropped on us today in the middle of the day.
Yeah, I think if I don't care who my quarterback is, if I don't have Patrick Mahomes or one of these top 5 quarterbacks, I'm making the phone call, at least asking. You know, if somebody like that becomes available, like I said, I don't care who you got. If you got even a top 8 quarterback, top 9 quarterback, top 10 quarterback, and he's not that top 3 that you're building your future around, if Rodgers is available, he deserves a phone call at this point. And I would trade, just like in baseball, man, if you got like a top tier arm, like a DeGrom or whoever it is, it's a guaranteed lock. It's security for your organization that a draft pick can't provide. Aaron Rodgers, you've seen NFL game tape on him. You know it's a guarantee, it's a lock. So trade whatever you got to trade to get rid of him, because you see what he did with that offense. Outside of Devontae Adams, there really wasn't much around Aaron Rodgers. Their defense was a little suspect at times. And then 2 years in a row, he had a, miraculous playoff run where he almost made it to the Super Bowl. You know, a couple plays go his way, he could have a ring on his finger right now. So I think you make the call no matter what team you have. Even if you just drafted a quarterback in the first round, I would still make that call to Aaron Rodgers.
I do think it's got to be a team that thinks they literally are one player away, because trading for an older quarterback and you're like, I don't see, like, let's just forget the Jaguars drafted Trevor Lawrence. Jaguars or the Jets making that trade because they're too far away. But I could see a team like the Saints making that sure. I could see a team like the Bears, even though it's within the division, making that call for sure. A team that actually, the Bears made the playoffs last year, and the Saints were obviously a perennial contender. A team that a quarterback like Rodgers gets you to the Super Bowl, but again, he, not to blame Rodgers or Green Bay, he didn't get it done in Green Bay, and he went to 5 NFC Championship games, only went to 1 Super Bowl. So I'm a big Aaron Rodgers fan, and we'll see what's going to happen. I think it was actually too late today to make an impact for the draft. That doesn't mean it won't happen tomorrow or the next day with all the other picks. But I do think, but the news comes out at 3:30, too late to scramble and change everything up. Maybe Denver tried, maybe San Francisco tried, but this is nothing new. Aaron Rodgers has been unhappy since 2 drafts ago. Since last draft. So we'll see what happens there. It'll be very, very interesting either way.
I like this pick, by the way, for Jalen. If he's the guy in Philadelphia, I like this pick.
Yeah, this is one of the guys that I've wanted, Devontae Smith. He's one of the guys I wanted Miami to get happy with Waddle, but Smith's the real deal. He's really good, and I think he's dropped a lot further than people thought he would.
I agree. I think he's a total value at where they got him. I think that's a great trade up for them, I think.
They got a couple young receivers now that they can groom with Jalen Hurts. So that makes sense. And Miles Sanders in the backfield, who hopefully will have a better season for fantasy and real football. Too. What's that?
Giants just made a trade too.
Wow. Oh, so they traded out with the Bears. Oh, that's very interesting.
So I got to run, guys.
David, thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah, maybe after the Dolphins' next pick, we'll do it again. And so
that sounds great.
Good, man.
Awesome.
Guys, enjoy.
Thanks, David.
Thanks, Dave.
So we got to add. Oh, there he is. Sorry, I added you without giving you any warning.
So you can see you hop in, John, too. I'm gonna hop out of here for a little while.
All right. We're gonna Jason's gonna leave us. Okay, so this is crazy because Keith, you're a Giants fan, and we got John, who's the Philadelphia Eagles fan. Both of you just had like major action. John, let's go to you first because you got a receiver. How do you feel about the pick?
I like Devontae Smith would have been great in any other circumstance if it wasn't for the fact that there was a quarterback available there at number 10 to take. Justin Fields was literally right there waiting for him. But instead now you get the good wide receiver before you get the good quarterback. And I don't know. Now it's still a waste of a season. I don't think Devontae Smith changes anything for this season. He's a good wide receiver to have, but it's now a waiting game until next year until they get another quarterback that they can get. But as of now, it's fine, but it doesn't change a whole lot at the moment. Right.
So this is interesting, Andy Harrison's comment, and then I'm going to go to you, Keith, because it really doesn't make sense for the Bears to trade up to NYG right now unless they want either Mac Jones or Justin Fields. Do you agree with that?
They're going to get Fields here. There's no doubt in my mind. That's who they want. That's the only way that this makes sense. I think it makes sense for the Giants to trade back too because they wanted Smith. I'm pretty sure Smith or one of the cornerbacks. Horn was supposed to be one of their guys as well. They also were talking about maybe Parsons. I think it would have been interesting if the Giants stayed in that spot. They probably would have ended up with Slater, the tackle from Northwestern, because he's one of the guys who actually is falling a little bit, who was slated to go earlier. But I think it's a good trade for the Giants to get out of that spot, and I wonder what the return is on that. I'm guessing it's going to be similar to what the Cowboys got from the Eagles, which was, I think it was a 3rd-round pick and a pick swap. So hopefully we get something back. It's the first time Gettleman's ever traded back in his history of being a general manager, which is outrageous. So
what are your thoughts on Gettleman? Because I'll tell you, there's a couple guys in the chat right now who are in some of my fantasy leagues, and we make jokes about Gettleman, or maybe it's just me, but I'm making them in the chat. So I say we make jokes about Gettleman like kind of all the time. Like, are you a fan, not a fan? What's going on there?
No, not a fan at all. I don't think he's a well-equipped GM. If you've seen some of the pictures where he has like one computer and like on a bunch of books, like he's very old school. We were talking at work with their analytics department. Our company was doing something with them, and they basically, at the time, this was maybe a year or two ago, where they weren't really doing too much with football data to help make like in-game decision making, which is what you'd want your analytics department doing. They're mostly doing stuff with like health-related sports science and practice performance. So that's kind of concerning. I would hope, maybe they would be maximizing their talent evaluation, in-game strategy, things like that. And it didn't sound like too much of that was going on. So definitely not a big fan. I mean, if you look at his draft history too, it's pretty terrible. Last year, Andrew Thomas was their 1st overall pick, or the 4th overall. Their Fields goes to the Bears as we see that news coming in.
Wow.
I'm not surprised. But yeah, no, not a fan of Gettleman. And like last year, like the two or three tackles that were drafted after Andrew Thomas were better than Andrew Thomas. You had Wirfs, you had Wills, and Makari Becton, who went to the Jets.
Yeah, I remember last year thinking Wirfs was the guy they were going to take, and they went a different direction. So what do you? Okay, first of all, response to let me go to John. What's your response to the Justin Fields pick to Chicago? That makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, it does. I mean, you weren't going to go into a year. This had to be in somewhat of the plans, like if they had a shot at one of these quarterbacks, because you're not going into the season with Andy Dalton as your number one quarterback. Like that QB1 post is one of the dumbest things I've ever seen on Twitter.com ever by the Chicago Bears. It's a great pick. They needed a quarterback. And heck, I mean, the Bears were actually pretty good even with Nick Foles and Mitch Trubisky there. If Justin Fields turns out to be a quarterback that I think you see as well, I know you think he's going to be pretty good. Mm-hmm. I think this guy's a talented quarterback and can play right away. You can play with that talent that they already have. The fact that their defense is pretty good. I mean, look, Mike Mortha was on talking about how Matt Nagy might lose his job soon. Justin Fields could be the one to save it, especially if they get into the playoffs and look pretty good year one. I think it's a great pick for him.
I think if you're a Chicago Bears fan, you're pretty excited about this pick. And you have
we might need to get Mike North back on. I mean, aside from the Justin Fields pick, to talk about what you want to talk about the surgery you've had done to your face to keep it so well structured.
Yeah, we got Jason. So he thought he was going to be asleep when the Bears actually made their pick. Well, clearly they're not. He's going to be so amped up. He's definitely going to be able to come back on the show. But I think if you're a Chicago Bears fan, you got to be pretty excited. I think Justin Fields, I don't know if he's going to be a great quarterback, but what I do know is I like him better than a couple of the quarterbacks that already went. I mean,
I like him definitely more than Mac Jones, no doubt about that. I don't know if I like him better than Trey Lance. I feel like they're pretty comparable on the same level. And then obviously Trevor Lawrence in a class of his own. But I saw you mentioning that you think Trevor Lawrence is a little overhyped as well. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, Justin Fields, he balled out in the college football playoffs this year. He broke ribs, came right back in. He's tough. And I think he was a well-touted prospect from the get-go. So I thought it was a little crazy that everyone was kind of downgrading him. I didn't see a reason to downgrade him.
Mm-hmm. I think that is a really understated part of his game. The dude broke some ribs, came back in the game, and played particularly well throughout the rest of the second half. Like, he's an absolute gamer. And in a place, so I lived in Chicago for 5 years. Chicago, they love their football, right? But they haven't been good for a while. And even though they made the playoffs, it's like it didn't feel good. It's like the kid in front of you fell down and then you got first place. It doesn't feel great. They have a real chance, I think, to compete with this kid. He's incredibly talented, and they have some weapons, right? It's not like they're devoid of weapons in Chicago. Their quarterback situation just sucked for a long time.
Yeah. Is Allen Robinson not one of the most underrated receivers in this entire league? He seems like a guy who, on a normal team with good quarterbacks, you look at the quarterbacks he's played with, it's like Blake Bortles, the three other craps people in the Jacksonville, and then obviously Mitch Trubisky and Nick Foles. So I think this could give a chance for Allen Robinson to absolutely explode this year.
Yeah, and it might actually keep him in Chicago too.
Put up some video of Mitch Trubisky missing wide open receivers by 5 or 6 yards. It wasn't oh man, that was close. It was by a significant margin. I mean, you close that up with Justin, this team is, especially if Aaron Rodgers leaves, I mean, the division's open there, right? I mean,
and that defense is nasty.
Yeah, dude, they're competitive, man.
There's also something to be said for a guy who can shift the pocket and can move. And you don't want that to be the only trait, but they had Mitch Trubisky, which was kind of like cement feet. I mean, no, actually he could run a little bit, but Matt Nagy didn't allow him to run. So he was a pocket passer when he probably shouldn't have been. So Justin Fields, I think, opens up the game plan quite a bit. So whether it's Allen Robinson or
he's such a gamer, dude. He's such a gamer.
Yeah. He is a gamer.
And I think just in their situation that they were in, it's a good move to make. I think they needed a quarterback. They probably didn't have to give up too much if they're only giving up, a third round pick to move up and a pick swap. I think it's a good deal on their half. It's a good asset management from the Bears.
Well, it's also what the Bears kind of thought Mitch Trubisky was going to be. They're the same size, but, Mitch Trubisky was thought to have this good arm, great in the pocket, but can run a lot. Think of Mitch Trubisky, Justin Fields as that, but just a level better. I mean, he is faster. He has a better arm. He's more accurate. This is exactly, I think, what they were kind of wanting Mitch Trubisky to be in the NFL. Didn't pan out. And so now they get the version of it that likely will, I think, pan out in Justin Fields. This is exactly, I think, what they wanted in the first place. A quarterback that's mobile, that can move. They designed runs with Mitch Trubisky. I imagine they're going to do it with Justin Fields. He is going to work there, I think, really well. And again, I think he saves Matt Nagy's job. I honestly do.
I agree. This is my favorite pick of the draft so far.
Yeah, I mean, he fell and he got scooped up by the right team, that's for sure. But let's talk about the wrong team, because John Jansen thinks the Dallas Cowboys are going to finish first place in the NFC East. And I think it's very obvious, even though the betting odds don't reflect it.
It's not obvious. No,
it's basically fact already that the Washington football team is going to be the first place team again.
That is no Homer bias at all. None of it is present in
that
this.
stuff behind me. It's not even mine.
It's a mirage.
Sure. Oh yeah, sure. All right. Yeah, it's a mirage.
Exactly. With the frames, it's like when you buy like a picture frame at like Walmart.
I don't know what you're talking about. What I do know is that the Cowboys are probably going to screw up this pick, which is apparently in, and that they are going to be second place in the NFC East. Now we know John disagrees, but let's get the other two here. Keith, Iggy. Let's start with Keith. Who's winning the NFC East this year?
I mean, it's obviously the Giants. No, just kidding. Yeah, it's going to be a tough one because, like, obviously last year what let the Cowboys down was their defense, right? So the one thing they wanted to really address in this draft was taking one of those top two corners. That didn't work out for them. So they're really coming. I feel like at 12, they might take Parsons to kind of make up for Sean Lee's retirement a little bit, which could solidify them in the middle of the field. But they're still thin in the secondary. And I think the Redskins, with bringing in Fitzpatrick this year, they also brought in Curtis Samuel, right, from the Panthers.
Yep.
So I think their defense obviously was really good last year. JMU Duke, Jimmy Moreland, obviously leading the way. But yeah, no, I think it's going to be a tough one because obviously the Cowboys' offense is better with more firepower with that coming back. It's going to be a close one, but I'm going to lean Redskins here very slightly, or football team. I apologize.
Football team. Okay, we got one. We got 2-1 now. Iggy, you're either going to tie it up or it's just going to be a landslide. What do we think?
It's going to be a landslide. The defense gets a year better. You've got some young guys that, again, I mentioned Chase Young. The guy is such an absolute animal. And I think there's a little bit of an attitude shift happening in Washington. Like I always mention Chase because there were so many times where I'd see him on the sideline, just like helmet off, yelling at the offense, right? And I think there's a little bit of we can compete attitude that Washington hasn't really had for the last
year. So true.
That defense comes on, they play really well, now supported by a better situation at quarterback. And to me, that's what they needed, right? They needed that attitude shift. They needed to feel like they can compete, and they know they can win now, especially with average quarterback play. If Fitzpatrick does what he's done for the last few years, last few teams he's gone to, is be competitive, I think they absolutely win the division.
Yeah. So, John, I'm sorry. I'm sorry we don't have stakes on this already because I want to enjoy something as a winner of a bet. And
does he really want to bet on the Cowboys as an Eagles fan?
Look, before I'm an Eagles fan, I am a bettor. I am a winner. Okay, I'm a winner, and I think the Dallas Cowboys are going to win. Getting Dak Prescott, we're not, I think, taking into account how much of an upgrade that is over Andy Dalton. And they played well with Andy Dalton. Like this is an offense that's going to be top 5 in the league.
But it's one of the worst defenses in the league.
I know,
even when Dak was healthy, they were losing.
But defenses fluctuate a lot more from year to year than an offense does. An offense can stay the same. Defenses fluctuate. I think Washington's going to be a great defense. Do I think they will be a top 5 defense or whatever they were last year? No, I can see some regression on the Washington side. I just think that defense is one thing that fluctuates so much, and you can improve any way you can, free agency, whatever, defensively, enough to have this top 5 offense win you games, and especially in that division.
Are we underlooking the fact too that they brought in Dan Quinn who was the old Falcons head coach, who was the coordinator in Seattle, who was in charge of very solid defenses. So that whole philosophy, maybe he knows how to better leverage the players. That could be something that we're overlooking here.
Guys, Dak Prescott had 1 foot at one point last year. Do we have any idea if he's healthy? Is he good?
Well, so that's where I was going with that. Dak will probably recover, but we have really good history of quarterbacks in the NFC East coming off major injuries, especially
they went Parsons, by the way.
Lower body injury. Yeah, I just saw that. Lower body injuries where you don't come back the next year and you're not fine. I mean, ask Carson Wentz, ask RG3, there's so many examples of this. I don't think it's going to be the same Dak.
I mean, I didn't think Dak's obviously a very talented athlete. I don't think he's the best quarterback by a significant stretch here. And to add to the very significant injury to his lower half, where he's got to plant and throw and twist, and guys are all over the place. To your point, Sia, it's hard to come back as a quarterback with an injury that significant. And again, he wasn't the most accurate passer in the world to begin with, and leveraged his mobility to be able to get out of the pocket and make some throws that other guys can't. If you can't do that, he's not. I mean, standing in the pocket, I don't see him as a top 10 quarterback. Just standing in the pocket.
Even Carson Wentz, who has a better arm than him, when he lost his mobility or just the willingness to move the pocket and run around, he became a very kind of scared looking quarterback too, right?
And that's the only reason, and not the only reason. I mean, the football team is significantly better, but it's a big reason why I go football team versus Cowboys. It's literally the most important position in the field, and it's such a big question mark for them. We have no idea.
Yeah, fair enough.
I think he's a good enough pocket passer. You look at the numbers that he's had, I think, under Kellen Moore, since he's basically take over offensive coordinator. I mean, these numbers are through the roof. It's good enough. And look, he doesn't have to be. I think you're right. It's not like he is a top 5 quarterback or anything, or a top 5 passer at least, but they have so much talent around him, he doesn't have to be. He's about a top 10 quarterback, and the talent around him is going to improve him much more because it is. And CeeDee Lamb's only going to get better.
He's so good. He's so good.
Oh, he's a stud. I love CeeDee Lamb coming out of college.
He's good.
He's an absolute stud, but he's just going to get better. You know, I'm forgetting even the guy they drafted 2 or 3 years ago, but also, Gallup. Gallup. Gallup's great.
He had a down year last year too, but like normally he's pretty productive. He quietly had like 2 back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons that no one even knows about.
All of their money is locked up in Amari Cooper, Ezekiel Elliott, Dak Prescott, and soon to be probably Gallup and CeeDee Lamb. But that's not the makeup of a team that's going to be successful short or long term, in my opinion.
They also had a dominant line for like the last, 3 or 4 years, and that's slowly falling apart, which is why you saw Zeke not as productive in the run game last year. So I think that's something that they haven't really, targeted to replenish, and that's kind of where they're suffering on the offensive side a little bit, and maybe why Dak's more prone to sacks and getting after it.
You guys probably know this more than I do. From how clutch is Dak? I don't know if I see him and go, that guy's going to win me some really close, hotly contested late in the season games, which he's probably going to have to if they're going to win the division.
I don't think he's very clutch, but in his defense, I could only name you probably 5 or 6 quarterbacks in the entire league that I would be like very confident on a closing drive on. So it's fair. He's definitely not clutch, but there's probably only a handful of those.
Parsons looks like a bad dude.
Well, he has kind of I don't know what you meant by that, but he kind of has the rap sheet of not being, the best guy off the field. So I think
there is a story about him that is that came out of Penn State, and it kind of just got buried a little bit. But yeah, there is something in his character, or at least in his rap sheet, as you just said. But when it comes to on the field, dude he reminds me a lot of like Isaiah Simmons. Like Micah Parsons is that kind of build. He's a little bit more physical than I think Isaiah Simmons, or at least is a better tackler than him. So I think he'll translate a little bit more easier than Simmons did, or at least he'll have a head coach now, or whatever defensive coordinator they got after they canned their other one who was terrible. That knows how to use him. Cliff Kingsbury picked Isaiah Simmons and then legitimately said the entire season, I'm not sure how to actually use him, and completely wasted his first season until like the last few games. And then all of a sudden he realized, oh yeah, this guy's really good. Maybe I should put him in the game. And it worked. But as long as Micah Parsons gets somewhat good coaching, put in the right position, that dude's talent is going to take over a lot.
My comment had nothing to do with all the field stuff. He just looks like a guy that enjoys hitting people.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely.
Looks like a dude that just gets extreme joy from just beating the shit out of another human being.
Yep.
You got John in a rabbit hole.
That is a good way to
there.
describe him. Yeah, that would be.
It's awesome.
Yeah. I did love Isaiah Simmons coming out of college last year. I thought he was going to be an absolute freak because he was playing at Clemson. He was playing, in coverage. He was rushing the quarterback. He was literally doing everything on defense. It was insane.
So we got the Chargers. Their pick is in. It's probably going to come out in the next 30 seconds or so. I feel like this is a team that could contend like really, really soon. Anybody think that's just like pie in the sky? There's no way Kansas City's in their division.
Herbert was incredible last year. Their defense is just building piece by piece. The Bosa brothers, they have Derwin James in the secondary. They obviously have Keenan Allen and Mike Williams on the outside. They did lose Hunter Henry at tight end, so I don't know what they're going to do there. But I feel like this pick might be a lineman to protect Herbert.
Yeah. There's a lot of linemen
Slater's still on the board, right?
Exactly. Slater's there. The kid from Virginia Tech. They've got Tevin Jenkins, who Mike North thought Chicago was going to take when they were back on the back end of the draft. There's Tucker from USC. There's honestly, I feel like with Washington coming up at 19, with Micah Parsons gone, with the elite defensive backs gone, I don't know if they want to take a shot at Caleb Farley with the injury concerns. Actually, Keith, I wanted to get your opinion on that too. I feel like Washington might just kind of be pigeonholed into taking an offensive lineman, which, by the way, wouldn't bother me. Especially if it happens to be one of these top 3 or 4 guys. But
why do they need an offensive lineman when they got Eric Flowers back?
Well, even if Eric Flowers is decent, in my opinion, you can never have too many offensive linemen. So
no, I think that's the foundation of every team, right? It's you see teams that are winning last year, like the Bucks last year. Not a lot of people are talking about it, but Wirfs had an incredible rookie year, which is half the reason why Brady was able to be in the pocket and just moving around out there.
Yeah, totally agree. So Chargers pick is in. What do we think about the Chargers prospects?
It says they're in a tough division, obviously, with the Chiefs, right? So at best case, you're looking at a wild card situation. The Raiders haven't really done much since Gruden's been there. And then the Broncos, who knows what's going to happen? Is Teddy Bridgewater going to be their quarterback? Is it Drew Lock? Is it Aaron Rodgers? Who really knows what's going to happen there?
I can't trust an ownership that where the guy cuts his hair like Gruden cuts his hair.
You
mean or Mark Davis?
What's happening?
Yeah, that's weird.
He knows, right? Like he knows what he looks like.
You would think, right? It's like too obvious. I think he literally puts a ball on his head and just. Whoop.
It looks like a peanut with hair. It's gross.
Also, I'm pretty stunned with how bad John Elway is at evaluating quarterbacks when he was such a good quarterback in the league himself. He's never, besides Peyton Manning, which was obvious, just a layup to him. He hasn't really drafted quarterbacks well or signed other quarterbacks.
I think you're right. I think it's one thing to just have talent and to be an all-world athlete. It's another thing to evaluate talent.
Exactly.
Understand prospects and their ability to be that talent. If you're just good at football, dude, you're just good at football. It doesn't mean that you can predict other guys who will be, might be as good or as competitive. He was just such a rare talent, and it doesn't always translate. I mean, Michael Jordan was a GM of the Wizards for a while. That didn't turn out particularly well. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't always translate.
Yeah, Magic Johnson, he was a coach and then kind of a player personnel guy, and that didn't really translate either. So, he got Braun, that's great, but, obviously Braun that talent speaks for itself. So, no, I totally agree. If it almost, I think, works against you, because I think you might see things that aren't actually there when it comes to talent evaluation.
Yeah, you have blind spots, right? Because you were so good, you're like, well, yeah, I'm sure they can do it how I did it, right? Or I'm sure they're good enough.
Oh, well, this is Michael Jordan. I guess we said him, right? Yeah, man, Michael Jordan is taking some franchises into the abyss. That's for sure.
The Bobcats / Hornets too, right? This year they're okay, I think, at best, but for the most part, a team he's been associated with post career hasn't really done anything.
Not at all.
Hey, at least they got LaMelo Ball right. Finally, they got a pick right.
Yeah,
it took a while, but they got it. They did it.
That guy's fun to watch. That's for sure.
A little bit.
And the good thing is we haven't seen LeVar around too much either.
I'm assuming this pick is going to be Rashawn Slater.
It's Slater.
I think it already came in.
It did? Okay.
Well, I don't know. It popped in the bottom there.
It came in through reports.
Okay, gotcha.
So I'm interested to see what the Patriots do at 15. I feel like Mac Jones is a Belichick guy.
It has to be Mac Jones. It has to be Mac Jones.
That quarterback room is going to be interesting with Cam and Mac Jones in it. I feel like they're pretty opposite players.
It could not be different human beings.
Yeah, completely different human beings, but
opposite.
But the thing that always makes Bill Belichick great is that no matter what quarterback is in, style he has to play, who he has to adapt to, he'll end up doing it. So it's just what makes him the best of all time. Because Brady was obviously the same kind of quarterback, but the personnel's always changed. It's not like he always stuck with one kind of personnel throughout his entire career. So he'll be able to adapt. And it's an easy adaptation because, Mac Jones is exactly what he's probably going to do with him that he did with Tom Brady for years if he ends up getting him.
So
are the Patriots still? No discredit. Seriously, Tom Brady's question. Tom Brady. Okay, is Tom Brady a product of Bill Belichick and Tom Brady, or is Tom Brady Tom Brady? Tom Brady is fucking Tom Brady, right? There's no doubt about that.
Well, yeah, and I think
can he do it with Mac Jones? Because they looked like shit last year.
Yeah, I think they can. They've invested, which definitely helps a lot. But it's not just investment; it's the fact that they need to start drafting well. They need to absolutely start drafting a lot better. And
they haven't drafted well.
That's started to become a problem. Yeah, they just haven't drafted well as of late. So if that continues, then no, I don't think they can get back to where they were. Once the players are in, I think they're fine, because I even think the Patriots won more games last year than they probably should have.
Oh, 100%.
With all that talent. So when the talent's there, yes, it's just that they've actually had a really tough time getting the right talent there, which is kind of surprising.
You got Edelman, who is like a huge leader in the locker room, or what it seems like.
Yeah.
You've got Cam Newton, who's on another 1 year contract. Is he back? Like, he had a 1 year contract. Is he back on another 1 year contract? Like, there's inconsistency.
He's back on a 1 year.
He's getting paid like $4 million.
Yeah.
Can I push back a little bit on the Tom Brady thing, though? Because I don't know the answer to your question, whether it was Tom Brady for the Patriots or whether it was Bill Belichick and Josh McDaniels. But, I mean, if there was one team that was sort of tailor-made to succeed with a Tom Brady. Now, I'm not saying Tom Brady didn't make a huge impact, but you had the receivers, you ended up having a good offensive line, and you had an emerging, young, great defense. Maybe not great. Maybe I'm overstating it, but Brady was really good last year. But was that all Brady? I mean, is that what we're going to say now? We're going to be like, oh, Brady can just go to any team and win? I mean, Tampa was really like –
Tampa wasn't just any team. No, Tampa wasn't just any team.
Yeah. They were a quarterback away from being special.
Right. They were incredible. The entire roster was.
Their skill position players are unreal, minus the running backs. I mean, those two wide receivers go up against any two wide receivers in the whole league.
Can Tom Brady win with really good teams? Then yes. The answer to that question to me is a resounding yes.
Exactly.
But you look at other years when Brady's early years.
Outside of that almost perfect season with Randy Moss, has he had another like holy shit number one wide? I mean, like he has won historically with guys like Julian Edelman and etc. on that team.
Gronk basically ended up filling that role of basically
Mike Evans has to be his second best wide receiver he's played with aside from Randy Moss.
Yeah, in terms of talent, and at this point in his career, probably Chris Godwin, maybe a little bit over Mike Evans. At this point of their careers. But yeah, those two would honestly slot right in there as probably the second and third best wide receivers he's ever had on a team. Absolutely. And I don't think it's particularly close.
He can win with a good team. He'll win a Super Bowl with a Bears.
Well, this is interesting. Who are the Jets taking here?
Did they just trade?
Traded up.
Oh, man. Is this where they get an offensive lineman?
Who's still obviously on the board? Anyone?
I mean, there's still a. What
if they take Mac Jones just to mess with the Patriots? That would be hilarious.
The offensive lineman from USC is still on the board, and I know he's pretty much slated to go right around. I would say.
Yeah, they got Becton last year in the first round, so I mean, why not build two big linemen around your quarterback?
Right. Exactly. Yes. Yeah.
All right, that's fair.
There's no wide receivers that are really around right now, right?
No, only Tony would be.
Tony, right? Maybe, and the Purdue guy.
Yeah, and Rashad Bateman, but I mean Bateman and Marshall would both be absolute reaches at this point. It would.
The Jets had 2 first rounders originally.
Unless, no, I don't think so. No, I think they moved in, but I would imagine this is either going to be an offensive lineman or an edge rusher. I would assume.
Deion Branch sighting. It's a long draft when Deion Branch mom gets
Deion Branch. I don't want to hear. Look, this may be the Eagles fan in me, but I just get Deion Branch out of here.
Did he win Super Bowl MVP against the Eagles?
Oh, that's a good question.
I think it was one of those first 3. I don't remember which one.
I don't want to talk about it. I think it was Deion Branch. I don't. Just why are we bringing up? Why are we at this portion of the day where we're bringing up
we need
memories?
We need a live stream of Mike North at his house, just like for when that Fields pick got announced.
We got to coax him into coming back on and telling us what he thinks about that. We already know he loves that pick, right? I think
he has to love it, right?
Yeah.
Non-football related. Justin Fields is already doing Lowe's commercials.
Did you see Trevor Lawrence's draft house? It was filled with Gatorade. He's already got huge Gatorade. He's taken crypto in his endorsements.
Trevor Lawrence already had more money than he'll ever make in his NFL career through endorsements already. Yeah, Deion Branch was the MVP. Yes.
I'm interested to see what the Jets do here. Yeah, so you think it's the USC tackle?
I think it's somebody in the trenches, and that's kind of where the draft is falling now. It's a lot of defensive linemen, offensive linemen. I imagine it's going to be one of those. I don't expect it to be much else. It's definitely not going to be Mac Jones, I would say.
I got to get to 27 and 32.
27 is the Chargers. Wait, who's 27 again?
Ravens, bro.
Oh, Ravens. I'm sorry. Chargers are way before that. I mean, I thought the Ravens were going to win the Super Bowl last year. I mean, I genuinely thought they were going to win the Super Bowl.
I knew they weren't, only because I've seen the story play out so many times. Get in the playoffs, offense just gets destroyed by a defensive coordinator that can read the play call sheet, essentially, and have it be all on Lamar Jackson and make Lamar Jackson look bad. The story's been written multiple times. And unless we figure out how to be somewhat creative or get a proper number one, like we talked about, in Baltimore, it's going to be the same story over and over and over again. Good enough body of work over the course of the season, we're going to run into a team that is going to be able to stall the offense, no doubt.
Yeah. Very interesting. Well, I think we're going to get a tackle, and then we're going to get some real intrigue here with Mac Jones. Are you
going to break down? Do you have a good breakdown of the offensive tackles in this draft, Sia? I want a good offensive lineman breakdown from you when we get there.
I mean, I have a little cheat sheet right here. I mean,
do you really have a cheat sheet? Have you ever seen the binders that the TV hosts will get for an NFL draft? It's like insane. These thick MFers that are just huge. And these guys, because that whole thing's for all 3 days of the draft. It's ridiculous. I expect that. Whatever you have on that desk, it better be a huge binder, thick, with 2 C's a binder of all these draft prospects.
The thick binder are just headshots that he chooses from.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Big binders are for the Dave Gettlemans of the world. A cheat sheet is a singular. That's so when you're doing a show, you have a
so you're cheating
operative pages. Exactly.
We respect Dave Gettleman on this live stream.
Yeah. Okay. Coming from somebody who was also in Carolina when David Gettleman was there, I don't respect that guy at all. That guy stinks.
Yeah, he's pretty terrible. We got some comments here. Elijah Moore still available. Yeah, I mean Elijah Moore's fine. Rashad Bateman's fine, but not at this pick. You would never trade up for that. But I wonder where those guys are going to go. I don't know. I think
So who was at 14 originally? It was the Vikings.
Yeah.
Was there a need? Obviously they weren't valuing offensive linemen. Then you got the Patriots next at 15, who probably aren't going to take a lineman. I'm so surprised.
So I think we're getting this because. I want to say we're getting it early now because the picks are taking a long time. We're starting to get picks accumulate before they can even get to them. Apparently, this is from Connor Hughes, of The Athletic. I think he works, covers the Jets for The Athletic. He actually has that the Patriots have selected Alabama quarterback Mac Jones.
Oh, okay. Wow. So that pick is in. All right. As anticipated.
As anticipated, and I guess as it has come in, as these picks are starting, I think rolling faster than TV can get to.
I'm Mac Jones. I am thrilled.
Yeah.
I am dream scenario.
You know what's amazing about it? 100%. Everything about Mac Jones, except for the fact that he wasn't drafted in the 6th round or some stupid thing Brady keeps talking about. Instead of that, but the body type and what they look like coming out of college is literally the exact same. Those two dudes.
No. Brady had. We talking about he was a little lankier. He was kind of a skinny. This dude, that dude.
Okay, yeah.
Mac
He's
Jones
a little bit.
he
looks a little bit more pudding on it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
We are going to see those side to sides all over Twitter, starting right this second.
Yes, absolutely. Somebody do it for me. Somebody in the chat that's good enough to do it. That'd be great.
They were announcing the Jets pick while they're showing Mac Jones on the phone.
That's kind of weak. Wow, that makes
USC is a bad. I mean, not that talking about interior alignment.
Oh my God, I already see it. It's fantastic. There is a side by side of Mac Jones and Tom Brady, and they're completely identical. I think. Let me see if I can put it in the chat. You might have to copy and paste it into Twitter. But here we go. I'll put the Twitter account for you, and you might just have to copy and paste the link. But it's there for you.
I also like taking a look and seeing what the Wonderlic scores were like for the quarterbacks. I just think it's funny.
What was Max?
Yeah,
actually, I think Justin Fields was the one that didn't he test really well this draft. He was the one who tested through the roof. Yeah. I think he was the one that tested through the roof here. Now, Trey Lance was the one who went through the the 49ers like psychology test or psychological test and tested better than everyone, whatever the hell that means. That lunatic Kyle Shanahan.
I would love to know like when they decided to change, because it seemed like it was Mac Jones, right? For like the last, as soon as they made that trade up until probably yesterday, it was all Mac Jones, Mac Jones, Mac Jones. Then you started to hear rumblings of Trey Lance, and then today it was just a full landslide, at least in the betting market. So I wonder what kind of changed. And everything it seemed like was saying that Shanahan was really on Mac Jones and everyone else in the organization wanted Lance. So eventually they might have been able to just overtake his opinion. But I'm just curious what you guys think.
Okay, first of all, you had a really good opportunity to change landslide into Lance slide, and you missed it. You just missed it.
Now somebody,
I'm just gonna go, guys.
Somebody's gonna make a parody song of Landslide. Now that it's gonna happen, they're gonna do. Yeah, it's just gonna be a whole parody song now. I can.
Someone in the chat, maybe.
Yeah, if somebody can play guitar or sing like Stevie Nicks, that'd be really cool. Yeah.
I think it was Trey Lance the entire time.
In the chat. That's a bold prediction.
You do?
Oh wow, hold on. Let's see this comment here.
Yeah, it's a pretty bold prediction.
Oh, you know what though? That actually makes sense though, right?
Because it's the best possible team you can go to as a quarterback.
And he can sit for a year and learn, and he has the benefit of these great minds. I mean, let's go through the progressions. We have Trevor Lawrence. I mean, let's be real about this, right? Even if he's a great quarterback, is he really bringing Jacksonville to prominence? Probably not.
Definitely Wilson not this year.
Zach Wilson with the New York Jets. Like, let's go ahead and cross that off the list right now. The only argument would be Trey Lance with San Francisco, and that's less of a Trey Lance argument to me than it is a Kyle Shanahan argument, a pro Kyle Shanahan argument.
And their personnel too.
Absolutely, exactly. Yeah, San Fran's personnel is absolutely elite. I think those are the two teams that have quarterbacks that potentially could have teams in the Super Bowl. Iggy, what are your thoughts there?
Oh man, I don't like Mac Jones. this is not a personal thing for me.
No, it's a personal thing. What did he do to you? What did Mac Jones do to you?
I don't know, man. He's just like, I part of why I like Justin Fields so much is I look at him and I'm like, that's my fucking guy. That guy leads me into the trenches. He passes my eyeball test. Mac Jones is just this weird, frumpy, fat dude who I don't like very much. And again, look, I've said this a bunch of times, but there hasn't been.
What's wrong with fat dudes? Hey,
there's nothing wrong with fat dudes.
Yeah. Yes, it'd be a problem if somebody who looks like me is your quarterback. Yes, that is a huge problem.
John, can
we get a side by side of John and Mac Jones?
No, let's not know because I know it looks exactly like me. That's not good.
Hey, John, no. This is good. John, can you pull up in the next minute or so all the starting quarterbacks in the NFL? Just to pull up a list of the starting quarterbacks in the NFL. Let's see who actually passes the eyeball test. I mean, let's see if there's actually validity to this, where it's like, oh, the ones who pass the eyeball test are actually like good quarterbacks. I don't know if that's the case or not. I have no idea.
Well, let's go from anecdotal to actual data. If they pass the eyeball test, are they a good quarterback?
Yeah, forget about data. Yeah, we don't need stats.
Do their bodies look good?
Yes,
yes or no? I mean, I would have to say, let me go through all this.
I would imagine Rodgers to have like an elite body.
Oh, Rodgers definitely does.
Yeah, but he does. How old is Aaron Rodgers?
Well, hold on. Does the eyeball
He's like 36, 37.
He's 38, I think.
18.
38.
Does the eyeball test include like just kind of like carrying yourself with confidence? Because he always has, even at Cal.
Oh, that's way different. The swag he brings to the table is unreal.
Swag meter, yeah, that's different.
It's off the charts.
Oh, eyeball test is physique only.
Oh, well,
have you ever seen Patrick Mahomes with his shirt off? Do we know that?
I think he's got some pecs. He's got some pecs.
You do? Okay, yeah, definitely. He has to be in pretty good shape.
It's not bad.
Yeah, like he's not like.
It's not good though.
Off or anything.
The comment in the chat about Tannehill's wife, she's unreal to look at.
I gotta think. I think she's overrated.
I'm talking about quarterback bodies, okay?
I think she's just a touch overrated. Is all. I don't know. I don't know what it is.
You know what? I'm actually about to do it. I don't care if it's gonna be my Google search chat. Patrick Mahomes shirt off. I'm doing it. This is where we are.
John, let's be real. There's worse things in your Google search trap than that.
That's true.
You're not gonna like what you see, man. He's just
no.
He's no. That's not. Fine. That's Saquon Barkley. Okay. No, he's good. He's got arms and he's got some nice pecs. But
I
am legitimately concerned that there is not one picture with a shirt off. I mean, what is he afraid of? What's happening here? Oh man.
Well, now we're asking the right questions.
How come there's a picture of Mac Jones without a shirt on circulating, but I can't find one picture of the greatest quarterback of all time without a shirt?
Wow, Mark Rippon.
Who are these
It's
chicks
got
that
to. It's
showing
got to
us?
be there.
Mark Rippon. Get the heck out of here. Isn't it? Wait, isn't his kid Brett Rippon at Boise State?
That's right. Well,
Yeah,
not at
okay.
Boise State anymore. He's in the NFL.
Not
now.
anymore. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he is in the NFL, doing terrible in the NFL. That's right.
Ouch. Apologies
Yeah.
to the Rippon family.
Oh, sorry, Rippon family. Do we know the Rippon family? Is this like me giving slander to Mike Fultonavich, even though he's friend of the program?
I think it did. I thought Nick said he got dealt like 2 days ago. I'm not really sure if that actually happened or not. Maybe you could look that up too. But no, we're not.
I don't want
we're
to make
not-
sure I'm attacking people that are friends with Win Daily. I
we're-
made that mistake one too many times.
Yeah, no, we're good on that.
This guy loves to start fights.
I do, apparently. Yeah, I was gonna fight everybody. If I saw one more Kings of Leon slander tweet, I was gonna fight the entire Twitter line. Do not disrespect Kings of Leon. No.
I thought it brought a good vibe into the draft.
They were fantastic. It's a great band. And somebody's like, oh, 2008 called. Well, 2008 was bleeping great. Like 2008 was better than whatever the hell the last decade was.
Well,
Give me back to 2008, please.
You sound like old man, get off my lawn. But with that said,
I sound like I loved actually, having fun and listening to Kings of Leon back in the day and not staying quarantined for a year. That's
I don't like humans. This is great.
The 2008 thing called is kind of silly when it comes to music, obviously, because like my favorite band of all time is Linkin Park, and I just think that music.
Is it really? I would have
100%.
never pegged you as a Linkin Park.
I'm into that. See, what a great Reanimation is one of the best albums ever.
Oh,
I thought Sia would have been more of like a James Blunt kind of guy or something like that. Like I thought you would have been a soft rock
or
like
Coldplay.
Yeah, Coldplay, exactly. Oh yeah,
No,
you have that hairstyle. I'm sorry,
serious?
it looks like you like Coldplay with that. Like that hairstyle, like tells me you
I
probably
have
like
to
some
do
good soft
something.
rock.
I have to do something.
Look at
about
this. No,
clearly.
I'm gonna show this myself.
Do I like
Don't
puff it up?
disrespect Creed. Absolutely.
What makes this not
Andy in
Coldplay
the
hair?
chat is my boy. I don't even know who Andy is, but that's my dude. Don't disrespect Creed. Absolutely.
Creed is
My man.
underrated, and I'm sick of the whole you have to hate Nickelback thing. It's just like we don't have to all hate Nickelback. They're fine. They're just a band. Like we don't have to hate them.
Nickelback's not bad. I don't think they're great.
I didn't say they weren't not bad. I just said we didn't have to hate them. That's
okay. Well,
that's
fair.
like-
That's fair.
that's a
Okay,
little-
I'll go there. Yeah.
All right, so now we have to find out Keith favorite band, Iggy favorite band. We have to do this before the Raiders pick, before the
man.
Raiders score up their pick.
I'll go Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Oh, that's a good one. Wow. All right, I
Jesus.
can't criticize that. Damn it. Okay, let me.
Red Hot Chili Peppers are so generic.
I don't know if I've
I'm
got
gonna
a
criticize
favorite
that.
band off the top of my head.
No. Hold on. Let me reframe the question. You have one CD that you can listen to the rest of your life, and it's just that band CD. Like that's the only. You don't have to name the album, but like you're just stuck with this one musical artist or band the rest of your life. What band is it?
God, that's rough. It's a similar question, by the way. I might go. This might be a little weird.
Sade.
That would be weirder than what I was going to say. I might go. Get Rich or Die Trying. 50 Cent.
Oh, that's solid.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is a good album.
You
got to be in a mood.
We got John Jansen jokes in the chat. How about that?
Oh, you kind of do look like an
No. There's legitimately an ex-Washington lineman.
Yeah, that's true. But look up Jeff Bostic and Joe Jacoby and marry them, so to speak, and that's John Jansen.
Wait, people are getting drafted, guys. I think.
Oh yeah,
Are they?
Yeah.
Yeah,
we
got
should probably be paying attention.
The Cardinals. Who did the Cardinals scoop?
David Collins.
Oh, linebacker. Okay, that's a solid pick.
Yeah, I think they said that he's going to replace Hassan Reddick's role or kind of assume that role there.
Interesting. All right.
So yeah, I mean, it's weird when obviously the last two first-round picks you get from the Arizona Cardinals are going to be linebackers, because Isaiah Simmons is a different kind of linebacker, obviously, but still, two linebackers. That's obviously a little weird, but I mean, they're both very good. So man, that's going to be a tough place to be in the middle of the field against the Cardinals. Now, only if they had a good coach to actually coach them, that'd be great.
There's not a political comment at all, nor do I have an affiliation. Mac Jones' dressing room looks like a Trump rally. It's rough to watch.
Oh, I'm looking. I didn't get to see it. They showed that?
It was like him and his family and friends, and it just seems like they would be at the rally. That's all.
Zach Wilson's family photos legitimately or his of his draft room legitimately scared the shit out of me. Like it just gave me PTSD of like every like fraternity party I've ever been to.
100%.
And yeah, it's scary. Have you ever seen the Vine where it like shows the 30 sorority girls like all clapping in unison and like doing some chant? That scared the shit out of me. And Zach Wilson gave me the same vibes. It was just all the same thing, like pastel colors everywhere with the worst looking hairstyles. It was brutal. It was absolutely brutal. By the way, my favorite band, if anybody cares, I know.
Sorry.
No one asked, John. So we're good.
I know. I'm the guy who says he likes Creed, but I still have a say here. All right.
It sounded like it was Nickelback, so I just don't.
No. I'll say this band because they have a new album coming out in an hour and a half. It is Gojira is the best metal band, heavy metal band of all time.
Interesting.
Check them out. They kick ass. Metallica even they kick ass. Gojira. Check them out. They're amazing.
See, I probably got about 5 or so minutes left here. I'm very sad that I don't think I'll be able to get to my picks.
All right.
I'm going to be ecstatic where in the next 5 minutes, it's the Ravens, right? You're rating for the Ravens. In like 5 minutes, they make a trade up or something to get.
It's going to be a Mike Moore situation where they trade up after Iggy drops off.
Iggy, you're welcome. Iggy, you're welcome to jump back on if you feel like it later on in the draft. But okay, so if you're going
to, can I jump in from my car? Do you mind? I'll jump in from the car.
Jump in from the car. I don't care.
Absolutely.
Iggy, I have to before you go though. And I know you have a few more minutes, but I got to ask another Bachelor question. Okay, so Bachelorette question. So you were on the show for how many days or weeks?
About 3 weeks or so.
Okay, and in that 3 weeks, like how many like rose ceremonies were there?
I got I say top 10. I got whacked at 10.
Okay, gotcha.
I think it was my 5th one.
Okay, it was your 5th one. Okay, so what was that feeling like when you're like I've watched the show before, and you're like kind of like standing up next to all the other guys, like right before that part happens. Are you guys all kind of like talking and joking around? Are you like actually nervous? Like what is that feeling like?
So the rose ceremony goes from sundown to sunup. So you're standing in the same spot for about 5 or 6, I'd say about 4 hours, standing in the same fucking spot, stone wall, like you can't move off your mark, like you're just sitting there. By the time it's done, you just want to be done. You don't give a fuck if you go home or not. You just want to go to bed.
That's brutal.
What's the point of that?
There is no woman worth that.
Yeah, why? What was their reasoning behind doing that?
Right, so number one, it's TV, right? So they say your name, you walk out, maybe you walk out again, they get a different angle from you, she forgets your name, you walk out funky, I don't know, whatever. Like you do everything a million times.
Wow.
So, even when it's like, on night one, if you ever watch the show, night one, when the guys get like whacked night one, it shows them in the morning. Like it's sunny outside when they do their confessional and they leave. That's because it's 8 in the morning because we've been standing in the same spot for 6 hours.
Wow.
It sucks.
That's
so
horrible.
When we see somebody like getting sort of like dismissed and leaving, and we see this like sort of like real emotional moment, that's basically like the 6th take of this person walking out.
It may not be the same, but so I cried. I don't know who this lady is. I met her 5 times for like a total of 20 minutes. I have no idea who she is. I'm sure she's great. But I was so exhausted and like frustrated and just like hungover perpetually that I'm just like, I'm ready to go home. Like I'm out. Like, I'm exhausted.
It was like I'm homesick.
It has nothing to do with the girl who none of us really like get a chance to know. Like all of a sudden after week 3 or 4, it's like you make friends. Like like you don't have a phone. There's no TV, no radio, no phone. You are disconnected from the world. They don't have clocks in there because they want you to go fucking nuts. You can't work out.
Jail.
Yeah, dude. There is no. Yeah, it's exactly. You're like in the hole, right? Like there's nothing to give other than the sun coming up and going down. There is no frame of reference for time or space or anything. So you're just excited to be like you're just exhausted. You're ready to go again.
And you guys made friends with each other. Like it wasn't more like this is my enemy. I'm going against him. It's more like we're in this together. Like let's just ride this out.
Yeah, I mean, like you kind of. It's funny. It's very high school. You get like your little pockets of friends, right? And like you want your buddy to stick around because there's nothing to do but bullshit with your friend all day.
Yeah.
Like what else do you have to do?
So I have a question because I was talking to a friend of mine years ago, and he asked me the question, "What do you think?" Because I was a WWE fan, he liked The Bachelor, and he told me that WWE was more scripted than The Bachelor. I said, "You're an idiot! Like it's The Bachelor is all scripted. It has to be."
So it's not.
So what do you think is more scripted, WWE or The Bachelor?
In the classical sense, like we're not given a script to read off of, right?
Okay.
However, and I say this all the time, we're like, the producers are like a big kid, and all the people on the show are like ants in an ant farm. You feel like you're doing the things you want to do because of your own free will, but they'll put a little rock here and a little rock here and a little rock here, and you go in the direction they want you to go.
So
and
you're an experiment.
You start figuring out real quickly that the more you, like if you ever watch a show, you're like, I can't believe that guy said that, or I would never do that ever. But you realize very quickly that the more you play along with what the producers would like you to do and who they'd like you to be on camera, the longer you stick around.
Interesting.
They're going to nudge you in a direction. And if you own it and go in that direction, you're going to stick around. Because everyone outside of the top 2 guys or girls every year is what we call a producer edit. Like the guy or girl doesn't pick. The producers pick the lineup from number 3 all the way on to 32 or whatever, however many guys are there. It's a production, dude. It's a show.
So she has like input on the first 2, and then essentially the producers are like, well, this guy's going to draw more ratings, so we're going to keep this guy around, etc.
And yes, and it's a live experiment, right? So they might think that one guy is going to be their guy, but maybe he doesn't go over the top, like eccentric the way they want him to. So they just find a guy that will, and then they'll build him into the narrative. It's fucking crazy.
Well, it sounds like the Truman Show, but just like real life.
Yeah. Again, except you know you're being filmed. And
right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Except you know. Yes.
Is it like we're all like
just know that you're being toured with? That's what you don't know.
Precisely. And so we're all like alpha dudes. So none of us want to get whacked, right? And so like they use that to their advantage because they know like me as like a competitor. I don't want to get cut. And so they'll start to leverage that, and you'll buy into your own narrative even more because you're like, I know I'll stick around. I don't want to leave yet. I don't want to get whacked on national television. So yeah, it's a very interesting experience.
Well, Iggy, that is some really cool insight. I'm probably going to ask you another question about that when you join us later on tonight. Call from your car, from
I'm gonna join you in like 10 minutes.
Dude, whatever you want. We're here. We're going to be here. Join us. We want to have you.
Are we?
What's that?
What pick just came in?
I know the Raiders just had a horrible pick.
I heard it was terrible.
Alex Leatherwood, they picked
a tackle from Bama.
Yeah, he was graded as like a second round.
Oh, is that the meme?
Rappaport tweeted and goes, "A surprise is an understatement."
Yeah, it's classic. Dolphins on the clock. We're going to bring in Andrew Erickson from Pro Football.
Yeah, I'm out. I'll jump back in a few minutes.
All right, Iggy. We'll see you soon, buddy. Yeah. Andrew, we are bringing you into this stream. How are you?
What's up, guys? I'm doing good. How are you guys? Fun draft.
Very good, man.
Maybe Andrew can give us some insight on who the Giants are going to take at 20.
What are you thinking there? And what are you thinking with the Dolphins with this? Oh, looks like they took a DN, Jalen Phillips.
And Miami guy. There we go.
Local product.
Yeah.
Now, Andrew, it looks like you're a Miami fan.
I like the Dolphins. I guess I'm not a Miami fan. The Jalen Phillips, he was in my mock draft, so that's why I'm a fan.
When a mock draft hits, you're a mock draft fan. You're not a team fan.
It's like getting a pick right. Look, I bet against the Phillies today. I love the Phillies, but they lost. So there we go. I'm more excited when my picks hit. So I know the feeling. But
I am actually a Patriots fan. So
nice.
Oh, we just talked about
all right, Mac Jones then. Yeah.
So listen, I actually want to get your opinion on Mac Jones, the Patriots in general, Cam Newton too. But can you just for those that are watching that don't already know who you are, can you tell us who you are? You know who you work for, that kind of deal.
Yeah, so my name is Andrew Erickson. I'm a fantasy football analyst over at PFF. And I mean, that's kind of the name of the game. I do all the fantasy stuff over there, part of the podcast team, fantasy team, working there for about a year now. And it's just been a blast. The PFF stats are just some of the best in the industry. I think they're the best. Again, I'm a little bit biased, but yeah, if you want to check them out yourself, promo code DRAFT30, get a subscription for $28. For an entire year. You can't beat it.
Can you do us a favor? Maybe not during this segment, but maybe afterward. Can you find the Win Daily Sports, just like whatever the tweet that's going around, and maybe put that in the comments so that people can kind of use the promo code and join? That'd be awesome. And retweet it if you want. But more important, like just as important, people first of all, I've been a PFF member. I guess I'm not right now. Maybe I let my subscription pass. I do think, Andrew, it's the best stats out there. So I actually agree with you. I mean, I don't know that I'm right about that, but I actually agree with the sentiment that
PFF is always great because I don't know how to judge linemen, and PFF's always good. Like before the season, they group linemen together. It's fantastic. It's a very subtle thing that PFF does. It's great, but obviously I can look at a skill position player and kind of know by the numbers, but there are no numbers for linemen. The only numbers that I really get that are tangible are PFF numbers. So that's
well, you're starting to see a rise in the linemen, how they grade linemen analytically too. There's like win block rate, pass block rate, which is really great because you never know how they are really, besides their name recognition.
John, I'm glad you sung the praises of PFF because it was quite recently that they released the most talented rosters in the league. And I believe the Washington football team, Andrew, just to give you some context, I'm a fan. I think they're winning the NFC East. John disagrees. He thinks the Cowboys are winning the NFC East. The Washington football team, I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Eric, was rated number 8, as in the 8th most talented roster in the National Football League. I don't know where Dallas was. I assume they were somewhere in the high teens. Maybe Andrew knows off the top of his head. But the point is, Andrew, obviously the Washington football team is going to win the NFC East, right?
It's probably that's probably what I would put my money on is the Washington football team. I think they have an elite defense. It's only going to get better probably. And I mean, Fitzpatrick is they didn't have a quarterback last year and they won the division. So if Fitzpatrick, who's been really good the past 2 seasons, if he comes in and just kind of plays as an average quarterback, I mean, I think they're probably the most complete team. I mean, the Eagles are kind of a mess. We don't know how that offense is going to be with Jalen Hurts. Daniel Jones is total wild card. I like Daniel Jones a lot. I think he's going to take a step with Kenny Golladay. We'll see what they do here in the draft. But again, he's a wild card. And then the Dallas Cowboys, again, awesome offense, but are they going to be able to stop? Is it going to be 50 in every game? I hope so. As a fantasy guy, I'm like, yes, Dallas. Let's go 50-45 every single week. Let's bring it. But that doesn't necessarily translate to a lot of wins.
Yeah, no, I obviously agree. John, any retort there, or have we kind of settled the dispute at this point?
No, we have not settled the dispute. I think I just don't think Ryan Fitzpatrick is too much. He's been good, but also I don't think he fits well for what they need. They need somebody who can be at least more of a manager than anything. And I don't know if Fitzpatrick is capable of that. Too many turnovers. And look, I love Ron Rivera as a coach, but I'm not going to pretend that I think he's some really elevating coach, that they're a much better team because Ron Rivera is this great, NFL X's and O's coach that has elevated so many teams before. Honestly, if it wasn't for Cam Newton just being an absolute Superman that one season, I don't really know what Ron Rivera's career ends up being like, or if he ever reaches the Super Bowl. So I'm just not completely sold. It's a bunch of pieces that I don't believe can do very well, but obviously the defense is the one that's so strong that yes, if anything, the defense could definitely carry them, I would say, to wins and possibly an NFC East.
I mean, one thing to consider though, John, is last year that this wasn't really, the defense was young and talented, but it's not like, they had a really huge problem at the quarterback position. The Alex Smith story was really nice, but his depth of target, it was kind of laughable how.
Oh, it was really bad.
So it was just kind of one of those things. He kind of manufactured a playoff run. I understand the NFC East was really bad, but I just think I think Ron Rivera actually deserves maybe a touch more credit because I don't think anybody had expectations that Washington would even win, 7 games, and they surpassed. What did they win? 8 games ultimately to get into the playoffs. I'm trying to remember.
I think they were still 7. Weren't they still under 500?
Yeah, because so that's
so that's taking away from my point a little bit. So I
had a question for Andrew quick. So you do a lot of the fantasy stuff with PFF. Do you kind of delve into, mentioned mock drafts too. Are you kind of doing some college evaluation too? And if so, maybe what was your biggest surprise so far in the draft?
I know that you guys mentioned at the top. The Alex Leatherwood pick seemed like a reach. That's what it did. But that is so the MO of the Raiders. That again, I was trying to mock them, and it's this is what they do. It happened 2 years ago when they took Farrell at number 4 overall. It's why are you guys taking him at number 4? He's going to be there at the end of the first round, or he's going to be there in the second round. So again, it's the Mike Mayock thing. He just finds his guy, and that's who he goes after no matter what. and it doesn't always make sense with where the board really aligns with where other people are drafting in the NFL. So again, they needed a tackle. So the position I don't hate, but
you're not really drafting for value there, right? You're just drafting for need, which is it's not a good strategy essentially in the draft.
Yeah, no. And again, I wouldn't even, I think, isn't Darisaw still on the board too? So I don't understand why they would take, I mean, I think Darisaw is the clear number 3 guy in this class, especially if the offensive line kind of needs help all over the board. Or even if they'd gone the upside pick with like a Caleb Farley. Just like, hey, like if he's healthy, like, oh, sick. Like we have like
he's got a high ceiling.
Yeah, we got a stud corner. Like their defense is so bad. They can't stop anyone. So it's like Derek Carr was really good last year and it didn't even matter because their defense was just so horrendous.
Now, you just brought up a guy, Caleb Farley. Is there a spot now coming up? Do you think that fits for him? I mean, not to say it's surprising that he's falling here, but he was obviously grouped a little bit into that J.C. Horn, Patrick Surtain, and obviously I think those two are better. But this was a guy that was being highly talked about. Is there a spot that kind of coming up that you think kind of fits here for him?
I mean, I saw some mock drafts where he wasn't in the first round at all.
Wow.
So
okay.
I don't. Again, it's all about the medical stuff, and unfortunately, we in the media don't necessarily know what that is.
Is that more than COVID, or is that just the COVID?
No, it's not the COVID necessarily. It's just the back injuries because he's had back surgery. He didn't play last season, so there's a lot of red flags with him in particular when it comes to his injuries. The one team that I can't imagine would pass on him is the Saints, because we heard that they were going to trade up into the top 10. They really want a cornerback, and if he's there at 28, they're definitely going to take him. So I don't think he falls out of the first round because of the Saints. But I don't see necessarily a team in this range that's going to be like, oh, like we're gonna take Farley here. Maybe the Cleveland Browns would be another option, because I've heard that they've been looking for a cornerback as well, but especially because a lot of the linebackers have been taken. So that's another position that the Browns are kind of mocked to draft here as well.
Andrew, the Giants are on the clock, but Washington just took Jamin Davis out of Kentucky, which is a bit of a surprise to me. I thought they might actually continue to build the offensive line, or maybe take a linebacker that was maybe rated a little bit higher pre-draft. Any thoughts on him? Is it a surprise to you as well?
Not really. Jamin Davis had been getting a lot of first round buzz as kind of a late riser in the process. And I think I had him in one of my mocks that I had done, maybe not my final one. It was between him and the kid from Notre Dame. I was kind of contemplating, but I think the linebacker makes a lot of sense. You look at that defense, their secondary stacked, their defensive line is stacked. But it was the middle of the field, the linebacker position, that they really didn't have really a guy there. So I think it makes a lot of sense that they bring in Davis. And now again, we talked about their defense. Now their defense is just that much better. They didn't decide to draft a quarterback in the first round, so they're going to roll with Fitzpatrick, it seems like. And now it's like, hey, this team has like the best defense in the league, a top 5 defense.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a top 5 defense. Like, I think people are forgetting, maybe they're not forgetting, but it's not talked about a lot that William Jackson came in to Washington via free agency. They're still a little weak at corner, but obviously now they're building the middle of that defense up a little bit. The defensive line is just absurd. So
did Kerrigan retire? Or
he's a free agent, so he hasn't retired.
Pierre Lewis too, Kevin Pierre Lewis.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. I'm actually surprised he's not on a roster personally, but we got the Giants coming up now. Andrew, in your mock, obviously the Giants traded out of their pick, so your mock might have been sort of jumbled, but where do you think they're going now? What do you think the needs are with New York?
I think it would be, for me, it would be Darisaw. I think that get Daniel Jones some protection. Like they got Galladay, they brought in an alpha wide receiver. That's what I would do. I think that's a smash play, and it fits the category. Dave Gettleman loves his hog mollies. Like, get this big dude in here. So I think Darisaw makes a lot of sense.
What did you make of last year?
That's amazing.
I try to speak Gettleman. It's a tough language to master. So what do you make it to the Andrew Thomas pick last year? Like, he obviously had an up and down year. And then obviously there was Wills and Wirfs still on the board, and even Becton to some extent. What do you think of like Andrew Thomas kind of coming into his own?
Again, the tackle class was really good last year, and it's just unfortunate that the Giants ended up, taking the one that just didn't end up panning out the best. But it's not like, when the offensive line around him is just so bad, it's hard for him to perform. So again, I'm not sold that Andrew Thomas is a bust in any way, shape, or form. But again, now you have another tackle that you can bring in, whether you shift Thomas over right tackle or left tackle. You play to the strengths of the line, but just that's what they need. Daniel Jones, the thing about Daniel Jones too is, and this just surprised me, PFF has the QB annual that they do every single year, and Daniel Jones improved in almost like every statistical category, but it's not talked about enough. Like his PFF grade went up, which I was really surprised at, because you just look at the raw numbers, like, oh, he threw like 13 touchdowns. Like, oh, well.
Mm-hmm.
But that wasn't really the case. Like, he was really good on the deep ball. And it was just, look, the line was atrocious last year. And
no Saquon too.
Yeah, exactly. So I like
you-
Daniel Jones a lot in fantasy in particular. I think that he has a lot of upside. I mean, he's one of the only quarterbacks that can – he also uses his legs. Like he had like it would have been like a 70-yard touchdown or whatever when he tripped. But besides that, like
against the Eagles too, right, John?
Yes. Very remember that very well.
He showed in that game in his first game, I think, against the Buccaneers. He scored like 35 fantasy points. So
I flew down to Tampa for that game. It was unreal.
Yeah, so it's in his range of outcomes that he can put up these big numbers, and now he has the weapons, and now hopefully he has the line to help block.
Yeah, so everything is coming together for the Giants, as you just said, and maybe here an offensive lineman, but I do like all of their offense. Is there still any worry about Jason Garrett, or was there enough in year one that it was okay enough that these pieces are still going to make them look good?
So like that's like the thing that if it doesn't work, like that's why.
Exactly, yeah.
But would you not argue too that the Giants have needed for edge rusher, and with Kitty Pay and Rousseau kind of in this range where it's not necessarily a reach, like that could also be a pick for them? They struggled massively getting to the quarterback last year.
So it seems like the Giants have selected Kadarius Toney.
What?
Oh, that's
classic Gettleman. I love it.
Wow.
No.
NFC
Is that classic David Gettleman? I don't know what that is.
All right, well, I can spin the fantasy take right off the bat. Like, don't draft Kadarius Toney.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like this is like the worst landing spot I could think of for a rookie wide receiver, specifically Toney. I think it's another weapon for Daniel Jones. So that's great for him, but go with Kenny Golladay. Like, I'm not even sure Kadarius Toney's going to be able to.
He's not the second. Sterling Shepard is the second.
Yeah.
So, we have Darius Slayton is actually really good receiver. He might even be better than Shepard, in my opinion.
That's such a bad pick.
Why?
What do the PFF stats say between the Shepard and Slayton? Is Slayton kind of underrated?
He's just so consistent.
Shepard's awesome. I think Shepard's extremely underrated.
Shepard has a streak of like it goes back to like his rookie year where he's had like 6 targets in like every single game he's played. Like he's like always gets that.
He gets that separation.
Yeah, he's never gonna score like 30 points, but he's like 10 points, 8 points, 12 points, like very consistent.
You know what's great about seeing Toney highlights is seeing how good Kyle Trask is. That's all I'm gonna
Thank you. See, let's make this a Kyle Trask show. Actually,
do we think he gets in the first round?
No, I don't
No.
That was a pretty adamant no.
It's a definite no. But I think the team that gets him is going to get a good quarterback. Hey, listen. So, Andrew, I want to ask you a couple more questions before we let you go, specifically about some of the receivers that have been drafted. Keith, I'm going to let you go for now because I'm going to get DFS Ghost in here. Perfect. I don't know if you're going to be around later. If you are,
probably not.
Okay, but if you are, please come back, hang out with us. But Keith, thanks for coming on the show. By the way, Keith is on WinDailySports.com. He gives us
the
all
model
hockey plays, which are like amazing, and which I won a ton on last night because the Vegas Knights crushed the Colorado Avalanche. Andrew, Jalen Waddle, I want to know, did you think that was a good pick for Miami? And I also want to know what you think his fantasy impact is, because I think some of these young receivers that just got drafted will have a pretty immediate fantasy impact.
I like the pick for Tua, putting another weapon. I mean, you look at who he's throwing the ball to last year, Jakeem Grant, Lynn Bowden Jr., who was a running back, and then they're like, all right, well, you're going to play a slot wide receiver, so like go do that. Now they get or at least I think that is the best pure slot receiver in this class. You look at any number from the college database, he was number 1 in everything from the slot, explosive pass play, PFF grade, yards per route run, yards out to the catch per reception, like everything he was ranked number 1 in because he's a super explosive guy. And he has a relationship, he has a rapport with Tua already. They played together in college. And there's a reason why Waddle got drafted over Devontae Smith, because Waddle's game reflects more and translates better than Smith's necessarily. So I think it fits really well. He's not going to project really well, from a projection standpoint, just because we have to Devontae Parker's there, Will Fuller's there, Mike Gesicki's there. So the target share is not really going to be, unless he could somehow emerge as the main guy, which I think could potentially happen. But I wouldn't be super aggressive in targeting him just because we don't know how the targets are going to be distributed. Miami has a good defense. I don't envision them playing in a ton of shootouts. But at the same time, if there's any player that can make up for a lack of targets, it's probably Waddle, because that's his game. Like, his game is electricity, big plays. And I mean, look, Will Fuller, I love him. Dude doesn't stay healthy. Devontae Parker doesn't stay healthy. Like, and maybe Jalen Waddle got hurt last year too, so maybe he can stay healthy too. But again, I think that we're going to see a lot of big games from Jalen Waddle, but maybe not super consistent in the beginning of the season.
So out of all the rookies, would it maybe seem like Devontae Smith is dropping into one of the better situations just because there's really nothing else around him? I mean, it's just him. Now, the problem is, how does Nick Sirianni in this offense use him? Is Jalen Hurts legitimately a good enough quarterback? I know the fantasy numbers are probably going to be there for Hurts, but is Smith kind of dropping into the better position of he's at least going to get the quantity, maybe not the quality that somebody like a Jamar Chase is going to get?
Yeah, I still think I would still go with Chase as the number one, even with because I think the Bengals offense is just they're gonna throw so much that even in a split targets with a Tyler Boyd and a T Higgins, that if the Bengals are throwing 45, 50 times a game because their defense sucks and they can't run the ball or whatever, then I think that you're going to see Chase just have absurd numbers. Whereas the Eagles side, they're not going to throw nearly as much. You have a running quarterback that just we've seen this before with Lamar Jackson. Like, there's not a lot of targets to go around. So though that Devontae Smith is, I think he's clearly the guy that we should project for the most targets in that offense. I think that he can be like a PPR machine, but yeah, I think I still lean Devontae Smith.
And Andrew, I have a question for you real quick about the running backs, none of which have been drafted. A, do you expect a running back to go in the first round? I know we've heard Najee Harris to Pittsburgh. I'm not really buying into that, but that's just me. But can you rate just pure talent-wise, Najee Harris, Travis Etienne, maybe Javonte Williams, Kenneth Gainwell, are those your top four? And if so, how would you rate them? If not, tell me who your third and fourth are.
Yep, so those are my top four guys. So I have them ranked Harris, Williams, Etienne, and then Gainwell. It's my rankings.
Okay, and why Etienne behind Williams? What's the X factor?
So it just has to do more with size and the way that they play. And again, if you look at their pro days, they technically weigh the same amount, but if you watch them play, they don't really weigh the same. They're just not built the same way. Like, Etienne's not a in between the tackles grinder. Like, they're not going to give Etienne the ball necessarily when they're trying to run out clock. He's trying to hit the home run, and I get that, and that's really appealing for when you watch the highlights. Like, he's got the breakaway speed, but that doesn't always happen in the NFL. Guys that try to hit the edge all the time, they just end up running for a lot of negative yardage in the pros. So that's the thing that I don't like as much about Etienne's game. And again, yes, he caught a lot of passes last year, and that's kind of what people have attached themselves to. But Javonte Williams also graded really well as a receiver. Najee Harris also graded really well as a receiver for us at PFF. So I don't think that his receiving is so far beyond Etienne or beyond Harris's or Williams that I'm going to he can catch passes. Because something that I've kind of discovered is that a lot of these running backs from college, they don't catch passes in their college offenses because the college offenses don't teach that as a thing. And the minute that they get to the pros, it's like, oh, well, if they're playing an offense that throws to the running back, then they're going to do well. I think that the perfect example is, look at the Buccaneers. The Buccaneers had two of the worst running backs catching passes last year, Fournette, Ronald Jones. They're still catching passes, though, because Tom Brady is throwing the ball to the running backs. Whereas you have a receiver running back like J.K. Dobbins, who we know is dynamic as a receiver, doesn't catch anything because Lamar Jackson's not throwing him the ball. So I think it really depends on what team they end up going to. And again, Pittsburgh has shown that they throw the ball to the running back. Arizona has shown that they throw the ball to the running back. So depending on who the quarterback is, especially if it's a non-mobile quarterback, look, Philip Rivers, man, dude peppered guys with targets because he couldn't move at all. That's what I always try to look for.
Right. And do you expect a running back to go in the first round?
Yeah, I'm on the Steelers going with Najee Harris. I think that I don't know. I think there's too much smoke for it to be not potentially what they're going to do. And they also ranked dead last in play action usage last year. So that kind of tells you that they're not really following the numbers because look, play action literally shows that it improves every quarterback's efficiency numbers, and Steelers weren't doing it. So drafting running back would seem like the next appropriate step.
Can Big Ben still run play action? Does he have the mobility to turn his body 45 degrees and like fake a handoff?
I don't know if they think that they draft a running back, then it's like, okay, well now that we have the running back, now we can do play action, even though.
Did you just question if Big Ben was athletic enough to do a handoff to Najee Harris? Is that what you're telling me?
Not even that, an actual fake handoff. Like, I'm not so sure. Andrew, listen, we really appreciate you joining us. I don't know. I'm curious. I guess because of your role, you stay up like pretty much for like the entire draft. You watch rounds 2 and 3 and 3 through 7 or 4 through 7. Like, I'm just curious, how do you go about watching the draft?
Yeah, so right now, I basically am like in my office. I have the draft actually on my phone. I'm just kind of like looking it over onto the side here. So I'm working on like an article mid-draft. So trying to react to each piece. We're working on a live piece on the website. So me and a bunch of the other fantasy guys are updating that as picks come in. So we're trying to kind of, I have to admit the Kadarius Toney one is a surprise. So we're probably a little crazy. but we were able to write up some of the picks beforehand, and we knew that Waddle could go to the Dolphins, so we tried to write a lot of it beforehand. But yeah, the Kadarius Toney, the Giants one was definitely wild. So
I love the Giants. Yeah. Let's just. I forgot to put this comment up before the Giants were picking, and Andy Harrison said back before they picked, Gettleman will mess this up. And
it's a very unusual pick.
Was he even the best wide receiver on the board at that time? Like, was there?
He was going to go in the first round. Like, he was the scouts love him because he's really dynamic with the ball in his hands. I think he had the #1 missed tackle rate among the wide receivers in his class. But the issue with Kadarius Toney is he can get open. He's good at separating, but he's not a good route runner in terms of like being on the same page with his quarterback. Like sometimes he'll freelance stuff where he's like, I'm going to juke out this DB this way. But then the quarterback's like, no, like just run it the way like you're supposed to run it. So It was funny. I was joking around with some of the guys at PFF that are Packers fans. Like, yo, if Kadarius Toney goes to the Packers, like Aaron Rodgers is going to freaking hate him. And Aaron Rodgers is a whole other.
Aaron Rodgers hates everyone now, so that's okay.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm curious though. Did you like Toney better than Bateman, the two Moores, Terrace Marshall? Okay.
I think that all those guys are better than Toney.
Wow. So it was a really bad pick. I mean, we can say that. It was a Dave Gettleman on brand, mess this up pick. I mean, it's safe to say that at this point, right, Andrew?
I don't like it. I mean, it's good for Daniel Jones because it's just another weapon for him, and I'll continue to pound Daniel Jones as a late round quarterback because I think I like his upside.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, this just makes it really easy to be like, you just don't draft Toney. It's just really easy.
I get it. Andrew, thanks again for joining us. We don't want to keep you any more than we already have because I know you got work to do for Pro Football Focus, but definitely drop that link and promo code maybe into the comments of this tweet that's going around, which featured your tag and your name as well. That'd be helpful because I know there's a lot of people watching that'd be interested in that.
Perfect.
I'm going to sign up again too.
Awesome.
I had it. It was awesome. So I appreciate you. I appreciate your time, Andrew.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
See you, buddy. So let's bring in John. Man, all this NFC
is it going to be? Oh man, is it going to be my guy?
This is the king. This is like the guy. Are you ready?
The guy that I was just on with today. It's almost going to be a Fajita Friday in about an hour. Is that what we're doing?
Best friends now. I think I'm jealous, but I'm not sure who I'm jealous of exactly. Is it John? Is it DFS? Goes. What is up? Coming out of straight from Canada, right?
That is correct. I'm in Montreal. I'm on with John again.
Oh, I know.
We're an hour away from Fajita Friday, boy.
I need Jokic to go nuts, but this is an NBA show. But we'll talk about that after.
I need Jokic to go tomorrow on the show. The Montreal Alouettes War Room. It is none other than Nick, otherwise known as @DFS_Ghost. What are your thoughts on the draft? Like any surprises? Like what comes to mind when I say, "Hey, how are you enjoying this draft so far?"
I'm loving NFC East teams absolutely tanking it. I'm a Cowboys fan, so
wait a minute. Washington took a linebacker. Like I mean, the Eagles.
I wanted Bateman to Washington, to be honest with you. I want to see him and Terry McLaurin out there together, but
yeah, I didn't want to see that. That would be disgusting.
Let's be real though.
Like I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place, right? Because I'm thinking, okay, what's the best on-field situation for the Cowboys and the division outlook. But then obviously, like from a fantasy perspective, I just want the best scenario for everybody out there. So I really wanted Bateman to Washington from a fantasy perspective, especially with Ryan Fitzpatrick out there. But
so they just showed Bateman on the screen. Obviously, we can't hear anything, so I don't know if they're alluding to maybe him going to Tennessee. But wouldn't Bateman just be Corey Davis? Like, wouldn't it be the same thing? Corey Davis isn't on the team anymore, so I guess are they drafting his replacement with that pick? Because that would be almost the same kind of. I think Corey Davis coming out of college was a little bit better, and I know people say, "Oh, well, he wasn't that good." He was actually really good coming out of college. So I think a better prospect, but it's sort of the same role. I feel like he's about to just kind of fill in right in that place.
So, yeah, and they do have a lot of needs. Like I could see them taking an edge rusher here, but with who's left on the board, I really do feel like they need to address their need at that wide receiver 2 position. Losing Corey Davis, losing Jonnu Smith, Derrick Henry doesn't catch all that many footballs. It's like, I'm all for AJ Brown wide receiver 1 season. Like this is going to be a great year, stocking Ryan Tannehill, Derrick Henry, and AJ Brown like we do every week after Thanksgiving. But it's just, like seeing Rashad Bateman alongside him on the other side of the field, it'll get that necessary attention, or at least on some drives away from AJ Brown, where they'll be able to create some separation for him one-on-one and kind of scheme things a little bit better than it would be, having somebody else out there.
I mean, I think when Washington has their second round pick, assuming they even want a receiver, because they do have, even though they're probably the most talented roster in the league, they do have, they're probably going to have a receiver to pick from. I mean, in these like top 8, top 9, I mean, it wouldn't shock me if one of them is there. Some of the ones we talked about with Andrew Erickson. So they could absolutely do that. I mean, I think, keep in mind, Washington does have some kind of under the radar guys, receivers that they drafted last year. They also have Harmon coming back from a knee injury, which happened before the season started. So they have a couple like wide receiver 3s out there that might actually carve out a role. So, we'll see about that. But real quick by the way, we're going to bring in Deep Dive, Brandon Gabor on in a second, but I want your opinion because I'm asking everybody. I'm trying to create a feud between John and I. I don't know that it's.
Are you asking this again?
Yeah. Well,
you just want people to crush me. Obviously, you know that they're going to
go.
On
the Cowboys are favored. The Cowboys are favored to win the NFC East. I think they're still favored. Washington was plus 275.
I'm actually going to wait because, I think eventually Washington will be the favorite.
I think it's going to flip. They were plus 275, and I went on SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio. I said, take Washington. And like 4 seconds later, it went down to plus 200 because, I was on the radio, obviously. I changed the line. And then I got to think now it's like plus 150, plus 140, and I think it's going to flip. But with all that context, who wins the NFC East this year? You have all 4 teams to pick from.
I mean, can I say Cowboys because I'm a little bit biased, but definitely not the Eagles. Sorry, John.
Excuse me?
They're definitely not the Eagles. That's
I know that.
You know what? Put bias aside, I'll still take the Cowboys to win the NFC East. I really do think that, I'll give the severe advantage to Washington on the defensive side of the football, but I just don't know how teams are going to be able to scheme against this Cowboys offense. Like I'm not going to go out on the limb and compare to the Chiefs. Like that's just not fair at all, comparing them to Patrick Mahomes, Tyreek Hill, and Travis Kelce. But it's the same kind of concept where you're in a situation now where you're looking at your defensive roster and you're saying, who are we doubling? Is it going to be Amari Cooper? Is it going to be Michael Gallup? You have Tony Pollard out of the backfield. Obviously, Zeke is still back there. Both of them can catch the football as well. Dalton Schultz over the middle, it was a reliable target for Dak when he was healthy for the first couple of weeks. So they have so many targets, CeeDee Lamb in the slot. Like it's just, I don't know how teams are going to be able to scheme against them. Granted that they're going to have to win games 45-42. I would have loved to see them grab JC Horn out there, but unfortunately he was already gone. But I don't know how exactly Dan Quinn is going to be able to scheme his own defense with who they have on that roster right now. But I feel like that's pretty much what they're going to do. They're going to try and contain teams as best as they can. And they're just going to let Dak go nuts and try and win these games on offense. And I really do think with the amount of weapons that they have, they'll be able to do it.
Yeah, I hear you. I'll tell you what, Caleb Farley, this is a good story because I didn't want him to slip any further than he already did. A great DB
pick. This is a great pick.
He slipped because of, back concerns. He had a microdiscectomy somewhat recently. And, microdiscectomy, I don't want to get into my legal background and how invasive that is. It's not like the worst thing in the world. Like he could be fine. Either way, I'm glad Caleb Farley got drafted in the first round.
He's talented as all heck. I mean,
he's probably the most talented guy in the. Honestly, I thought Zertain was maybe 3 behind J.C. Horn and Caleb
I thought
Farley.
J.C. Horn was number 1, and then Caleb Farley.
Yeah,
kind of right.
So the Titans might have really kind of just gotten a steal here. So hopefully that's the case for them and for Caleb Farley. But now we have the Vikings on the clock. They traded out of their pick. Any thoughts on Caleb Farley?
I'm a big Caleb Farley fan. I think his game's going to translate really well. And obviously did a couple mock drafts, nothing that was out there, but just to be able to do it for fun. And I did have him going to the Saints. I said there's no way he's going to be able to drop past the Saints there at 28. And I did think they were going to be able to trade up for him. I just don't think it materialized. I feel like the goal was there for them to do it. And they were even talking top 10 apparently to be able to try and go and grab Certain or Horn as well. So I didn't think he'd be able to get by them. I'm a big Farley guy, and I think his game translates really well.
So let's transition. Let's bring Brandon Gabor on, otherwise known as Deep Dive FF. Now, Brandon is a big time fantasy guy. He puts out a lot of stuff. Hopefully his tag is on here. Let's get him. Okay, so it's not on there. Oh, it is on there. Deep Dive FF. Brandon, how are you?
Good, man. How are you? How are you?
Good. Tell everybody your tag real quick on Twitter, just so they can follow you if they're listening.
Yeah, so the Twitter tag is at Deep Dive FF. Pretty simple.
Okay.
You hear people use that term all the time, right?
Right. At Deep Dive Fantasy Football, otherwise known as at Deep Dive FF. So tell me, what are your impressions of this draft so far? I know you did a lot, just so everybody knows, this guy, he does the mocks. He puts out the podcast. He puts out the material. It's actually really good. I listened to his final mock draft yesterday on his podcast channel, and it was kind of excellent. I don't know. I didn't really check the boxes to see what picks you got right and all that kind of thing. But what are your impressions of this draft, and what were the surprises? You're a Tampa fan, so you got to wait a while,
Yes, sir.
obviously.
Yes,
but,
I know.
Tell me what your impressions are so far.
Well, I appreciate the shout out to start with listening to the podcast and everything. And I actually have been tracking. So far, I've got 7 right, which is already at the threshold I wanted to hit, because usually most mock drafters get about 5 to 7 right. So getting to that 7 mark is cool. But I think one thing, do you want me to take this in a fantasy direction or any direction?
Well, kind of. To be honest with you, I was going to ask you that in terms of who's gotten drafted that might have a fantasy impact. But I'm really curious because you're so neck deep into fantasy. Who are you kind of excited that maybe some running backs or other receivers that have not been drafted but are likely going to be drafted either later tonight or more likely tomorrow, that you're like, man, I hope they're in the right situation because this guy could be a breakout in his rookie year?
So if you want to go that direction, somebody that's still on the board, I'm surprised, especially with the fact that I love Kadarius Toney. Kadarius Toney was my wide receiver 5 in this draft class. I had him higher than most people. But I'm surprised that he was picked in front of Rashad Bateman, honestly. And I'm surprised that guy's still on the board. And he's getting close to the area where he will land possibly in the perfect situation for fantasy. Bateman to either the Packers or the Saints, especially if the Saints roll with Jameis Winston, could be the wide receiver 1 in the rookie class for sure. I'm not saying that's where I would take him for Dynasty, because Dynasty you want to take in to account talent a lot more, right? But for redraft purposes, I would say Bateman could probably be the one you take off the board first, because in a situation like Green Bay, I don't see how he could slip out of the first round. In a situation like Green Bay, he's getting probably 100-something targets, and they're high-quality targets in a high-scoring offense. Same thing with the Saints. If they roll with Jameis, we all know he slings it, and somebody's going to be picking up all the yardage and the touchdowns. And outside of Michael Thomas and Alvin Kamara, that's pretty much all they have. Adam Troutman is unproven. And even if he ends up doing something, still not enough weapons there. So I'm very interested to see where he goes. And then I've had a lot of people text me, because I'm the Boyd guy, right? I've had a lot of people text me about the Bengals. First off, and I'm sure you heard me say this on the podcast, but bad organizations make bad decisions. I think that's what taking Jamar Chase over Penei Sewell was. That doesn't mean I don't like Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase is my favorite receiver in this class. He's going to be great. He'll do good in the Bengals. But that doesn't mean that was the right decision. And everyone says, oh, they'll grab O-line at the top of the second round. That's why they took Jamar Chase. Well, this wide receiver class is super deep. And I think the drop-off between Sewell or Slater, even if they wanted to go that route, and the next guys at tackle, because we know that's the premium position on the line, is just as big, if not bigger, than Chase to another receiver. So I don't like that argument. But anyways, getting sidetracked here. Jamar Chase, Tyler Boyd, and T. Higgins, all three can coexist for fantasy. AJ Green and Giovanni Bernard are both gone. They combined for, let me check my notes. I actually wrote it down once that pick was made. 163 targets. 163 targets left on the table. That was with Tyler Boyd and T. Higgins both getting more than 100. Plus, the Bengals only threw the ball 581 times. That's less than I projected when I did my stat projections. But if you look at what Joe Burrow put the team on pace for, they were on pace for 646. So with Joe Burrow, they throw even more. And, it's because they trust him. Their defense sucks. They're always playing catch up. So there's going to be probably about 650 targets to go around. Giovanni Bernard is gone. For some reason, they don't want to throw to Joe Mixon as much as they should. Tyler Boyd is in the slot. That's a safe position. Jamar Chase is not going to get moved into the slot. You're going to have T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, both on the outside, both probably getting above 100 targets. Tyler Boyd's 120, 130 targets are probably safe. So I think this is a perfect time to go buy low on him. And honestly, if people are freaking out about T. Higgins, I think that's a great opportunity to buy him as well. I think Tyler Boyd will be safer because, once again, he's in the slot. That's a spot in the offense that's not going to get touched. But that was something that I found interesting. And, once all these picks are made, everyone's reacting in certain ways. The Panthers not taking Justin Fields was amazing as a Bucs fan. Amazing as a Bucs fan, right? Once Fields was on the board at 8 and Sewell was gone, I was like, oh no. Like Pitts and Fields coming into my division, but for some reason they made a decision they're going to regret for a long time, passing on him, taking J.C. Horn, no matter how good he ends up being, because I believe Fields will be great. And apparently they trust Sam Darnold, so if you're a Darnold owner, that's cool. That's good to know. Same thing with the Broncos passing on the opportunity to take Fields as well.
Yeah, that one's interesting. It's funny. When you make a big trade or like a big splash with a quarterback and you acquire a Sam Darnold, I feel like when you're in that war room, it's like, are we really going to address the quarterback again? And it's almost like when Justin Fields was available, I wonder if the guys in that Carolina war room were thinking, gosh, I wish we had never bothered with the Sam Darnold thing, because it would be so much
100%.
easier to just go ahead and grab Justin Fields right now. With that said, I mean, I kind of like the situation for Chicago in their opportunity to get Justin Fields. I mean, Andy Dalton's probably going to play out the year. I mean, what are your thoughts there? Just from a dynasty standpoint, I mean, how quickly are you grabbing Justin Fields?
So this is a tricky one because, man, Justin Fields this whole time has been my 102 in Superflex leagues after obviously Trevor Lawrence, right? He has the rushing ability just as much as anyone in this class except for Trey Lance, but he's a more polished passer. He's one of the most accurate. You can argue who's more accurate, him or Mac Jones, but he's also able to make off-platform throws. He can, do things on the fly and move out of the pocket. And once again, those rushing yards for fantasy. So I loved him. And I love the pick for Chicago. I'm not sure how much I like the pick for Justin Fields because Allen Robinson's on the franchise tag. He finally is going to have a good quarterback? That's cool. But it's also going to be for a rookie season. Who knows how Fields is going to look in his first year. So they might lose A-Rob. Darnell Mooney is good, but he's not a number 1. He's probably best suited as a number 3. He's good enough to be a 2, though. And then Cole Kmet, still young, still developing. We know tight ends take time. And David Montgomery's good, but he's not like striking fear into anybody's hearts, right? Their offensive line needs help. So it's a very interesting situation for Fields because it's all going to come down to how does Matt Nagy want to use his rushing ability? Is it going to be something that he's like, yeah, if you need it, use it? Or is he going to specifically game plan for the rushing ability of Fields? Because if he does that, Fields is going to be great for fantasy. All you need is that rushing. But if he doesn't do that, then Fields could end up not being very good for fantasy. So that's one of those things I'm going to be looking at in the offseason, trying to see what reports are coming out of camps and stuff like that to try and determine what my statistical projections are going to be for the offense.
Well, I guess the question now is with Najee Harris being drafted,
I can't believe they just did that.
Yeah, where does he slot in? I mean, we obviously know that when Pittsburgh does have their number 1 guy, they go to him a ton. Is this perfect spot for Najee Harris and a perfect spot in redraft leagues to take him? Not just even thinking dynasty in redraft leagues now.
So I do like Najee Harris a lot. It's actually funny. You said that right as the pick was made on my TV, so you guys are probably a little bit ahead. So I think it's a great spot I actually was not fully on board to start with like a few weeks ago with Najee Harris going to the Steelers. I was for fantasy purposes, not for the team. But as I started to realize more and more things, the biggest problem with the Steelers offense was that Big Ben was taking way too much on his shoulders. As their run game started seeing injury and just started becoming less efficient, that's when their team went downhill from their, 11-0 start. So I think Najee Harris is in the perfect situation. It's even funnier that my pro comparison for him was Le'Veon Bell. He's got great receiving skills. He shows that he has the ability to be patient behind the line. Some people say that as a knock. A lot of people knocked Le'Veon Bell for that, but then he ended up using it to, benefit him. So Najee Harris is somebody I love. He's probably going to be top 5 in terms of workload in the running backs, and he's going to be in an offense that does enough to give him good scoring opportunities. So I wouldn't be surprised if Najee Harris is a top 10 running back in fantasy, which
is
nowadays
the offensive line good
lot.
enough for that, though? Because obviously I think a little bit had to do with the offensive line last year in run blocking.
So if Najee Harris was just relying on rush attempts, then I would see that as a concern. But I think the fact that he's going to do enough in the receiving game, I'm looking at, once again, like I get a lot more specific when I'm able to actually sit down, put in 2-3 hours on a team and project. But I could see him pulling in 40-ish receptions, and that'll be plenty on top of his likely 260 carries. So I think he'll be fine regardless. Even if he's not super efficient, he's going to get a lot of carries probably at the goal line. They have a great defense. So as long as Big Ben's not turning the ball over and they're willing to rely on the run, he should be able to pound out the clock at the end of games as well. So I think Najee Harris will be just fine. I think he has a very good opportunity ahead of him.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely. I think it's a great spot for him. Now I'm just really I thought maybe there was a chance Travis Etienne would be in the first round too if Najee Harris is going to be.
Jacksonville's on the clock.
Maybe the
I would
Buffalo
love that. I'm a big ETN guy. I think anything kind of said about him is just I think a little bit overblown. Guy's just completely talented and can do whatever he wants on a football field. I would love to see where Travis Etienne goes, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
I'm really excited.
It's very interesting. You just made me think of something talking about ETN is that I feel like players that are good early, other than Trevor Lawrence because of how early he started, but players that are good early, it seems like unless something crazy happens, they start fading. Like Justin Fields was the second overall quarterback in this class until last month or 2 months ago, and all of a sudden he's getting knocked down to the 3rd and the 4th, and some people had him at QB5. I don't know what tape they're watching, what highlights they're watching. Like, come on. But yeah, I feel like it's the same thing with ETN because a lot of people are starting to put him at like running back 4 behind. I understand the people that want to put Javonte above him. I agree that Harris should be above him, but anybody that has him outside the top 3, it's kind of concerning to me because I feel like it's kind of just, what have you done for me lately, or what have you done that's caught my eye? And they just got so used to his great ability. So that's just something
incredible.
else.
Yeah,
I said it. It's interesting.
I said it at the front end of the show. I think it's his decision making. You get hit 300 times a year and you decide to stay your senior year. Like it's just so mind blowing that a running back would think to do that when you're steps away from getting paid and being a top 3. Like last year, he would have probably gotten drafted ahead of Clyde Edwards-Helaire. I'm guessing. I don't know that for a fact, but I think he could have been a first round guy last year. It just was so weird for him to say. I'm joking, obviously, about the decision making, but aside from Etienne, tell me your top 4. I'm trying to remember. You like
my 4th was Gainwell. Yeah.
Okay.
So it was Najee Harris, Travis Etienne, Javonte Williams, and then Kenneth Gainwell. For me, when I do my rankings, I try to do it with fantasy in mind, not just straight up talent. So it's actually kind of different. But like for receivers, I'm usually more talent because it's a lot more dependent on the situation, like Kadarius Toney going to the Giants, for example, versus if he went to like the Saints, where he's probably going to get a lot more targets at a higher quality, would be a huge difference. Running backs getting taken high are going to get great volume anywhere. So for me, I had Gainwell at 4 because I was thinking fantasy purposes, he should have an opportunity to get 50, 60 receptions. He's possibly the best receiver out of the running backs in this class, behind maybe only Najee Harris, if you want to say Najee Harris is better because of size and ability for back shoulder fades and stuff. But yeah, that was my top 4.
Gotcha. All right. So I think those 4. There's probably not another running back being drafted this round, right? The other 3 are going to go in the second round. You think?
I think let's see. I'm looking at the teams that are still on the clock. I think
You guys think
the only team
Buffalo
to
snags
keep
one?
an eye out. Yeah, I was gonna say that's the only team to keep an eye out for
that would
because
be
Like
they
imagine Etienne in that backfield with Josh Allen.
Yeah, that's a
they
good
keep
one.
taking those mid-round flyers and they're not working out. So
That's
I wouldn't
why.
be surprised if they just put a high equity pick into it and say, all right, we're done with the running back position. Move on.
Brandon,
Oh, man.
another question. You got Tampa Bay picking at the back end of this draft. Tell us who you think, maybe what position you think they need and who you think they're going with.
Well,
Quarterback,
to
right?
answer,
Trask?
No
How's
no
Trask?
way. I would probably turn the TV off and just go to sleep at that point. So to answer your question, we don't need any position.
Oh, look at this guy, Mr. Cocky. Oh, we won the Super Bowl.
I love it.
We're good. Bringing everybody back.
But I would say there's probably one position I think would make an immediate impact now. So it's the guy that I put in my mock draft. Somebody that would make an immediate impact now, but also be great for the future. That's Trevon Merrick, the safety at TCU, because putting him next to Winfield would be devastating, especially if he's able to develop as quickly as Winfield did in his rookie season for now to help us win again, try and repeat with Brady, which, by the way, I don't think it's going to happen just because it's super unlikely, but you want to take the shot at it, of course. And he'll be great for the future. And now Kyle Pitts is in the division, so adding another safety, a guy like him who can cover people of that size and has the athleticism to do so and the range to do so, I think would also be very smart. The other positions I'd be looking at would be solidifying that D-line, because most of the guys on our D-line are pretty old. We have JPP and all those other older guys, so I think getting a younger guy like maybe a Joe Tryon or a Gregory Rousseau or somebody of that nature would be good. But personally, I'm beating the table for Merrick for sure.
Were you, as a Bucs fan, knowing that Kyle Pitts was probably going to a division rival, were you disgruntled, or were you just like, man, how are we going to do this? Because I don't really understand how these three weapons are going to be covered. Obviously, I'm talking about Julio, Calvin Ridley, and Kyle Pitts.
Yeah, so I could tell you how they're going to be covered. The same way that we covered Tyreek and Kelsey. And yeah,
nice
you just
comeback.
You just get to the
Threw
quarterback.
that one out
Damn,
there.
see, you're gonna have to log off after that
Wow.
one. You might just need to delete all socials and just you might not might not ever be able to come back from that one.
I'm just relieved we actually got an answer to the question. I didn't know that there was an actual answer to that question. That's a really good answer.
Wow.
Oh no way! Did you just see the pick?
Wow,
that was made?
they did
Dude,
it.
I was
Wow.
just kidding. I was kidding.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Well, that
I'm on
No
delay
way.
too.
obviously
Wow. I just saw it
their
now.
backfield,
Wow.
their backfield's loaded. I mean, does
That
James
sucks,
Robinson just
dude.
completely go to the wayside, or
That's
I mean, what happens
dude.
here? Is this a two-headed monster now?
Yeah.
That is a backfield I don't want to touch now.
I don't want to touch that.
Yeah, no, my first thought, that sucks, dude. I love LaVisca too. My first thought is knowing that I'm going to have to project this team, that just destroyed everyone. Because Marvin Jones is already going to hurt DJ Chark. He's of a similar type of receiver, similar role. And LaVisca is somebody I was looking at as a gadget player. Well, if they have James Robinson and now they're bringing in Travis Etienne, who's a good receiving back, he's going to be used as a gadget as well. This is going to take away from LaVisca. It's going to obviously take away from James Robinson. DJ Chark was already losing out from Marvin Jones. The only person that benefits from this, the only person is Trevor Lawrence. That's it. That sucks.
I was really hoping to see more LaVisca carries this season too, kind of like a Curtis Samuel type of role.
I don't understand this pick at all. I mean, there's still offensive linemen on
this is to make your new quarterback happy pick.
Yeah, but like
this
is why you drafted
Chase was.
But this is why you drafted.
Did I miss a pick? Like, is Tevin Jenkins not on the board anymore? How?
No, he's still there.
So how?
Tevin Jenkins is still there.
That's the type of pick that makes you really say, "Wow, I understand why these organizations have been bad for so long."
100%. 100%.
You need to build that O line. I mean, that's ridiculous.
It's the same thing.
I don't know how you don't go Jenkins there. That would have been the quickest pick in NFL history for me. Totally with Jenkins on the board.
Super short.
Wow. Why would you not want to protect your franchise quarterback?
Wow.
It's interesting.
And it's not saying like Etienne isn't great or anything. Like I think we all agree that Etienne's really good.
How is he going to be able to run the football? How is he going to be able to run the football?
Exactly. And this, wow.
What's Laviska's role now? I just feel like he just got completely minimized, and you drafted Laviska to play this Etienne type role last year.
Wow.
I mean, you literally spent high equity in that last year. I just don't understand why you would. Safety is another position of need for Jacksonville. By the way, they could have taken the safety that Brandon was just talking about.
Hey, at least
there's
they
so
didn't
many
do
other
that.
ways to get. I know.
If
right?
Tampa, if Tampa gets him, that's going to be very 2014 Seahawks-esque with Earl Thomas and Cam Chancellor. That would be a ridiculous safety combo.
Wow.
It's like this guy listened to the podcast, Sia.
The
Legion of Boom is getting resurrected.
That would be
for.
crazy.
That is crazy. Wow.
Man.
You know what? That's an interesting comment. Yeah, Etienne is a huge upgrade. I mean, he's obviously an upgrade from an undrafted free agent, like obviously, but it's not an immediate upgrade that they needed. Like they still had a serviceable running back who just had 1,000 yards last year. Right. You know, I think you can
Undrafted,
obviously
too.
They made it work and it still can work. You have other holes to fill. Yeah, did they upgrade at running back? Absolutely. I think by far we can easily say upgrade, but it's a position they didn't really need to upgrade. Like because it was already pretty good.
When you draft a franchise quarterback, protecting the franchise quarterback should be like the most fundamental need you should address. And they didn't do that with Joe Burrow.
I don't know how they didn't run up to the board and go and grab Jenkins. Like I'm shocked.
Yeah, I'm very, very shocked.
Well, it is going to be fun to see Lawrence and Etienne in the backfield together, though. I mean, that obviously they dominated in Clemson for how long?
I think this is
it's
Urban
fun.
Meyer.
It's at least fun.
I think this is Urban Meyer saying this is my team, and I didn't draft any of the players before this draft. So he's just trying to bring in his own players.
It's still
and
odd when you say Urban Meyer and we're talking NFL. It is.
Yeah.
It's odd.
It is odd.
And it seems like teams are a lot more about the whole previous college team connection because Jamar Chase just paired up with Joe Burrow. Devonta Smith just paired up with Jalen Hurts. Jalen Waddle just paired up with Tua. And now Etienne just paired up with Trevor. So all four of those are quarterback matchups with a skill position player from their college offense. So I wonder if that's something that's just a coincidence. I would say no if it happened 4 times in one draft already. But it's interesting too.
Yeah, so this is a good point, but the only way this point works that you can go O-line 33 is if you just weren't in love with any of the 2 or 3 offensive linemen that are on there. Like we talked about Tevin Jenkins, the kid from USC, he hasn't been drafted yet. The kid from Virginia Tech, Darisaw, has he been drafted? Did we already talk about him? So, I mean, I guess if there's 3 good tackles that you really love that you know you can get at 33, which is to the point of Andy, I mean, it's in 8 picks. You're probably going to get the offensive lineman that you, unless you really liked one of them, that one might be gone. But if they don't go offense, let's put it this way. Andy's actually absolutely right. But if they don't go offensive line with the 33rd pick, then that was a dumb move, in my opinion.
But yeah, it's just not an immediate move that you need to make. You know, like it's. I mean, Etienne, yeah, he was kind of graded to be around this pick, so that makes sense. But I don't know. I feel like there were so many other things you could have done there than upgrade a position that didn't really need it.
Yeah, and so a couple of those offensive linemen I just mentioned are gone. So I mean, they're not getting their guy. I don't see it happening. That's crazy. So we got the Browns. We got some Browns fans in the chat. So
oh yeah,
where do we think? Brandon? Who did you have mocked here?
To the Brown. Oh, sorry. They just said who got drafted. I'm pretty sure I had Jalen Phillips mocked to pair with Myles Garrett. But Miami took him earlier, so obviously that's not possible. But yeah, they just took Greg Newsome, the corner.
Yeah.
That's nice. Pair him with Denzel Ward. It's pretty nice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I like
very
that pick.
nice. Yeah, for sure.
I also a quick point. I think what the Jets are doing, I would have taken Fields over Wilson, but aside from that, I think what they're doing is good. They traded up, right? Didn't they move up? Yeah, they moved up to take a guard to help protect him. They actually understand how to build a franchise. Right. So that was nice by them, and they don't have a running back yet. So whatever running back they take, if they take one tomorrow or obviously Saturday, they would definitely at least take one. But if they take one in the 2nd or 3rd round tomorrow, I would look at that running back as a very very highly rated rookie because you've got finally wide receivers to threaten on the outside. You've got a decent quarterback. Offensive line is getting better, and Robert Saleh and that staff is coming from the run-heavy centric 49ers. So I would keep an eye on that backfield. And if they don't take anybody, then they must really like LaMichael Pirine. So that'd also be somebody to look at.
Yeah, Pirine, interesting. Drafted, I think, in the 4th round last year. He's got some wheels. That could be interesting.
They also have Vera Tucker and Becton on the same side of the line now too.
Yeah, just run it to the left every time.
Wow, that's pretty nasty, I must say. So the Ravens, who do we expect to go here?
Wide receiver. It has to be.
I would love to see Marshall going.
Yeah,
but with Bateman still on the board.
Oh,
like I didn't think Bateman would still. I didn't think Bateman would still be here. So
that would suck though. Whichever wide receiver goes here, don't touch him in fantasy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Well, so that's kind of what I'm getting at though. So I want to ask Brandon. I'll ask you first, and then Nick. I want to get your opinion on this. John and I have already talked about this. I think actually, John, you might have joined the show later. I mean, how much are we putting on Lamar Jackson just not being a quarterback with a great arm or an accurate arm? And how much are we putting on? Are we just going to continue to just like ruin the reputations of the receivers that they draft? I understand not all, most of them, if not all of them, aren't elite receivers. But I mean, at some point, we're going to have to stop making excuses. Maybe now is not the time. Maybe it's in a couple drafts from now. But do we believe in Lamar Jackson as a guy who can chuck it around? And Brandon, I'll go to you first.
So I think there's 2 points to this. One is the first thing that you posed is, do we think he's a great passer? I personally don't think so. I think he can be good enough because of what else he brings to the table to make a team good enough to win. But for fantasy purposes, you need volume and you need efficiency. If you don't have efficiency, you need a lot of volume. If you don't have volume, you need a lot of efficiency. Usually, neither of those things exist in that offense because Lamar is not good enough of a passer to make a 24 pass attempt game result in something for a receiver. Like Mark Andrews has been the person that dominated that entire offense, and he's been like this game to game for fantasy, and he's been their wide receiver 1. So I don't care how good the player is that they bring in. That's a huge knocking point. And the second thing is that even if you think Lamar is good as a passer, he's way better of a runner. So that's always going to dominate his game, and he's never going to be somebody who's throwing the ball more than 30 times a game.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And I just honestly wish they would just let him loose passing because it'll lead to more running for him. I feel like there's still some kid gloves on him, I would say, or still kind of afraid to just let him loose. And I just go back to that Cleveland game when they had that shootout. Just let him go and just let him make plays on his own. And that's where I think he becomes a better passer instead of, trying to make him stay within the play, stay within the pocket. Just let him go and almost play some backyard football type thing. And that Cleveland game, I think, was a really good example of that when they had that big shootout. So, and I think a receiver like Bateman obviously helps with those big explosive plays like that, for sure.
We can't hear Sia.
No. I think the problem. Thank you. I think the problem is when you get
pulled the John. You can't laugh.
No, you
can't
dare.
laugh.
Don't
you do, no,
dare
no,
say
no.
that.
You
Wait, John does that?
You do this once. I'll give you the nice way and say once every 3 shows we do together. You do that. When it's one every 2 shows.
I am
one
a
every 2 shows.
professional.
One every 2 shows. You do that.
I have a degree in this. All right, I'm a professional.
As he's got like the supreme close up. Hey, by the way, are the Cleveland Browns Casey's making some really good points about guys coming off injury. The defense looks to be pretty good. I mean, where do they stack up in this division? Do we put them on the same plateau as the Pittsburgh Steelers, just behind the Baltimore Ravens?
I would actually have them higher than the Steelers.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah,
I would have them right behind the Ravens, and I don't know how relatively close it would be, but it wouldn't be as far off as the past couple of years. That's for sure. I think that their defense is legit. That offense, OBJ is going to come back, and I do think that he's going to have a good season this year. Jarvis Landry is still a reliable target for Baker Mayfield, and they do have some tight ends that can catch the ball. Nick Chubb is an absolute force. with Kareem Hunt on top of that, the 1-2 punch that they have at the running back position is just it's probably one of, if not the best in the entire NFL. So I really do think that, low expectation for them would be a wild card team, and I think that they can challenge the Ravens for the division this year.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. I mean, I think they're kind of sneaky because they're always just kind of laying like right on the radar or under the radar. But at this point, they've got the talent now, but on both sides of the ball. The Ravens pick is Elijah Moore, not Bateman.
Wow.
This is ridiculous, dude.
See, that's why I had them taking at 31 if all the wide receivers were gone.
Oh, wait a minute. I might be wrong on that pick. I might have jumped the gun. Did you guys get Elijah Moore too? It still could be Rashad.
I just saw Elijah Moore on my screen.
I don't think
now they're announcing the pick.
So they were just showing both receivers. That's my fault.
Oh, it was Rashad Bateman.
There we go, Rashad.
There we go. It's about time.
My bad.
God.
Brandon was going to get really mad.
10 picks too late.
That makes a lot more sense. That sucks for Bateman. That's all I got to say. He's going to get I would place a bet right now. I bet you the over-under whenever it comes out. This is more your side of things, Sia.
Yeah.
But whatever the over-under comes out on his targets or receptions being, I'll take the under.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's smart. I like it. Brendan, I know you have to wake up super early in the morning. Remind us what time. Oh, my God. Like AM? Anti-meridian? The A part. The A part? AM?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
What the hell are you doing up with us? What are you doing?
Well, I had to stay until the Bucks pick anyways. I didn't realize the draft was gonna take this long.
Oh yeah.
So I'm gonna be up till at least that pick. So I guess I'll just try and sleep during lunch or something tomorrow during my lunch break.
Brandon,
gotta do what you gotta do. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
That's fantastic. Well, Brandon, listen, thanks for spending so much time with us. And
thanks for having me on.
Of course, we're looking forward to seeing what the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are doing, but looking forward to getting you back on the Win Daily Football Show that we're going to start doing, obviously, restart doing weekly. For those of you that don't know, John, you weren't with us at the time, but he joined us, I think it was probably week 2 or week 3 of the football season, and gave out some good info. It was me and Michael Raziel at the time. We do the weekly show. I think we did it maybe Wednesday night of each week of the football season. Yeah. So anyway, Brendan, we're definitely going to bring you back. The info is just always gold with you. So we definitely appreciate you.
Sounds good, man. I appreciate it. Make sure you guys pound the table, speak into existence. Trevon Merrick to the Bucks 32.
All right. We're going to do it. We're going to do that, man.
Yes, sir.
Brandon, thanks a lot, man. And man, that alarm, I don't even 4:30 in the morning. It's just too much. Good luck tomorrow and good luck with your Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and see you soon, buddy.
All right. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
See you. That guy is just an information stream, right? I mean, it's
absolutely.
I love his content. It's really, really good. So
it's great. And honestly, the podcast, it's just him, so it's, and his pace is, pretty like slow. So you can all the info. It's good that it's slow because he's giving you so much info. You want to have a slower pace to internalize it.
What do you mean? You mean I talk too fast? Is that something that
I'm the fastest. I'm the fastest talker in the
I don't
world.
know. All
especially
right.
on your
we probably
show.
need this help from the chat. Who's a faster talker, C or I? Because I feel like I'm a pretty fast talker.
I need to slow down, man. I'm always just micro machines, everything.
I think John speaks faster.
Thank you.
Right.
On a pod.
All right.
On a pod? I don't know. I'm not really a pod guy. I'm a radio guy. I'm a sports radio guy. Come on, Ghost. I'm a sports radio guy.
Okay. Hey guys, well,
it doesn't know how to use a microphone for a podcast.
I'm waiting for Sia to bring up
sports radio
right now. There we go. It took all of
it
took all of 5 seconds for Sia to bring that one up.
I'm so ridiculous.
I was like, okay, let's start the countdown right now.
It's just the angle. The angle's it. Come on, if you get maybe
it's the lighting. We're not putting ourselves at a fair,
Is it the hair?
Right
is it the hair?
It's
I mean, look, mine's all coming out of my.
Listen, anytime you got Santana Moss flashing up the 21 for Sean Taylor, people are going to be like, that guy is a handsome man. I'm just getting help over here. And then
He's a vampire who
I'll take this one too.
I'm not gonna.
Oh,
take
Andy,
this.
you're the
I'm not gonna
best.
take this abuse.
Oh man,
Andy is in our is one of my 3 big fantasy leagues, and it's a 2 quarterback league. And so the rule in that league initially was draft the first quarterback whenever you want, but you can't draft your second quarterback until the beginning of the 6th round. It's either 6th or 7th, whatever it was. Because I'm not really sure why we had that rule. I just didn't think we wanted like people scraping all the quarterbacks early and then leaving.
Go ahead and Lamar and Patrick Mahomes on
empty-handed. Well, so here's the point, though. We took that regulation off as of this coming year, so it's going to be kind of mayhem to see who is going to go like quarterback early, if that's going to be a thing, or how people are going to have that shake out.
My guy Ivan. Thank you.
John.
Thank you.
There you go, buddy. So
I'm just
I need somebody to be in my corner. Oh, get out of here! The NBA DFS stream is basically just a bunch of groupies for ghosts. All right?
Chat. That's why we got to bring the NBA chat into this one and merge it to get myself.
You have a fan club,
balance.
man, like a fan club. When we go on those DFS streams, so
I love it.
It's amazing. Everybody stands Ghost.
Are you still crushing the NBA?
I gotta check actually right now because I was sweating it out tonight.
Were you really?
And I purposely put my phone way to the corner.
Did you have any Kevin Porter lineups?
I did, and he was in my article too.
Oh, did you really? Well done.
I did.
Well done,
I had, he was in my article too. So it was. Hopefully, the people read it. It was another good day. Where it worked out pretty well. I closed the app fast enough. It was good enough for what I saw, and then I'll check the actual
smooth,
details.
nice, like 50-point game from Kevin Porter Jr.
Yeah, absolutely.
How did Giannis do?
A lot of things worked out. I actually remember on the show I said I'm switching Giannis for Joker. Giannis got injured maybe 30 seconds into the game.
Wow.
So thank God I switched to Joker. Kevin Durant was a lock. That was automatic. Who else did we play?
Was it a bad injury for Giannis?
No, I really just think he ended up tweaking his hamstring again. And they were like, okay, enough of this. Like, we're playing Houston. We'll just take the L. And they ended up losing because Kevin Porter Jr. just went on some Kevin Durant type scoring line where he just dropped 50 points and 11 assists. But it was crazy night tonight. A lot of guys got injured. Porzingis got injured too.
I mean, that's
Giannis got injured.
Every night.
Yeah, it's honestly ridiculous. So this is why it felt really good to be able to get on an NFL show, especially with you guys. It was nice to, you know what? I know that
instead of looking at NBA injury reports, and
there's, like I swear to God, I texted Jay the other day. He was like, oh, how's NBA going? Like, everything good? Do you need anything? And I was like, I just sent him the injury report. I didn't even text. I didn't actually text anything. I literally just sent him the injury report, and there were 37 players questionable or doubtful on the slate. And I was like, bro, there are 37 of them right now.
That's
that's why I can't wait for NFL season. I'm really pumped. It's going to be a blast this year.
Defensive end Peyton Turner.
Oh, Peyton Turner.
Interesting.
Didn't really expect that.
I kind of wanted the Saints to, I don't even know if this would be considered a reach at this point, but I would have loved to see them take Asante Samuel Jr. at this spot. I don't know why they kind of deviated from corner, but
this guy's like not even close to the top of the rankings that I have. So I'm not really sure what's happening here. Can I ask you something?
He's not on your cheat sheet is what you're telling me?
He's not on my cheat sheet.
Hey, he's not a cheat sheet. As long as it's not one of those like thick binders. It's not one of those, is it? Like a one-pager back-to-back.
Yeah.
Like a one-page. There you go.
Yeah,
you're allowed one of that. You're allowed one of those too. What do you mean?
No, you gotta have the thick binder.
You looking at me like
he wants the Gettleman.
No. Only
like
the Philly guys.
You need
only
like the
Philly
Scott
guys,
Hansen binders, dude. You need like the.
The only binder that's that big is your love for Reese Hoskins. That's the binder that's that big.
We should have brought Reese Hoskins on the show just to surprise John Jansen. Awkward.
No, I don't ever want to meet that person. I don't ever. Funny story. I did see his sister. I lived in DC and his sister was on Bumble and I swiped right on his sister. So that's about all I got.
And then what happened?
Obviously nobody swiping right on me. So, I mean, didn't match, but I thought it was interesting at least.
That would have been a great story.
Wouldn't that have been amazing? Yeah. Like I've been talking.
Oh, that's why. Oh, that's where this feud even stems from.
Yeah, it could have right. That
kind of digging deep here, huh? All right, that makes sense.
I need Iggy back so
my
I can get
God.
some Bumble tips and stuff.
Oh yeah, I should. Hey, can I ask you guys something? Nick, I'll start with you. The Saints, are they kind of done now? Like, are they going to kind of start like? And I'm not putting this just on Jameis Winston and Drew Brees retiring. I'm just wondering, like, with all the new talent coming in and new teams surging, I mean, do we really expect what we've gotten from the Saints over the last like 10 years, 12 years?
I do think that they're going to be a team this year that can surprise some, just because I feel like a lot of people are thinking that, especially with Tampa Bay bringing everybody back, and now Atlanta just added Kyle Pitts to that offense, and that's going to be fun to watch. But seeing what that division looks like in general, I feel like a lot of people are kind of writing them off just because, not even just because it's not really putting it lightly, but Drew Brees is gone, and Jameis will kind of give that offense a new identity, and the fact that they'll actually be able to sling the ball for the first time in probably 5+ years. You know what I mean? Like, this is a time where Michael Thomas being able to run medium to longer routes is really going to benefit his game. And they still have Cam Jordan on the defensive side. Marcus Davenport is an absolute force on that defensive line along with him. You know what I mean? So they have some good playmakers. I really do think that Lattimore is going to have. He didn't even play that bad last season. I know some people were saying it was a down year for him, but it speaks to how high the expectations are of him. As a lot of people see him as a top 5 corner in the league talent wise, and that's exactly what they expect out of him. So when he's getting beat one-on-one here and there, and in a couple of weeks we did end up picking on him from a DFS side too. On top of that, I do think that he has a bounce back season. That defensive line is pretty much as good as it gets, and I feel like it's really underrated in the NFL there. I do think that James is going to be a breath of fresh air for this offense. Seeing that he's going to be able to throw the ball deeper down the field, it's going to open up Alvin Kamara on top of that in the middle of the field to be able to run a bit more, and he's actually going to be able to run some routes that are above the line of scrimmage too. So it's going to be a completely new offense where teams aren't going to be ready to be able to scheme for that. And I do think that they catch some teams by surprise this year.
Well, it's always going to be the whole thing of whether or not Jameis's interceptions were, and he threw a lot before Arians, but I feel like Arians did accelerate a lot of that in his last season in Tampa Bay. I think obviously it's going to be a lot better in Sean Payton's offense. Look, even Brady struggled a bit. Like, it's not an easy offense, I think, to pick up with Bruce Arians. And also he doesn't really, I think, keep it safe. And Jameis really didn't need that at the time. I think Sean Payton is kind of a perfect coach to rein in Jameis Winston a little bit. And if you can, the talent's obviously there to be able to do
that's pretty much exactly it. Like, you look at when Tom Brady first came into that offense, I get it. There was no preseason games. There was barely any training camp. Half the team had COVID. Pretty much half of every team had COVID during that time. You know what I mean? It was an absolute disaster where, I guess we could, not even I guess, we can give them the benefit of the doubt for weeks 1 to 5, whatever it is. But, Tom Brady really struggled for, I would say, at least the first half of the season, where, it was only afterwards where they kind of played a bit more methodical football. And I felt like Tom Brady really took control of that offense and did more so of what he wanted to do rather than Bruce Arians, whereas when Jameis was back there, it was almost like a Madden video game style offense. They had Godwin, they had Mike Evans, and these guys were both, physical, like just imposing wide receivers, and then Chris Godwin with the speed that he has out of the slot and on the outside, no matter what route that he's running, it was just throw it up there and somebody's going to be in the area, and that was a team back then when, it was a very different type of A team than what we saw last year. And not just because of Tom Brady, they weren't able to run the football at all with Jameis. No matter what it was, they were throwing the ball 50, 60 times a game. They would be abandoning the run in the middle of the first quarter, where on top of that, their defense was maybe 1/10 of what it was last season, where they're quickly behind in games, in divisional games on top of that, where Jameis is throwing the ball and he's chasing 21 points at halftime. It's like, you know what? It's far from ideal for a situation for any quarterback. So I get it. He threw 30 interceptions, but the guy can throw for 5,000 yards and 50 touchdowns easily. Like, he has that raw talent. Whether he's going to do that in New Orleans or not, that is yet to be seen. But he does have the raw talent to be able to do that, especially with Michael Thomas as his wide receiver 1.
There's something to be said about what you guys said about, leaving a Bruce Arians offense for a Sean Payton offense as a quarterback. I mean, and it kind of leads me to the following question. And listen, I'm not going to pretend like I'm in the room and I know the X's and O's and, I know who a good coach is and who a good coach isn't. But does it kind of seem like Bruce Arians sort of stumbled his way, like tripped and fell into a Super Bowl championship? I mean, you have this great roster. Then Tom Brady decides, oh, they're like, I'll pick you guys. So like a roster that's kind of like ready-made to contend for a Super Bowl. I don't know. I don't know that I don't know what to say about Bruce Arians as a coach. And the only reason I thought of that is because of what we saw from Jameis Winston, which I understand is mostly Jameis Winston's fault. But if we actually see him succeed under a different coach, we know he has the arm talent. We know he can do it. I just wonder if Bruce Arians was just like a bad coach for him.
I just think that when we look at the season as a whole, I would agree. You look at their entire playoff run, I would agree. And you look at specifically the Super Bowl, I would agree. No matter what angle we end up talking about it from, where it's like, if we look at their season, first of all, they barely made it into the playoffs. If they didn't make that second half run from weeks 11 to 17, I believe it was, where that's when they really turned it up and basically squeaked into the playoffs. After that, every single playoff game they had a chance to lose. And then you're looking at the Super Bowl where, again, it sounds like I'm making excuses for every other team. And it's not that. It's just basically what I'm seeing is that, Patrick Mahomes is playing without an offensive line. And just because it's Patrick Mahomes or the Chiefs, where everyone's like, okay, well, no excuses. Okay, but if it wasn't Patrick Mahomes or the Kansas City Chiefs, would we be saying that? Or is it just because a lot of people don't like cheering for Kansas City at this point, right? Like, it's like, put any quarterback back there without, 1/3 of his offensive line, I'm pretty sure he's not going to be able to run his offense the way that he wants to run it, right? So yeah, okay, they did play well against Tyreek, they did play well against Travis Kelce, but you look at how many seconds that Patrick Mahomes had the ball in his hands for. It was the only time that he had the ball in his hands was when he was running for his life.
Yeah,
and he's running 20, 30 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Other than that, he had to get rid of it in a split second where, yeah, okay, did you shut down Tyreek Hill? Well, I mean, you're giving him like maybe 1/10 of a second to get some separation. Like, it's not exactly fair to be able to doing that. So did Bruce Arians stumble into a Super Bowl? I feel like that team had everything going right for them that season. It could have been anybody else that happened. And I really do think that they could have lost any single one of those playoff games. Any single one of them, they could have ended up losing.
I mean, it felt like, I say this as a Washington football team fan, it felt like Washington was in that game until like 2 minutes left.
They were, absolutely. And they actually had them on the ropes too.
Which it's part of the reason I ended up betting against Tampa the following 2 games, because I was like, man, if Washington and Taylor Heineke, no offense against Taylor Heineke, he was pretty good, by the way.
No offense.
No, I'm just saying, but he was good. Even though we always say, oh, Taylor Heineke, like whatever. It's like he's almost like a punchline. It's like, you guys realize he was actually like good in that game, right? And when he came in relief of Dwayne Haskins, by the way, before the playoffs, he was also pretty good.
He was a better quarterback than Mac Jones, by the way. But anyways.
Oh, that's interesting. Taylor Heineke or Mac Jones? Yeah. Wow. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and agree with you. And it's not just because he's on the Washington football team roster. I like it.
He's a better quarterback than Mac Jones.
Austin Kramer and
what
his
about golf?
Amazing hair. He's clearly.
What about golf? What I do for golf is that I listen to Sia and the team.
Oh, that's sweet.
I watch Sia's shows. I read the article. I bet his first round leaders because.
Yes, we do.
Apparently.
Yes, we do.
I actually hit it.
Apparently.
I actually hit it today. I hit the 80-1 first round leadership.
And then next thing you know, there's just multiple numbers with zeros at the end of them in my account. So I'm just, hey,
I had
that's what I do for what about golf? That's what I do for golf.
I had 2 golf experts on my show on Wednesday. Both gave out Keegan Bradley. One of them was obviously seeing his shot.
Chris Exution was the other one. And I found out while I was on the show that he had given out a Keegan Bradley first round leader play. Gosh, I wish I had put more money on it. I barely put any money on it because I had a handful of first round leaders and
you didn't put the mortgage on it?
Well, I put the mortgage on Denny McCarthy first round.
That's right.
That was the specific instructions.
The summer house. The summer house mortgage.
Right. So now my parents are going to be on an air mattress.
You were at least able to get an air mattress out of Keegan Bradley then.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
yeah, that money's not going. The Keegan Bradley money's not going to my parents. Is the thing. I had specifically said the Denny McCarthy money was going for my parents, so they don't get the benefit of that first round leader play.
So you're living in a mansion now with your Keegan Bradley money, and they're on the air mattress.
It's really plush. It's a queen.
Wow.
It's
Makes
a queen.
a
So
lot of sense. Wait, the Ravens? The Ravens? The
Greg,
Ravens?
no, they're on the clock now. Greg Russo just went to Buffalo.
Yeah, but no, the Ravens are on the clock again.
They traded
Did
up.
we know this? Did we know this?
We didn't know this.
This was as part of the. Yes, we did. This was as part of the Orlando Brown trade with Kansas City.
That's right. Yeah. Sorry, we're behind.
We're behind.
This was part of the. KC would have lost the Browns.
Oh,
I mean, yeah, that is a good point, but it's just again like I don't know. I never count Patrick Mahomes out. You like.
No,
I don't know if they would have lost that game. It's a valid point. I just don't know if they would have lost that game.
Mahomes was running around with like one leg because that's when he had that foot problem. I actually thought the Browns were going to win that game, honestly.
It was bad.
So the Ravens have another pick in the first round. So where do we think they're going here?
Another one? Why not?
No, they can't do that.
Why not? What do you mean they can't do that?
Well,
Absolutely, they can.
They've drafted Marquise Brown, Duvernay. They've drafted a bunch of receivers over the last couple of years. Is the thing. That's why I keep saying, "Hey." That's why I keep saying, like, are we sure this is like Lamar needs receivers? Is it just like Lamar just kind of can't throw? I don't know.
I never even answered that question. It's true. I completely forgot because we got pumped about another pick, but Lamar can throw the football. As part of the first part of the question, and then I really do think that he can find some tight areas, and I feel like people kind of overrate the whole rushing quarterback and see that like it's he can't throw the ball. I really do think that he can make some nice throws, and then is the wide receiver one really going to benefit him, or is he really just going to hurt every single wide receiver that's there? Well, you look at since he's been in the league. Marquise Brown is a burner, right? He's not somebody that's going to run these ridiculous routes, and obviously I'll even compare him to a certain Washington wide receiver. He's not Terry McLaurin, where Terry McLaurin has some serious wheels on him, where they're not Marquise Brown wheels, but he's faster than a lot of wide receivers out there. But Terry McLaurin can run some routes. Jerry Jeudy is already a top 5 route runner in the league. Stephon Diggs is probably the best. Stephon Diggs is probably the best route runner in the league, with Jerry Jeudy is easily top 5 already. Marquise Brown is never going to be that guy, right? Like he's not an elite route runner. And then you look at the other wide receivers that he's had, where if we take Mark Andrews out of the fold, because we're talking strictly the wide receiver position, he's had Willie Snead, Des Bryant came off the couch.
Sick.
Like who else has he thrown to? You know what I mean? It's like I would have said that if Allen Robinson went there in the offseason, that's where I would have said this is his time to prove it. You have a polished wide receiver that, he's arguably a top 10 wide receiver in the league. And this is where you would have seen Lamar either, okay, I'm going to rush for another 1,000 yards and 10 touchdowns, or I'm going to really utilize my wide receiver one. And right now it would be kind of tough to make that decision with Rashad Bateman, because again, you're like, are we expecting a lot of things out of his rookie season? Are they going to completely alter their offense for a rookie wide receiver? We don't know, right? So I feel like we have to give it, I would say, and it sucks. It sounds like I'm making excuses for him, but we have to give him at least another year or two to be able to, allow for Rashad Bateman to really develop. And then at that point, we could say, hey, is Lamar really just a rushing quarterback that's going to run for 1,000 yards and throw the football for 150 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception, and, have 17 attempts and they're going to win games. But I really don't think it's fair to end up saying, is it a wide receiver graveyard? Because his number one wide receiver last year outside of Hollywood Brown was Willie Snead. Like it's not exactly the best scenario. And then on top of that, you throw in fact where their game scripts are far from productive for wide receivers. They're often ahead in games and they just pound the football, and they're so good at it that they still score on drive like that. The amount of times that they're up 21-0, 21-7 in games where, because of the fact that they're so good at running the football, they don't need to throw it anymore. So if they were quickly behind in games and they were still running the football, then I would say, okay, this is an issue. But put in the fact that he's never really had an established wide receiver one, on top of the fact that their game script often shows that they're ahead all the time, doesn't really give them a reason to throw the football. I don't know if it's really fair to still be saying, is Lamar only a rushing quarterback or not?
Yeah, that's actually true. I mean, he definitely doesn't have a polished receiver. He really hasn't ever had one. So I think you're right. A year or two is the appropriate mile marker to see if like he's going to be a quarterback that's going to be able to come back from double digits, or he's just going to have to play with the lead most of his career.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and look what happened to Josh Allen as soon as he got one. Because let's not pretend that like Josh Allen was some incredible thrower. I mean, he had the arm like Jackson, but
exactly.
I mean, early on in their careers, Jackson was a better passer than Josh Allen. But what changed is the fact that he got receivers that were getting open left and right, and specifically being Stephon Diggs. And like Bateman's not Diggs, obviously, but if Bateman can consistently win kind of one-on-one, then I think, absolutely, Lamar's going to be able to get it to him for sure.
Yeah, having Josh Allen improve like he did with or without Diggs, and then adding Diggs to that, it was like such a perfect storm for Josh Allen because he clearly progressed. I mean, he clearly was doing things, especially with the long ball, with his accuracy, that were like really impressive. He was looking off safeties and then, looking the other way and throwing it downfield, which is like, he was doing that the year before, but he'd be like 10 yards off.
And isn't that a little bit, because I think it's the problem with the Ravens still, is that they're kind of handcuffing Lamar Jackson a little bit and not really letting him just be the type of quarterback I think he wants to. Just open it up. Is it going to be conventional? No, but just open it up, and I think it's going to lend itself to him making more plays in the passing game. Well, and I think the Cleveland game was always a big example of that.
Yeah, I think you're making the assumption that he can take the leap that Josh Allen did. And I actually don't think he can. I that's just my opinion. Obviously, he can prove me wrong. Just like Josh Allen proved me wrong. I was not on team Josh Allen last year, as everybody knows.
I'm still not, by the way. I think there is big time regression coming.
I'm not. To your point, I'm not there. I'm not willing to be like, oh, I was completely wrong about Josh Allen. But I was at least a little wrong about Josh Allen because he did stuff last year with his arm that I was like, oh, I actually didn't know he could do that with any sort of consistency. By the way, did they make their pick? Because we got Andy's predicting Tevin Jenkins, the tackle from Oklahoma State, I believe.
That'd be nice.
I don't. Yeah, I don't think they have yet.
Can he play them? Can he play? I honestly haven't dug deep enough yet, though. Can he play the right side of the line? That's the only thing, because that Ronnie Stanley's not moving. That's exactly why they shipped Orlando Brown out of town, right? So,
I mean, to me, a tackle just by virtue of them being a tackle are pretty versatile. So I would suspect he can shift over to the right side of the line.
That would be a great pick then.
It's a great question though, because if he can't, then that's going to be a problem.
It's going to be an issue because it's exactly why Orlando Brown wanted out, right? He wanted to be the blindside tackle, and obviously they have Ronnie Stanley there, where it's just not going to work, right? So we have to see. But pick is in.
Oh, it's a trade.
The best QB coming out of the draft.
Trade. My bad. I'm trying to remember Josh Allen's draft class off the top
of my head. Was that the Sam Darnold draft?
I think it was. I thought he was the year after Sam Darnold, but I could totally be wrong about that.
They looked that up.
I suspect John's going to be on that.
I thought that was the Sam Darnold draft. I wasn't sure though.
Look at Michael Irvin. Michael Irvin was talking to David Meltzer, a guest on our show earlier today, about Jalen Waddle potentially dropping.
So is the Baker Mayfield Sam Darnold draft?
Yeah, it was Baker at 1, Sam Darnold at 3, and then Josh Allen went 7.
So, I mean, is it a hot take if I still think Baker Mayfield is better than Josh Allen?
It's kind of hot. Yeah, it's kind of a hot take.
I think there's going to be a big time regression next season with Josh Allen.
I think it's almost inevitable given how good the season was. It's just a matter of what type. You said big time regression, so
I'm thinking more. It comes back to haunt him. He still played kind of reckless. It's just that the big plays were there so often that it didn't really matter. But how much is that going to continue? I would say.
Yeah,
because it's going to hurt him. I mean, a couple of that. They're linebacker or their defensive end, really. But I think are they changing him into a linebacker? I know his physical traits were good enough for them to do that.
Can you tell that Casey is a Cleveland fan?
Baker is not better than Josh Allen.
I don't think. Well,
okay. Not last season, but
I think it's a close call.
Baker is not better than Josh Allen.
I am definitely not doing this whole like Josh Allen is like just as good as Patrick Mahomes now. Like, get the absolute
that's
get
not
the
what I
bleep.
said.
I'm gonna punt that shit into orbit, man. I got that last year when the last season was going on.
I don't know what kind of people you have on your show. No.
People.
We don't say that around here. We don't say Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes. No. We don't say that around here.
What's the comp, man? What's the comp? If we had to think about it, he's not Deshaun Watson, clearly. What's the comp to like
for Allen?
Yeah, like a good quarterback that we would compare him to. I can't really think of one. He's kind of in his own sort of atmosphere right now.
It's just how we've seen somebody that big, that physical, that could run as well as he has.
Hey, check it out. John's mic is on mute. Oh, got him.
See, then he goes, I don't do that. I don't do that. That's 2 shows in the same day.
Now I'm going to keep it on mute.
2 shows in the same day.
There's nothing like having your mic muted, though, during a solo show and nobody being able to tell you that.
Oh, my
muted.
God.
Oh, yeah,
See,
that
that doesn't happen very often. Both shows in the same day.
Jason brought me on to Win Daily Sports because he thought he was getting a professional broadcaster.
I was listening to the Win Daily Baseball show this morning, and I'm like, man, there must be something wrong with my phone. I can't hear this show.
That was yesterday, not
that was
morning.
yesterday. Sorry. I've been on the show.
Today was with Brian. It was great.
Hours.
I had a co-host that could tell me whether or not he could hear me. So that's good.
This is a funny comment. Man, there was a lot of stuff coming out about, hey, Josh Rosen, he's just not really into football. Like, we're not sure we're going to get out of him. And it turned out that Josh Rosen was a complete bust.
Is the first round done?
Oh, wow. Joe Tryon, linebacker out of Washington. Deep Dive doesn't get his guy, but Joe Tryon, that's a good pick. Actually, he said Joe Tryon would be a backup to the safety he was talking about. Now that I think about
he
it.
did.
Yeah.
Is the first round finally over?
4.5 hours later, guys. I think we're done. I think we're done here. The second annual WinDailySports.com.
This microphone. I'm gonna have to like pry this microphone.
You haven't been on air that much.
Who me? Are you kidding me?
Why, you know, an owl, Jordan? Yeah, you haven't been on air that much today. He hasn't been on air that much today. Stop with that.
I might.
Stop with that.
It's illegal for me to go to Canada because
I've actually been on air.
I might get there and punch you straight in the face.
I've technically been on air longer
It's
than
Fajita
John.
Friday already, by the way.
I know. Happy Fajita Friday, my man. Happy
Fajita
Gojira album day. I got to check out the new Gojira album.
She has
Pokemon
been on
Snap
longer
is
than
out
you
right
have.
now.
Tonight I have. I've been on for 4 hours, 29 minutes, and 10 seconds.
Absolutely.
All night, baby.
Wow, the entire time?
Yeah, the entire time. This is what I do, man. I'm getting the reps in, you know?
Wow.
Okay, let's get closing thoughts before we head out of here. John, closing thoughts on the draft, on life, on the Bachelorette gossip. What do you got for us?
Nothing on the Bachelorette gossip because it's just I'm terrible at that stuff.
It's fantastic. It was fantastic though.
It was amazing. No, he was amazing. I'm just bad at that kind of stuff, so I don't think I'm good to be analyzing it. But I'm still surprised Justin Fields. I was surprised at how many teams that were able to and should have taken a quarterback that just passed on him. Because the Panthers for sure were one of them, right? Like, I feel like the Panthers, I don't care about the Sam Darnold trade. The Panthers needed one, and they took J.C. Horn. And I know I have a lot of friends still in Panthers and the media there that thought the pick was kind of ridiculous to take J.C. Horn and that it was really unacceptable to do that. And I'm kind of sitting here too. Now, Devontae Smith is a really good pick for the Eagles. I don't think that's something I could say it's terrible, but another team that moved up to the number 10 spot with Justin Fields still there and still passing on him. So I just want to know what the hell he did, like said to these teams that made him hate him. I don't get it, but it's still blowing my mind that it actually happened, that a few teams that were really there and needed a quarterback didn't do it. But then he had to get the Bears going into the top 15, top 12. At top 11 to take him, that was a great move. And I think at the end of the day, that's probably still the best move of the draft.
Well, John, remember on your radio show last night, you asked me, because there were rumors that Bill Belichick was trying to trade up to get Justin Fields. And you asked me, what do you think? And I said, categorically, he is not going to the New England Patriots. That is not happening. But it's funny because I think Bill Belichick got the guy he wanted this entire time. I think he got Mac Jones, and he figured it out that he was going to be able to get Mac Jones once, a certain number. Once Justin Fields was still there and Chicago traded up for him, there was not going to be a team in between them that was going to take Mac Jones. So I think that's super interesting. This is so fun. I love this draft. Closing thoughts, DFS Ghost, otherwise known as Nick. What do we got?
I don't have any bachelorette thoughts. You call me by my name all the time.
Nick?
You act as if we don't spend half an hour on air together, like every day.
I only call you Ghost.
Anyway, I can't mute him, man. It's true. I can't mute him. It's okay.
It's all right. I'll find a way to mute myself.
I don't have any bachelorette thoughts. I missed that part of the show. But what I will say about this draft, I was excited to talk about this with you guys because I feel like we all share the same point of view. Kyle Trask will be a better quarterback than Mac Jones.
Oh, I like
Mac Jones, and I was gonna tweet this out, but we kind of all ended up having the same idea at the same time. So I was like, I'll save it for the show. But Mac Jones's fifth-year option will not get picked up.
I like
he will have a worse career than Kyle Trask. Kyle Trask will definitely have a better career than him. And I really don't think that. I feel like this was a pick that they made because he fell that low, where they didn't have to do anything else other than to just let him slip to the pick that they already had. I don't think that if I don't think the Pats would have been upset if he had gone before them. I really don't think it would have been that bad. I just think that, in a very shallow quarterback class, that you have a guy that was pretty much up until the last hour was a consensus top 3 pick. Everyone thought that he was going number 3 to San Fran all of a sudden. And because Fields went, it was, we're going to take a chance on him. What's the worst that could happen? So I still don't like that pick. I think Kyle Trask has a better career than him. And I think Fields is that was a severe drop. I don't understand what happened there. To be able to get a dual threat quarterback like that can use his legs, that can throw the deep ball, that can have that kind of accuracy on top of that, just the complete package what you're looking for a quarterback in a modern day NFL offense. I was shocked that San Fran didn't take him, because when the Jets pretty much locked in that they were taking Wilson, I was just picturing Fields with Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel and George Kittle, and how fast that offense would have played. It would have been the perfect scenario, not only for San Fran on the field, but just from a fantasy perspective on top of that. It would have been so fun to end up seeing that. And I was quite disappointed to see him going to Chicago. But this is probably the best quarterback that Allen Robinson has ever played with. So I'm hoping that he has I'm hoping that he has a good rookie career, and I really hope he does good things out there in Chicago. I'm excited to see what he ends up doing.
Well, the cool thing is we get to see this all play out and get to see who made the right decision, who made the wrong decision. And we will be back here in 2022 at the WinDailySports.com 3rd annual NFL live draft round 1 show. John, in spite of the mute problems, it was really great to have you. I'm projecting because I really had the first mute problem. He just muted. DFS Ghost, Nikki, DFS Goat, as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you.
That.
That means a lot from you.
Thanks for coming onto the show. I appreciate you.
Thank you for having me. I love doing shows together. So it's mostly stuff like this where we kind of end up being on air together. So I always have a blast. Thank you for having me.
Nice. Well, we're going to have all kinds of fun once the NFL season ramps up with these shows. So I'm looking forward to that. But guys, thanks for lasting with me, man. This is 4.5. We're over 4.5 hours, man. This is pretty cool. Yeah. So we'll sign off here. Thanks for joining us, everybody. Thanks for Casey. Thank you. Ivan. Thank you. Andy. Thank you. Austin was in here. Brian Marks was in here. Seth Marks was in here. I'm scrolling through. S-Guy was in here. Oh, man, we didn't show any of his comments. Hokey Skins. That's Joel. He was in here. We had a lot of guys in here. We had a lot of really great guests from ESPN, Pro Football Focus, obviously Mike North. We had it all. And we'll close it out here, folks. Thanks for joining us.